Chapter 1151, The Mystery of the Inverse. Xia Fei was in disbelief at Radix's disappearance. If Radix was still a soul, which was a mysterious and profound existence, so anything could have happened. But what about the fiendish blade Nirvana? The blade was made of solid metal, so how could it just disappear? Shaking his head, Xia Fei felt helpless. He had no answers to all his questions. Are you telling me that you can clearly sense Radix's existence but are unable to communicate with him? Fukin frowned. Xia Fei affirmed grimly. Correct. I can feel Radix's presence right next to me, just like before, but I'm just unable to communicate with him. Right, can you see Radix? Fukin smiled bitterly. That's a skill of a great spiritualist, so Oolong can do it, too. As long as you cultivate properly, seeing souls isn't difficult, but unlike you, I really can't sense him. It's probably because Radix is your personal soul and has nothing to do with me. Xia Fei felt very frustrated. This was a rather bizarre situation. It seemed like everyone present, be they a warrior or a spiritualist, could not sense Radix, save himself. At this moment, Xia Hong's voce came from Xia Guoquan's communication device. Grand Ancestor, we've cleared the wreckage. What do we do next? Xia Guoquan raised an eyebrow and said aloud, do you need to ask? Attack. Beyond of the cosmic gate is the base of the inverse. We have to pull them out by the roots. Xia Hong was startled and then clenched his fists as he said excitedly, all right. I'll gather the men, and we'll push back against those scoundrels. Fukin and Oolong glanced at each other. The Skywings were really something else. They spoke of attacking the inverse base without hesitation. These poor foes had thought of destroying the Lower Realm, but in the end, it was the Lower Realm that had pushed back. I'm going to oversee this operation. Inform me if anything happens. Xia Guoquan knew that he would not be of any help, so he left the wreckage to command the troops, instead. Xia Fei, once more, entered the Silver Spectre and probed with his mind. He closed his eyes and extended his arms, floating in the air like a monk in meditation. Several minutes later, Xia Fei put down his arms, his brow furrowed. How is it? Hosu asked nervously. When it came down to his relationship with Radix, Hosu was not at all inferior to Xia Fei, and so he also felt very worried about what had happened to Radix. It's weird. The signal is getting weaker. It's as if Radix is moving away from this place, but no matter what I do, I'm still unable to find him, Xia Fei said. It was a very strange affair, which was only getting stranger. It was as if the fiendish blade Nirvana and Radix had entered a parallel plane and were gradually becoming lost to him. Nobody knew what to do about this situation. After all, none of them had ever experienced anything so bizarre before. After a while, Xia Guoquan suddenly contacted Xia Fei. I think that you need to take a look at this, Xia Guoquan said. What thing? Something even weirder, Xia Guoquan said solemnly. Rumble. The Silver Spectre charged out of the wreckage. Xia Fei inspected it and found that the explosion had only left some scratches to it, with the insides completely intact and undamaged. Radix, together with Xia Fei's last link to him, had completely disappeared. Xia Fei pondered this problem as he piloted the Silver Spectre through the cosmic gate and into the region of space inhabited by the inverse. The Lower Realm's warriors had already occupied the region, all of them very curious about the universe beyond the cosmic gate, but the moment they found out that it was the same silent universe, their curiosity dwindled. The Silver Spectre anchored on that giant dead star, and Xia Fei strode out. The surrounding warriors all looked at him in reverence, which left him feeling rather uncomfortable. By now, Xia Fei had become a legend admired by the entire Lower Realm, his story recorded in the history books. Where's the Grand Ancestor? Xia Fei asked the approaching Xia Guanghai. Inside. He's waiting for you. So what happened? Xia Guanghai shrugged. It's very weird. You'll know once you go inside. Xia Fei nodded. Together with Fukin and Oolong, he entered that dead star. On the sides were numerous Lower Realm warriors, and from their clothes, it was clear that the Lower Realm had managed to occupy the inverse space without much of a hitch. Xia Fei frowned slightly in surprise. Swoosh! His field of vision suddenly opened up as he arrived at the center of the star, that enormous space which had been used to construct the gigantic warship. The place was now a mess. To get that giant warship into space, the inverse had blown up half of the star. The dead star was now like a walnut that had been chopped in half, one side was rock and the other side was dark space. Look for yourself. All of the surviving inverse are now dead. Our men sent word that it's not just here, there are no living inverse to be found throughout their territory. We're still waiting on more updates from our other search teams, Xia Guanghai pointed at a row of corpses and said. With confused looks on their faces, Grand Ancestor Xia Gukan and several Low Realm generals stood next to the corpses. Xia Fei was stunned. This was far too sudden. Although the inverse had sent a large army to the Low Realm, there had still been many warriors back in their base. How had so many been killed so quickly, and how had that been accomplished? Fukin and Ulan squatted and inspected the inverse corpses. There are no wounds on their bodies. Their souls were what had been killed. Someone shattered their souls. Fukin called. This great spiritualist also started to get nervous, a grim look settling on his face. Fukin is right, I couldn't even tell which sect was behind this. For spiritualists, theoretic is very important. There's the unrestricteds, the botanists, the purple jade purists and so on, but they're all very distinct. While we may all be spiritualists, our lineages aren't the same at all, Ulan added. Xia Fei shook his head. While he was still worried about Radix, he had encountered an even more troublesome foe. If it was really as Fukin and Ulan said, that these inverse had been soul slain, then there was an even more frightening opponent in the area. However, who could have done such an unthinkable act, reaping the souls of hundreds of millions of inverse in an instant? What technique was used? How high of a cultivation did it require? Tell the search teams that I want to know if there's any female among the corpses. Also, gather everyone together. Avoid acting alone and have the search teams slow down their pace. As much as possible, send out only those with suitable abilities like speed, stealth, and transformation, Xia Fei ordered. Xia Guanghai was startled. He smiled and asked, looking for women? Have you developed an interest in the inverse? You've got quite the strange taste. Xia Guanghai had a rather carefree personality and was on pretty good terms with Xia Fei, which was why he had cracked this kind of joke. Alas, Xia Fei really was not joking, nor was he in the mood to joke. Do as I say. At once, Xia Fei said coldly. Xia Guanghai scratched his head awkwardly, realizing that this really was not the time to joke around. Somehow, Xia Fei had taken the reins of command from the Grand Ancestor. It was all very natural, and nobody questioned or objected to this, a sign of just how much the Low Realm trusted Xia Fei. At key moments, he also did not dither around and boldly took command. Pa! Taking an inverse corpse, Xia Fei fished out White Dragon's screech and cut off the outer layer of its armor. He then threw the corpse on the ground and carefully inspected it. Look! What's that? Xia Fei pointed at the corpse's neck. Fukin and Ulan hastily dropped their heads and saw a pink little dot, like an insect bite, on the corpse's neck. The inverse had extremely coarse skin, so it would truly be difficult to notice this if one did not look closely. Thankfully, Xia Fei's ocular cognition had managed to discover this suspicious point. Xia Fei moved very quickly, inspecting some corpses, and found out that all of them had the same tiny wounds. I have no explanation, Fukin shook his head and said. The suspicions were building up. All these mysteries had turned this victory, which all of them had fought for, into quite the confusing mess. The warriors on the perimeter had no idea of the terrifying fate that had befallen the inverse. They were all still congratulating themselves over their great victory. Xia Fei exhaled and looked at things from a larger perspective. He quickly discovered something else that was very weird. All of the inverse corpses had fallen in the same direction. Look, the corpses have actually all fallen in the same direction. In other words, that's where the attack came from. Xia Fei pointed and said. Before anyone could react, Xia Fei had rushed out and began to search among the corpses for the possible point of attack. Fukin, Ulan, and the others followed closely. Xia Fei's thinking speed was just too fast, and everyone felt like they could barely keep up with his thought processes. He turned and turned again, following a path of fallen corpses. It was as if one person had come through and killed everyone in one blow, causing all the corpses to fall in the same direction. The path became twisty up ahead. Someone had smashed through a giant pair of alloy doors. These doors, which had intricate carvings, were at complete odds with the crude savagery of the inverse. It was clear from the remnants of these doors how beautiful those carvings had been. The space past the doors had a completely different mood. Tapestries were hung along the walls and some flashy art pieces were on display. This was the second time Xia Fei had seen this sort of decor. The first time was in the rest area of those inverse with golden eyes. There had been fountains and statues there, imbuing the place with an air of elegance, but the elegance of this place far surpassed that. It seemed like a woman's bedroom. Woman! Xia Fei could not help but pull out his white dragon's screech. He had never seen a female among the inverse, but when he saw all these beautiful decorations, he could not help but have a bad feeling. Whoosh! He stopped, for the passage had come to an end. A waterfall of energy blocked Xia Fei's path, crystalline and translucent, as if a curtain of pearls had been hung across the path. Fukan and Yulan did not have Xia Fei's speed, so they had been left far behind. At Xia Fei's side were Xia Gukan and several of the brothers from the Skywing clan. If my guess is right, this place should be where the secret of the inverse is kept. Xia Fei placed a hand on White Dragon's screech as he spoke sternly. Great! Let's go in and take a look. Xia Gukan roared. All right. Law of Primal Chaos. Xia Fei roared and punched out with both his fists. The Law of Primal Chaos, the Power of Reversal. Chapter 1152, The Searing Eye. Rumble. As the Law of Primal Chaos emerged, heaven and earth were sundered. Xia Fei punched with both his fists, blasting apart the energy barrier. Everyone was stunned at once, for an incredible scene greeted their sight. A mysterious woman was battling with someone who was completely sealed in black armor, light and shadows dancing around them in a frenzy. Shock. An indescribable shock. The sight of these two experts battling was just too shocking. With every second, the wailing and howling of soul-slaying arts could be heard, the level of this battle simply unheard of. That woman had a bizarre face. Her left side was fair and white, but her right side seemed to have been burned. It was covered in dark red wrinkles and was terrible to behold. There was also the right eye. As if someone had scooped out half of it, drooping off to the side of her face. At the very center of this red eyeball was a wriggling little insect. Anyone who saw this eye would feel the urge to vomit. Angel and devil in one body. This description was no exaggeration. On one side was a gorgeous face, on the other side was a nauseating appearance. It was hard to imagine an incident that could make her face into something like this. As for the person she was battling with, they were completely sealed in armor, which obscured their face. Xia Fei even felt as if this person did not actually have any substance. They were like empty air or a sinister wind, their body radiating an eerie aura. Their body might not be real, but their attacks could alarm heavens and earth. The moment the energy barrier broke, the air resounded with deafening explosions and energy howlings. All of this had emerged because of Xia Fei's palms effused with the law of primal chaos. What do we do? Xia Gukan gritted his teeth and asked. Even he had been stunned by this unbelievable battle. Wolf pack formation. We'll take them together. Xia Fei roared. Wolves were born to be pack animals, without needing training. Of course, Xia Fei, as a lone wolf, was an exception. Xia Guanghai, Xia Jing, Xiao Hong, Xia Helen, Xia Lianning, and Xia Guanghai, the 6 strongest wolves of the Skywing clan swiftly assembled into a formation. Xia Fei was startled. All of them were founders. Particularly Xia Guanghai, Xia Fei recalled that he had not even been a law god yet when he left the law realm, but the man had jumped all the way to level 1 founder. It was truly a level explosion. This wolf pack was even more powerful and intimidating than before. Together with Xia Fei, this most vicious lone wolf, the wolf pack formation could only be frighteningly powerful. Pull 1 and strike. Our target is the black armored warrior. Xia Fei shouted. The Skywing wolves rushed onto the battlefield. In this situation, it was probably the inverse empress who was on the back foot. The woman seemed like she could fall at any moment, her opponent pressing her hard. A normal person might think that the Skywings would prioritize attacking the inverse empress, for it could guarantee them a 90% chance of killing her. However, Xia Fei thought otherwise and so he decided to do the opposite. This was because, if the inverse empress died, that powerful warrior would have nothing holding them back, and when that time came, the Skywing wolves and Xia Fei might not be their match at all. Thus, Xia Fei decided to maintain the balance. He needed this battle that had nothing to do with him to continue until the 2 great spiritualists, Ulan and Fukan, arrived so that they could take down both combatants together. Yes. Xia Fei had never planned to kill one and let the other go. Since he was going to strike, he would kill them both. No matter who they might be, they must be concealing some enormous secret, and so both had to die. Rumble. The Skywing wolves' encirclement instantly turned the tables of the battle. The 7, together with the inverse Empress, managed to even the odds. While they lacked the formidable killing moves of the other two sides, the Skywings had the fastest speed in the universe even. As such, they were not just 7 vicious wolves but 7 illusions, 7 lightning bolts, too. They would come apart and scatter in a flash, unleashing a fierce storm within the formidable wolf pack formation. The inverse Empress was very confused, but she did not have the time to think. After all, her life was at stake here, and in such a situation, the survival instinct of a sapient life form would take priority. This Empress was presumably willing to do anything to survive. Celestial Dragon Executor, glorious epoch. Finally, the mysterious warrior used their ultimate move. Their hands extended like eagle claws, then instantly seized control of the inverse Empress's movements like powerful magnets, and finally twined around her like spider web. Simply put, it made for such an incredible sight. Xia Fei could tell that the inverse Empress was strong, but at this moment, the black-armored warrior had unleashed a truly lethal move. Whoosh! As if a silk thread had been extracted from her body, the inverse Empress collapsed to the ground, lifeless. This had happened so suddenly that even Xia Fei was caught off guard. A chance! Attack! The Skywing Wolves and Xia Fei charged in, but the enemy had become unexpectedly ethereal. Xia Guocan joined with the others in obliterating the enemy's armor, but Xia Fei could tell that this was already an empty suit of armor. It was as if that thing had turned into a wisp of smoke after absorbing the inverse Empress's soul. Even without the attack of the Skywings, that black suit of armor would have fallen apart on its own. There had never been anyone in that suit of armor to begin with. Perhaps a powerful soul or perhaps an inexplicably mental energy was what had been controlling it, but in conclusion, Xia Fei had been fighting with an invisible foe. Law of Primal Chaos. Just as the wisp of smoke was about to disappear completely, Xia Fei punched out with the Law of Primal Chaos. He wielded his hand, which was donning that colorless glove, as if it weighed nothing, but the strength behind it was on a completely different level. A mournful howl resounded through the chamber. It hit. Xia Fei, what did you hit? The Skywing Wolves questioned him. This was because they had seen Xia Fei punch at empty air, but then a mournful howl ensued thereafter. This was naturally a very strange situation. Xia Fei shook his head grimly. I'm sorry. I don't know, either. Fukin and Ulan had finally arrived at the scene, and both of them were shocked when they saw the corpse of the inverse Empress. What is this? What happened while we were away? Ulan scratched his head. The scars of battle were very obvious. It was clear that warriors of extremely high level had battled it out, that body on the ground was even more confusing, appearing like a fusion of man and beast. When we arrived, we found this monster battling with another monster, so we wanted to use this chance to take them both down, killing them regardless of who they might be. Unfortunately, the two monsters were just too formidable. The other killed this one and ran off, Xia Guanghai shrugged and said. Calling both earlier combatants clearly was not helpful in explaining the situation to Fukin and Ulan. On the contrary, they only grew more confused. Fukin gasped. He squatted and stared at the inverse Empress's body. Xia Fei walked over and said, this should be the inverse Empress. Besides her, I haven't seen any other female among her kind. Fukin smiled bitterly. You were trying to kill her? You guys have got some guts. Do you realize who she is? The Squings, who had grown very curious, gathered around. Fukin seemed to have recognized this monster. Fukin turned to Ulan and asked, do you still remember how your master died? Ulan cried in shock, the Searing Eye clan. This is a member of the Searing Eye clan? No, that clan went extinct long ago. Fukin shook his head and pointed at the inverse Empress's horrifying right eye. I also thought that the Searing Eye clan had gone extinct, not until I saw this corpse. Ulan quickly rushed over and inspected the eye. That wicked insect in the inverse Empress's red eye was still wriggling. It had already retreated into the eye and could not be seen unless the eye was closely looked at. Moreover, its life force was fading, and it seemed to have reached the end of its lifespan. Searing Eye. It really is the Searing Eye clan. Ulan clenched his fists and let out a roar, his normally smiling face contorting. Fukin was both amused and angered. I really don't know what to say about you Skywings. You must be blessed by the heavens to have escaped alive from a member of the Searing Eye clan. You guys are way too reckless. Couldn't you tell how formidable this woman was? The Skywing Wolves did not care that much. Fukin really did not know that they had no concept of fear, all of them had only previously felt that it was a good plan to seize this opportunity to kill both monsters. Fukin's eyes suddenly turned ablaze, shining like bright moons as the excitement began to get the better of him. Still, it's also thanks to you madmen that we've finally got the eye of Shana. I'll have you know that this is one heaven-defying eye. Xia Fei still found it very nauseating. Though he was used to slaughter and gore, this bloody eye with a little white insect growing in it truly left him feeling uncomfortable. This ugly thing. Xia Fei muttered. What's this searing eye that you spoke of, and what's the eye of Shana? Fukin shook his head, not answering Xia Fei. He shared a look with Ulan, and as though they shared a tacit understanding, both suddenly grew excited. Ulan also seemed to be a little sad. It appeared that this monster had some unfathomable connection with his master's death. Xia Fei slapped himself on the head. It was Xia Fei who had gone crazy when he decided to try and kill the two peerless combatants, but now it was Fukin and Ulan's turn to go crazy. You wanna try? Ulan gritted his teeth and asked, his voice shaking a little. Of course, even at the risk of our lives. Fukin said firmly. Xia Fei frowned and asked curiously, Hey, what are you two talking about? What do you mean at the risk of your lives? It's only a disgusting eye, you can just dig it out. Fukin and Ulan turned their heads and looked at Xia Fei with eyes burning with passion. Xia Fei, are you afraid of death? Fukin whispered. Chapter 1153, The willow is dark, and the flower is bright. Xia Fei, are you afraid of death? Fukin whispered. Xia Fei was taken aback. He chuckled and countered, what sort of joke is that? Is there anyone who isn't afraid of death? Why are you asking me something like that all of a sudden? Fukin's face was very grave as he said, I'm not joking around with you. This half-man half-monster woman was none other than a survivor of the legendary Searing Eye, the Shana clan. Her eye can be used to create a very formidable soul weapon, but we have to act quickly and do it before the dying Searing Scion completely exhausts its life force. Just Ulan and I won't be enough to make the soul weapon in time, we need your help, too. Xia Fei got Fukin's meaning quickly and asked with much curiosity, is making this soul weapon very dangerous? Extremely dangerous. Ulan shrugged his shoulders. Will the soul weapon produced be as formidable as a soul eye? Xia Fei asked. Fukin shook his head. You think that something like a soul eye needs the full effort of me and Ulan? Let me tell you, the final product will be 100 times more formidable than a mere soul eye. Xia Fei finally turned serious, appearing to be very shocked. He had seen Fukin use a soul eye before, and heavens paled when a soul eye appeared. As for this revolting eye, it could be made into a soul weapon 100 times more powerful than a soul eye? This was indubitably an opportunity. Xia Fei had always passionately subscribed to the price theory. He did not know what an ultimate weapon, which was 100 times more powerful than a soul eye, could offer him, but something of that level was definitely worth risking his life to make. All right, what should I do? Xia Fei asked seriously. First, we need a safe place. The three of us working together may end up producing powerful after effects that can harm others, Ulan said. Let's go to the Silver Spectre. That warship is very tough, Xia Fei nodded and said. All right, to the Silver Spectre then. We have to be quick, the Searing Scion is on its last breath. Whoosh! Fukin swiftly extracted the Inverse Empress's ugly eye, and then the Skywing Wolves used their speed to deliver Fukin and Ulan to the Silver Spectre as fast as they could. I'm trusting you to keep watch for us, said Xia Fei. Upon which, he closed the cabin doors so that he could get to work with Fukin and Ulan. The Skywings, personally led by Xia Gukan, stood guard outside. Fukin and Ulan, who shared a very close understanding, quickly took out a large number of soul weapons from their spatial rings and assembled them into a formation. Xia Fei had no place to butt in, so he could only sit on the floor and inspect that repulsive eye. What's this bug inside called? Xia Fei frowned and asked. This thing was like a maggot in a rotting body and was truly disgusting. The Searing Scion. It's no bug but rather the remnants of countless devoured warriors, Fukin said as he worked. Xia Fei was shocked. Ulan then commented, yes, the Searing Eye clan consists entirely of females, for their women eat all men. They'll then become the other half of the body just like poison spiders. There was anger in Ulan's voice. Fukin had once mentioned that Ulan held a grudge against the Searing Eye clan, and now, Xia Fei could somewhat understand his resentment. You're saying that the Inverse were originally the Searing Eye clan? Xia Fei asked. If the inverse were the searing eye, then they should be very famous. How was it that they had lived for so long on the fringe without anyone noticing them? Fukin replied, I don't know about the inverse, but that woman was truly a survivor of the Searing clan. Her left side was normal, but her right side had seriously mutated, which matched exactly the Searing Eye clan's special traits. She became like this because devouring her kind caused intense biological mutations. There are rules in nature, and members of the same species normally aren't allowed to devour one another. The higher the level of a life form, the more that becomes the case. In contrast, lower-level life forms aren't affected by such law. Xia Fei nodded. On Earth, for a time, a plague called mad cow disease had once propagated, and it came to be because humans had fed cows some bones, which were made using the bone marrow of cows. Thus, members of the cow species, which had fed on one another, resulted in all sorts of unpredictable biological mutations. Mad cow disease served as the best precedent for not having a species feed on itself. If even cows could be like that, what more of the higher-level humans? After pausing, Fukin said, I'm guessing that while that woman was a descendant of the Searing Eye clan, she suffered from serious mutations, which had affected her reproductive abilities. I've seen a sapient species whose women can give birth to several hundred children in the form of eggs. The vast universe had everything in it, and the more Xia Fei experienced, the more he believed such. A mutated woman could use her reproductive capabilities to create an entire race. This sort of thing was truly incredible. Fortunately, this mutated woman with her inexplicable powers was now dead, or else she would have given birth to countless more wicked progeny. Nonetheless, her death did leave Xia Fei very confused, and who was that mysterious person that so desperately wanted to kill her? Through Fukin and Ulan's explanation, Xia Fei finally understood that it was no coincidence that he had been able to injure that mysterious assailant. That fellow had decided to risk their life just so they could kill the Searing Eye woman, even foregoing offense in favor of unleashing their ultimate technique, which was what had given Xia Fei the opportunity to strike. Pursing his lips, Xia Fei massaged his temples. Far too many strange things had taken place, and he was somewhat unable to handle everything. That expert who had escaped had no substance, which made Xia Fei very curious. Also, the inverse empress, who had come from the Searing Eye clan, was even connected to the death of Ulan's master. There was even that matter of Radix, as well as the fiendish blade Nirvana, mysteriously vanishing. These incidents had come one after another. Xia Fei felt his head swelling from immense confusion, but all he could do was sigh. The universe was the universe, full of existences that one could not possibly imagine. After leaving Earth, Xia Fei felt like a frog at the bottom of a well, and as he walked farther on the road, the things he saw grew increasingly bizarre. We don't have the time to talk about these things. Now, listen closely. Fukin and Ulan, who had finished making the arrangements, came up to Xia Fei and spoke seriously. We will be the main force here, but you will play an extremely important role. What role? Xia Fei frowned. Fukin did not seem like he was joking in the slightest. The savior, Fukin whispered. Savior? Who am I saving? Xia Fei asked. What you don't know is how wicked the Searing Eye clan is. They devour members of their own species, thereby gaining their compatriots' dark energy and mental energy. As we're about to make a soul weapon out of the woman's eye, we can easily end up losing ourselves into madness. You are a spiritualist of healing, and presently the only one that I know of, so at the critical moment, you must pull us back. Wait at the side and observe things calmly, Fukin said solemnly. Xia Fei nodded. Ulan sighed and said, if things don't go well, you may have to sacrifice one of us. I trust that no one else possesses better judgment and a cooler head than you. Xia Fei was flabbergasted. Forging a soul weapon carried such an enormous risk? He might even need to sacrifice either Fukin or Ulan. Even so, the two great spiritualists persisted in their course of action. This was just how great the Searing Eye's allure was. Xia Fei could not help but suspect this ugly eye of holding some unspeakable secret. Understood. At the critical moment, I can sacrifice one of you, and if the situation continues to worsen, I'll send you both on the road so as to avoid an even greater tragedy, Xia Fei said calmly, his eyes as tough as steel. This was Xia Fei, terrifyingly calm and collected. Fukin and Ulan both felt an unpleasant sensation. They knew that Xia Fei was ruthless, but not to a point that he could sacrifice both of them. In this universe where danger lurked everywhere, it was probably because of this incomparable resolve to kill that Xia Fei had been able to live this long and also why he had stirred up so much trouble. Incredible. Even I'm no match for the current Xia Fei, Xia Guocan said as he stood watch outside the silver spectre. Xia Guanghai mischievously smiled. Stubborn old man, don't debase yourself. You're still an old monster with 2 fiend wings and a peak speed ability. No matter how strong Xia Fei is right now, he's still much weaker than you. They were all bored with nothing to do, so the carefree personality of the Skywings began to show itself, and they started teasing each other. Xia Guocan shook his head. You think that I'm joking? Xia Fei's fiendish aura can't compare to mine, nor can his speed, but he has a lot of strange tricks that nobody can guess. Just look at this ship, it blew apart that enormous inverse mothership, yet it emerged unharmed. This is definitely some heaven-defying ship. I certainly don't have anything like this. Besides, even if I did have any, I wouldn't keep it hidden like Xia Fei, only using it at key moments. Xia Fei has already taken a stroll through the Alpha universe, so who knows how many treasures he has now. A bit of envy could be detected in Xia Guocan's voice as he spoke. It was hard to blame him for feeling this way, though. Everyone knew that Xia Fei liked keeping his trump cards hidden, and whenever someone thought that he was finally scraping the bottom of the barrel, he would stroke his spatial ring, and some other inexplicable ultimate weapon would appear. The taciturn and grim great soul hunter Hose sighed and said, Xia Fei is different from us. He got to where he is now all on his own, so he has a very strong sense for danger and doesn't easily trust others. He's quite a cruel and ruthless fellow. These are all things rooted in his bones, and no one can just imitate them. Xia Guanghai very seriously nodded. Makes sense. As for me, I only ever bullied people around me while growing up, and no one has been able to bully me even once, for whenever I encountered someone who didn't know what's good for them, everyone would rush up with me and obliterate them. Xia Fei, meanwhile, never had the protection of others and had to deal with problems all on his own. That's why he's very different from us and paid far more to get to where he is today. Everyone sighed emotionally. Xia Fei's background was truly without compare. Alas, in an unexpected turn of events, this descendant of the Aurora and Skywing clans still thought like a minor figure from Earth, having an intense desire for survival and dealing with things the way a bit character would. Come on. Let's go look around Xia Fei's new ship. It's so tough. When we get the chance, we should ask Xia Fei if he has an extra one of these. Xia Guocan waved his hand, leading the Skywing Wolves and Hosu onto the Silver Spectre. The unrelated people tactfully chose to stay behind as guards. Just like all of Xia Fei's warships, the inside of the Silver Spectre was very messy, which made everyone frown. Xia Fei was a real madman, only seeking ability and completely caring nothing about comfort. As they entered the Silver Spectre's command deck, the stone carving hanging overhead immediately drew their attention. Haha! Why does Xia Fei have the map to the Heaven's Eye mountain constellation over here? Does he plan to go to that barren land to look for treasure? Xia Guanghai laughed. Everyone else laughed as well. The Skywings were very adventurous people, and many of them had traveled the Sea of Stars and seen many bizarre and interesting things. Thus, quite a few of them recognized this star map. Xia Fei, including Fukan and Ulan, could never have imagined that this mysterious star map, which had left them utterly baffled, actually pointed to a location in the lore realm. Chapter 1154, Searing Eye completed. The work of forging the soul weapon was extremely difficult to begin with. Fukan and Ulan quickly pulled Xia Fei into their tempo. This phenomenon was made possible by the 2 peak spiritualists working unison. It was like a dream dimension Fukan and Ulan had constructed, where both men had complete authority over what happened within. Xia Fei found this all very fresh and new. Long ago, Phantom had used illusions to control Xia Fei's mind and show him scenes that left him full of yearning. The dimension, which was as vast as the Sea of Stars, that the 2 spiritualists had conjured was on an even greater scale. This is a necessity. Although it uses up quite a lot of energy, we must be completely isolated from the outside in order to best control the searing eye. Ulan wiped the sweat off his face as he spoke. They had not really gotten started yet, but he and Fukan were already very tired. Xia Fei frowned and plucked a star from within the dimension. No need to be so curious. Once you have your 7th soul mark, you'll be able to create your own dimension, too. Why do you think people who have dark energy are called founders? It's precisely because we have the ability to create worlds, Fukan nonchalantly said. Matter and life are both made from positive and negative energy. Warriors who are still stuck at the level of laws can never create worlds no matter how strong they may be. That's because they haven't gained control of dark energy, so the most they can do is use the law of space to open dimensions and use illusions to fool their enemies. Meanwhile, our dimension is made of real matter. As Fukin spoke, he grabbed the star in Xia Fei's hand and crushed it, sending him flying out. Xia Fei swallowed. No doubt that this was all real. Masters of dark energy had the ability to create matter. What about life? Can we create life? Asked Xia Fei hurriedly. No. Life is a higher level of matter and requires an even stronger control of dark energy. We still don't have that strength, Fukin said, so in this aspect, the creation power of higher rank warriors is actually just an upgraded version of the law of matter. The two of them stopped conversing with Xia Fei, placing their hands around the searing eye. The insect in the eye was on its last breath. Just when its flame was about to go out, Fukin and Ulan exerted their power, and the insect grew lively once more. However, it was full of hostility and madly shrieked at both great spiritualists. Xia Fei's job was to protect Ulan and Fukin, but he did not see any danger right now. Thus, he began to examine the dimension that the two had created. This dimension seemed vast, but it was actually not that big. As a real world, it was modeled with countless little stars and had actual air and matter, none of it was an illusion at all. Xia Fei, get ready, Fukin grunted. His face was already turning a little green, and he appeared to be having a tough time. Xia Fei had not expected the danger to come so fast. It had only been a few minutes, but these two great spiritualists were already approaching their breaking point. What do you need me to do? Xia Fei asked hurriedly. This thing is very strong, I really can't tell how many of its species it consumed to reach this stage. Its counterattacks are very sharp and effectively prevent us from sending in spirit energy. Get ready. We're going to pull you into our dimension, Fukin said. As he spoke, Xia Fei felt his soul being pulled out of his body. This was dark energy, also known as soul power. In ancient times, there were often tales of a person dying yet their soul still lingering and disturbing the living. Most people considered these to be mere tales, but they were actually not. Wandering ghosts were none other than powerful souls. While a person might die, their soul was inextinguishable. For the first time in his life, Xia Fei had entered a world of dark energy, guided by two peak spiritualists. Transformed into a white wisp, Xia Fei saw himself and also the souls of Fukin and Ulan. You too! Xia Fei yelled in shock. Don't be afraid. These are our souls, forms of pure dark energy. We're actually quite normal, but you, Fukin could not say more. Alas, there was no mirror, so Xia Fei could not see what he looked like, but from the look in the eyes of Fukin and Ulan and the tone of their voices, his appearance was either very unique or very terrifying. Everything caught Xia Fei completely unprepared. Now that his soul had left his body, he could only use dark energy. Plush! Fukin and Ulan collapsed to the ground, their faces pale. Things started to get unpredictable. They originally planned to take responsibility for crafting the searing eye, while Xia Fei served as their support, but now, the tables had turned. Xia Fei had taken over their jobs, his two eyes holding that terrifying eye as he sent in spiritual power. This! What's going on here? We were pushed out. Can you believe that? Ulan said in frustration. He had lived for long but had never experienced anything this humiliating before. Gritting his teeth, Fukin stood up and stared at Xia Fei. Surprisingly, the latter was very calm as if this was just an ordinary occurrence. Crafting soul weapons tests not only a person's dark energy but also their mental energy and soul. It seems like Xia Fei has stronger mental energy compared to us. This has nothing to do with his level. It just so happened that we can't get accustomed to those crazy souls, Fukin said coldly. Ulan firmly nodded. The searing eye had been formed by devouring many of the same kind, and naturally, these souls were brimming with resentment. They vented their anger on those in their vicinity, and as Xia Fei was currently near them, he had to endure hellish flames. Without the restraints of the body, Xia Fei fully unleashed his mental energy. His opponents were unseen. The eyeball had consumed far too many souls, which were not loyal warriors like Radix but rather through and through demons. Taking possession of the searing eye meant slaying these demons first. Unconsciously, Xia Fei had become the main force. He was not even aware that Fukin and Ulan had been ejected by the dimension, and right now, there was only one word playing in his mind: kill. Wherever his blade pointed, gods and demons got slain. Xia Fei did not know that when he was freed from the shackles of the body, the nature hidden within his blood could be fully unleashed. True warriors had violence flowing through their veins, and nothing could halt their desire for victory. While Fukin and Ulan were powerful, they were no warriors. They had the cultivation, but they lacked the experience of fighting through a living hell. Thus, when they fought against countless wicked souls, they felt like they could not gather their mental energy and were quickly defeated. Xia Fei, in contrast, had been able to hold on. Fighting was as simple as drinking a bottle of mineral water to him, and so these heart-freezing howls came across as no more than melodious serenades. It was late at night, and the silver spectre was quiet. Fukin and Ulan watched as Xia Fei slowly opened his eyes, his lips forming his signature smile. "What are you two staring at me for?" Xia Fei asked. Fukin and Ulan swallowed. This day had been far too stimulating. The shifts on Xia Fei's face alone were like a movie. As time passed and Xia Fei's brow relaxed, Fukin and Ulan exhaled in relief. They knew that Xia Fei had taken control of the situation. "Did you finish cleaning up?" Fukin and Ulan asked in disbelief. Xia Fei nodded and looked at the searing eye. This ugly eye was no longer home to a wriggling insect and was now just scarlet red. It was red down to the finest detail as if having bathed in blood for eons, so red it seemed to be about to bleed. "I used spiritual power to seal this thing, but I don't know if that's okay." Xia Fei recalled what had happened and recounted. "I didn't have too many choices earlier. All those things flailing their claws and teeth at me really didn't give me much room to think." Fukin sighed and said, "You didn't do anything wrong. The first step was truly to seal the searing eye. Those things that attacked you, just like Radix, were immortal souls, but they're vengeful ones and not as easy to get along with as Radix. We can no longer help you, as you sealed it wholly through your power, you have to complete the job by yourself." Xia Fei nodded. "I originally assumed that Hosa sealing the cosmic gate hadn't not been that hard, but when I sealed this searing eye, I realized that it's no easy feat." Fukin said, "Regardless, you solved the first step. Next is the most important step. In 3 hours, you must forge the searing eye into a soul weapon, or else everything will be for naught." 3 hours? Isn't the time too short?" Xia Fei asked. Fukin replied, "You saw it. The seal isn't that solid, so if too much time passes, those wicked spirits will charge back out." Xia Fei shrugged and said helplessly, "It's strange. Originally, you two were supposed to make the searing eye, but now it's become my job. All right, let's move to the next step." What came next was not too different from how Xia Fei normally made soul weapons. After all, the searing eye had been sealed, which was the most difficult step. Fukin and Ulan sighed as they watched Xia Fei work. Ulan said with some lingering fear, "Xia Fei's will is truly tough. Is he not disturbed by those wicked spirits? I really felt like I'd break back there. Those wicked spirits kept whispering into my ears while clawing on my shoulders. If I had so much as turned my head, I would have been swallowed whole by them." After a few moments of silence, Fukin sighed heavily. "It really was like that. Though I've lived for long, I have yet to meet anyone with as great of a resolve as Xia Fei's. He's truly so bold to a frightening degree. Still, what I care the most about is that when Xia Fei is in a pure dark energy state, he's bursting with fiendish energy." Ulan nodded. "Dark energy is the power of the soul and is mental energy. I can only say that Xia Fei is much more formidable than he seems on the surface. As for that fiendish energy, have you noticed? All of the Skywings have this aura, and it's particularly thick around their patriarch, Xia Gukan and Xia Fei. It's as if..." Fukin suddenly stopped Ulan, his eyes fixed on Xia Fei. Rumble. A bloody eye had appeared around Xia Fei without warning. This eyes had 2 small wings, which were truly bizarre. A sensation of extreme coldness, mixed with searing heat, began to fill the dimension created by the 2 spiritualists, instantly turning it into one of fire and ice. "Look! The searing eye is complete!" Fukin shouted. As he spoke, a strange sight unfolded. 4 soul marks appeared in a circle, like shields in a sun, giving off a blinding light. Chapter 1155, Intermediate Spiritualist. 4 soul marks appeared in a circle, like shields or suns, giving off a blinding light. Fukin and Ulan looked on in shock, with the former commenting, 4 soul marks? Has Xia Fei already broken into level 4 to become an intermediate spiritualist? Ulan was taken aback, and then he laughed. "Isn't that good? We've both been around the block. Isn't this exactly the sign of an intermediate spiritualist? I didn't expect it, I really didn't. For Xia Fei to take the incredibly rare searing eye all to himself and his rank to soar so much. Miraculous. Today is truly a miraculous day. Xia Fei stood up straight from nearby, the searing eye spinning in circles around him. Alas, while the winged eyeball was much like an angel of legends, it was actually a blazing angel that represented slaughter and evil. I succeeded. Xia Fei said excitedly. We know. We know. We saw it all. Brat, you took the searing eye all to yourself, and your level even rose as a result. Hurry up and tell us, what in the world is going on? Ulan rushed up and asked hastily. Fukin was rather hesitant, for he was starting to understand Xia Fei less and less. Xia Fei chuckled. Let me try out this searing eye first. He waved his hand. Upon which, the winged eyeball accelerated as it imitated the motions of Xia Fei's hand, agilely moving up and down. As the searing eye did, it was possible to hear the faint scraping of metal on metal. The rumors were true. A soul weapon made from the searing eye really is the best weapon for dealing with lone souls. Be it your Radix, Fukin's Wraith, or my Green Leaf Fairy, they'll all be trembling in fear from the sight alone. Ulan laughed. Xia Fei understood. The searing eye was a weapon specifically aimed at immortal souls. In normal circumstances, a soul could not survive outside of a body, but there were special cases, like Radix and Wraiths, that had overturned this law, becoming existences of pure dark energy. Xia Fei knew how formidable Radix and Wraith were, and the searing eye was meant to deal with such personal souls. No wonder Fukin and Ulan were so passionate about getting the searing eye. In the Alpha universe, every advanced spiritualist had a powerful personal soul, a hidden blade that could appear any time to deal a devastating blow. With the searing eye, Xia Fei now had a lethal weapon against the personal souls of others and had another incomprehensible trump card. Ulan pouted. Both he and Fukin wanted this searing eye, but after a series of twists and turns, it had become Xia Fei's treasure. It was an incredibly awkward situation. This sort of luck was not an everyday good fortune. Xia Fei took the searing eye in his hand. After the forging, the eyeball was now a proper soul weapon, and its aura had changed. It was no longer so ugly, and looking at it was even rather comforting. Whoosh! Xia Fei swiftly put away the searing eye in his spatial ring. He then asked Ulan and Fukin, interesting. The entire process was very interesting. That's the first time I've tried separating dark energy. I felt my entire body floating, and only when I turned my head did I realize that I was experiencing the so-called out-of-body experience, but what I don't get is that if dark energy can separate from the original body, why are spiritualists unable to have seeds of life and have eternal lives? If I focus on cultivating the law of life, will I be able to gain eternal life? Don't do it. You mustn't. Xia Fei had just been casually speaking, but he had triggered stern reproaches from Fukin and Ulan. The two of them seemed very grave and solemn. It was your fortune that you didn't cultivate the law of life, or else you'd never be able to step into the spirit path or obtain an unrestricted soul spirit mark. The law of life is very powerful, but you must understand that there's an intrinsic fairness to the universe. Anything too heaven-defying can't all belong to the same person, Fukin said tensely. Ulan added, that's our destiny as spiritualists. You really think the unrestricted soul spirit mark is that easy to get? Go and ask Fukin. He's spent countless years researching the subject, but he still hasn't figured out every ability his soul mark is capable of, or how many there are. Xia Fei turned to look in shock at Fukin. Fukin represented the orthodox spiritualist lineage, but even the great spiritualists of it had failed to discover all the functions of a soul mark. This was just absurd. This was akin to giving a caveman a gun. While a caveman could learn how to shoot with the gun, they would never understand how the gun was made. After all, there was too much physics and chemistry knowledge packed inside it, which were far beyond the understanding of a caveman. Fukin shrugged helplessly. That's how things are. Not just the orthodox lineage, other lineages can't solve this problem, either. To put it simply, nobody can explain how the seventh brain region is made up. In any case, you just need to remember to not learn the law of life, or else you'll be in for some pain. The three of them talked as they walked out of the dimension. As he left, Xia Fei took a few more looks at this place. Xia Fei was very excited at the prospect of creating such a dimension without learning the law of matter. As expected of founders, endowed with the ability to create worlds. One day, I also want to try my hands at it, maybe even try creating life, Xia Fei thought to himself. He had obtained the searing eye, and the vigorous exercise had also unlocked his fourth soul mark. Xia Fei was naturally very happy. I noticed that the path of advancement isn't always about doing the same thing. It seems like intense application is more useful than long-term cultivation, Xia Fei said. Fukin replied, you're actually right about that. A situation where one person has to compete in dark energy with countless wicked spirits isn't something that happens every day. One can maybe view it as an opportunity. Of course, it's important that they keep cultivating and build a solid foundation. Xia Fei looked at Ulan and smiled. It's all thanks to Master Ulan's urging, forcing me to cultivate so much every day that I don't even have time to smoke. Xia Fei's cultivation was different from others. His dark energy was not part of the spirit lineage but rather the healing lineage. Ulan's flowers and plants flourished around Xia Fei, so the former pushed the latter to cultivate as much as possible so that those plants could grow faster. Xia Fei was already a leveling maniac, and with Ulan practically breathing on his neck, by the time Xia Fei noticed it, he had entered a frenzied cultivation state. The three of them talked and joked as they entered the command deck and joined up with the Skywing members. The Skywing wolves were quite excited now that the inverse had been eliminated, and they urged Xia Fei to hurry up and meet up with Avril. Some of the more impatient ones even wanted to start exploring the Alpha universe. After all, the Skywing clan was very carefree and loved adventuring. In a new world, they naturally started getting lots of ideas. Xia Fei chuckled. Everyone, no need to rush. The Alpha universe isn't going to run away. There will be plenty of time to let you guys run wild once the clan has its footing here. Also, I have something very important to entrust you with. Everyone stopped talking and nodded. While these Skywing crazies normally lacked any sort of rules or organization, when it came to critical questions, none of the clan members would ignore it. Never abandon and never give up was the clan motto, and the Skywings had always upheld it. After a pause, Xia Fei said, the inverse territory is now ownerless, which is perfect for us to use. Plus, this place has the entrance into the Lore realm, so we must guard it closely. Once we have a foundation in the Alpha universe, the Lore realm will also begin to advance by leaps and bounds. After all, the resources here are essentially endless, and you can find grade 7 origin crystals wherever you look. What? Wherever you look? That's wonderful. Many warriors of the Lore realm are anxious to advance, but there's simply not enough energy to go around. The Skywings were all shocked and excited. After all, the Lore realm currently had a dire shortage of energy. So long as this problem was resolved, the Lore realm would be able to produce a big batch of new experts. Ulan commented, there's also the environment. The inverse were able to use that little trick to seal your level because your environment was no good. It's just like how the best tree sapling can't grow in a desert, but if it's moved to a place with plenty of sunlight and water, it will grow crazily. As expected of a spiritualist of botany, Ulan used a tree sapling as an example, but regardless, it was a rather good analogy. The Skywings were all emotional people and easily got excited. They became red in the face as they talked about how they would develop in this new universe. Only Great Soul Hunter Hosa remained cool-headed. He sternly said, we can't let our current situation get to our heads. Xia Fei, have all the inverse truly been eradicated? Is there any chance that they can come back? Also, who was that warrior in the inverse base? How come they had no physical body? Could they be like Radix? Hosa dumped cold water over everyone's heads. Yes, the inverse were dead, but they had left behind many questions. Hosa had a rather ugly look on his face, probably because he was still worried about his good friend Radix. It's not as if I haven't thought about such problems, said Xia Fei with a bitter chuckle. Lingering over the past isn't gonna help anyone, though. Those questions still need to be answered, but the problems right in front of us are much more urgent. We need to let the Alpha universe know that the Skywings have arrived. Zing! The Skywings grew very excited. Xia Fei's words were getting their blood pumping. Yes, the Alpha universe needed to understand that the Skywings had stepped into this universe. Madmen were madmen, they would never back down just because their opponents were tough. The Skywings had been peerless in the Lore realm, and they would become the same here. Of course, the Skywings were no fools. These sharp wolves knew that development was their first priority. Xia Fei quietly walked up to Hosa and whispered, it's not that I am not worried about Radix, but there are some things that I have to take on alone. The most important thing for everyone else is the future, not the past. His eyes shone with resolve. It turned out that Xia Fei had been doing his best to show everyone the positive side of things, leaving all the lurking problems for himself to deal with. The silver spectre became very lively. Xia Guanghai went up to Xia Fei and put an arm on his shoulder. Smiling naughtily, he said, "Avril is coming. The mechs are escorting her." Xia Fei was startled, then his eyebrows rose in delight. Changing the topic, Xia Guanghai pointed at the stone statue above them. "You should really switch this thing out. It makes one dizzy just looking at it, and isn't it just the Heaven's Eye mountain constellation? What's so good about that place?" Zing! Xia Fei, Fukan, and Ulan all went pale as they shouted in unison, "What? You recognize this star map?" Chapter 1156, Heaven's Eye Mountain. Xia Guanghai explained the truth, and Fukan and Ulan immediately became excited. The two had spent ages researching the star map in the command deck of the Silver Spectre. They did not know what location it was referring to or why it seemed to entrance them so. As such, Xia Guanghai revealing the secret of this star map so easily had left them both in disbelief. Xia Guanghai opened up a star map, one of the most ordinary kinds in the Lower Realm. "I recognize this star map, but there's no Heaven's Eye mountain constellation on it," Xia Fei said as he shook his head. Xia Guanghai smiled. "Don't be in such a rush. Heaven's Eye mountain is a hidden constellation, so it naturally won't be marked on an ordinary star map. Look here, if you go along the Paragon Soul Star region and pass through the Termite Valley Star region, you'll arrive at Heaven's Eye mountain. This is one of the star regions that many Skywings have explored, so I can't be wrong. Many of us have been there before." Xia Guanghai was very relaxed, but Xia Fei and Fukan were now in disbelief. This ancient star map, which concerned the secret of the Fufeng clan's ascendancy, referred to some unknown region of the Lower Realm? Xia Guanghai paused before adding, "Look here. This star map appears to have countless eyes looking back at its gazers. Heaven's Eye Mountain gets its name from a mountain there, Heaven's Eye Mountain. The mountain face is completely barren, and atop it is carved a massive eye identical to the one drawn on this star map." "Pa!" Ulan slapped his thigh and said, "Truly, you need a bystander to get a clear view of the situation. I've always found this star map mysterious, but I couldn't figure out why. After hearing this, though, I finally understand. The sea of stars is vast, like 10,000 eyes looking at the universe. Rather than saying that one is looking at this star map, it will be more accurate to say that they're exchanging looks with countless mysterious eyes. These eyes are very weird, as if they could see right through people, so one will naturally feel a sense of hostility and curiosity, tirelessly inspecting them every day." Fukan nodded. Though he did not say anything, it was clear that he agreed with this assessment. Xia Fei said suddenly, "You guys keep researching this, at worst, we'll just go to Heaven's Eye Mountain constellation to take a look. There are spatial gates in the Lower Realm that make traveling convenient, and we have the Silver Spectre, too. I'm going now and we'll see you later." "Where are you going?" Fukan and Ulan asked in unison. They found Heaven's Eye Mountain constellation to be very mysterious, but Xia Fei apparently was not interested. "Forget about him. Avril is coming, those two naturally need to have a little alone time," Xia Guanghai chuckled and said. The time spent with Avril went by rather quickly. After one entire night where they chatted with long-separated friends, in the early morning of the next day, Xia Fei and Avril finally headed into the bedroom. As dawn broke, Avril contentedly collapsed into his chest, wrapping herself in a blanket, a faint blush on her face. To tell the truth, Xia Fei had truly cultivated speed to a heaven-defying level. Even in normal life, he was so formidable that he hardly gave anyone time to catch their breath. Fortunately, Avril had a level 1 ability and had been cultivating the law of life for 2 years already, or else she might have fainted on the bed. Of course, she also enjoyed a fortune that would make all other women envious. "A lazy morning like this makes me feel like I'm living in another world. Not needing to think about anything feels rather nice." Xia Fei lit a cigarette and said softly. "It's the same for me," Avril wrinkled her nose rather cutely and said. Cigar smoke no longer had any effect on her. After all, she now possessed a rather decent constitution, but she could never understand why Xia Fei liked this very stimulating odor so much. Avril, who had seen the cigarettes of Earth before, knew that Xia Fei smoked the cheapest and most aggravating kind. They were like the fierce liquor and howling wines of the steppe, the smoke slicing away at the stomach. This sort of cigarette smoke was truly very manly. It was just like how Xia Fei hid a crazy personality behind his harmless exterior. Only a warrior who had tasted the blood on their blade could enjoy this sort of bold flavor. "You say that you don't have any worries on your mind, but you're actually already thinking about them, right? Avril buried her head in Xia Fei's chest, her golden hair coming down like a waterfall. Xia Fei was put in an awkward spot. At the end of the day, they had spent too much time together. Avril had a good understanding of him, for at this moment, Xia Fei's mind was full of thoughts about Heaven's Eye Mountain, the Feng clan, and the power of soul marks. I'm sorry. I'm already trying my best not to think about them, but sometimes, I can't control my mind. It's as if I'd die if I didn't think about those problems, Xia Fei said softly. I know that your brain is so awesome, Avril said, lightly poking Xia Fei's firm abs as she teased him. It's been awesome ever since I first met you, but I never knew that you're so strong at other times too. Implying something? Xia Fei smiled and pressed Avril under his body, saying lovingly, do you like me when I'm awesome in bed? Avril bashfully smiled and tried to push Xia Fei away. Alas, her weak little hands were seemingly so lacking in strength that they drew him in rather than pushing him away. Avril was becoming more and more like a woman. After a stretch, Xia Fei put on his clothes and went to the living room. Avril kept sleeping, for she did not have as much energy as Xia Fei. Last night's storm had taken quite a toll on her. The Half Moon Hill Villa was the same as ever. Thanks to the spatial gates of the Lore Realm, it was much easier to get around this place than in the Alpha Universe. The Alpha Universe was divided into opposing factions, so setting up a complete spatial transmission system was rather difficult. After all, these things could deliver an entire army to the border in a single night. It was an enormous threat that would leave all sides in fear of being ambushed. Thus, everyone had agreed not to use advanced spatial arrays, instead, they relied on old-fashioned warships to get around. Fukin and Ulan had gone the entire night without rest. Together with some of the Skywings, they had talked about Heaven's Eye Mountain constellation. It was clear that the Skywing warriors had gotten impatient. After all, in the Lore Realm, the Heaven's Eye Mountain was just a far-away place without anything special to it. Countless adventures had proven this long ago. You're up, Fukin said without raising his head. Ulan smiled as he handed Xia Fei a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. I have to say, your home's cuisine is really good. Even picky Fukin here clapped his hands and praised it. Hurry up and eat, get some nutrients in your body. Last night was quite tiring for you, wasn't it? Xia Fei was speechless. Did Master Ulan just tease him about his love-making session with Avril? He must really be in a good mood. At the side, Xia Guanghai and his compatriots smiled naughtily. Fukin added, the taste is pretty good, but there may not be enough nutrients. The cuisine here is still direly lacking compared to mine. Ulan waved his hand at Fukin and said, ignore him. This guy loves being a party pooper. Now that the cosmic gate has opened, the inverse has been exterminated, and we've even discovered Heaven's Eye Mountain constellation, we truly received a litany of good news, but look at Fukin, still as grumpy as always. Fukin grunted. What do you know? It's clear that there's something weird about this whole thing. I don't believe it. How could the Feng clan's grand ancestors' most valuable star map point to some star system with nothing special about it? Ulan was just about to argue with Fukin when Xia Fei frowned and said, I also don't think things are that simple. Plus, the abrupt disappearance of Nirvana and Radix has given me a very bad feeling. Ulan said casually, the two of you worry too much. In any case, there's some time until the collapsed expanse of Founders opens, so why don't we go look? Everything will become clear then. With the spatial array and the Silver Spectre, we still have time. A good idea. It's not as if we'd get anything by continuing to research this problem. We'll set out this afternoon, Fukin said. We're leaving today. Xia Fei muttered. He was finally able to return home for a spell and had barely spoken with Avril or even gone to Earth, yet they were already setting out again? This was a little too rushed, no? He had not even finished relaying everything he needed to relay. Considering that the collapsed expanse of Founders was about to open, Xia Fei furrowed his brows and did some mental calculations. There really was not much extra time. No matter how fast the Silver Spectre traveled, it still would have to cover a vast distance. If they wanted to get back to Guard 83 before the collapsed expanse of Founders opened, they would have to set off immediately. The collapsed expanse of Founders was said to be a place that a spiritualist must visit at least once in their lifetime. Survival, death, mutation, and opportunity would burst out within that star region, and there was also the lineage of dark spiritualists to think about. The seemingly calm Alpha universe was already drowning in dark clouds. Seeing Xia Fei deep in thought, Xia Guanghai reckoned that the young man was just thinking about Avril, so he patted him on the shoulder and said, "Stop thinking about it." In private, Avril often says that meeting you, having encountered the most special Xia Fei, is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to her. You don't want to disappoint her, do you? Xia Fei was just about to argue when an enormous roar came from outside. "Xia Fei, I've missed you to death." Everyone looked outside at this thunderous roar. Meanwhile, Xia Fei could only helplessly shake his head. Few people had such a loud voice, and this was none other than Oro, the Lionheart royal clan's emperor. In the distance, a delicate-looking young man ran over. While Oro had been turned into a human through Xia Fei's hand, his demeanor and voice had not changed. These were particularly at odds with that youthful face of his, which seemed to be only in his 20s. There was simply no reason for such a small body to have a loud voice. Another man was beside him, who was in his teens, too. He had the appearance of a Lionheart royalty and was much larger than Oro, but he was almost bowing at his waist as he attended to his emperor. Bang! When Oro reached Xia Fei, he punched him on the chest. Xia Fei was someone who never took things lying down and immediately returned with a punch of his own. After messing around for a few minutes, Oro said sternly, "You'd better not say that I didn't help you. I found you one of my descendants who's been to Heaven's Eye Mountain before." Oro called to his side that Lionheart youth. Perhaps because Xia Fei was just too famous, this young man was rather cautious. Despite the harmless smile on Xia Fei's face, this youth did not dare to believe that the legendary Xia Fei was so approachable. "Your family has been to the Heaven's Eye Mountain constellation before?" Xia Fei asked with a smile. The youth quickly bowed. "Yes, my grandfather died in battle there." "Died in battle?" Xia Fei was taken aback, some confusion appearing in his eyes. Chapter 1157, God? Xia Fei was startled. This young man was saying that his grandfather had died in battle at Heaven's Eye Mountain constellation, but before this, Xia Guanghai and the others had said that Heaven's Eye Mountain constellation was a barren land with a strange eye pictogram. While it was very far away, there were no monsters of any sort there. "Died in battle? Why did your grandfather die in battle at Heaven's Eye Mountain constellation?" asked Xia Fei curiously. Everyone else scooted over so that they could hear the answer, too. Our latest chapters at Frihognovlo only. Don't be afraid, tell everyone about your family. Oro's eyes had a hint of praise as he spoke. He turned to Xia Fei and said, "I was in such a rush to bring over this kid precisely because it's so strange." Xia Fei nodded. Oro was truly a good brother, always thinking of him. The young man swallowed and spoke in a trembling voice. "Sirs, you may not have heard about our Lionheart priest, but in our clan, we were once given the important duty of prayers and rituals to the gods. Alas, after the Lionhearts joined the lower realm, everyone gradually stopped believing in gods, so our clan priests gradually declined. Still, the people of our clan have always held the power to treat and heal, so even if we are no priests, we can make a living as apothecaries. Besides that, we're also decent purifiers with formidable mental energy. My grandfather went to Heaven's Eye Mountain constellation to search for some natural treasures that he required as an apothecary, but that constellation was extremely barren, and my grandfather couldn't find any useful herbs. He did discover a powerful mental energy existence, though. My grandfather returned home several times, but he'd only grab a few things before hurrying back to Heaven's Eye Mountain. He said that that power could make his mental energy stronger, perhaps even revive the priest lineage, so he went there to cultivate. Afterward, my grandfather died. Because we are descendants of priests and have stronger mental energy than most, before dying, my grandfather was able to send a stream of mental origin power back home. Unfortunately, our clan's mental transmission method isn't perfect. By the time my grandfather's message arrived at the clan, even my father was already dead. As the present head of the clan, the message naturally landed in my mind." Xia Fei was taken aback. Every race had priests or something like that. However, as technology advanced and law warriors rose in power, priests had gradually declined as a profession, with some people even accusing them of being fake sorcerers. Still, the smart ones knew that anyone who could be a priest possessed mental energy far above the norm. It was not impossible for this youth's clan to have a way of transmitting messages over vast distances using mental energy. "What did your grandfather say?" Xia Fei asked anxiously. "A war. My grandfather said that he had inadvertently gotten caught up in a war while at Heaven's Eye Mountain constellation. Every combatant there possessed powerful mental energy, and as they fought against one another, many bizarre events took place. My grandfather was inferior to them and could only flee for his life. He did not dare to face those godly figures. My grandfather also said that this universe really does have gods and that he had seen one of those terrifying war gods himself. He wanted us to steal our faith and re-establish the priest lineage, in hopes that, one day, those gods living in Heaven's Eye mountain constellation would establish a connection with our clan. He wanted us to revere those gods and offer them our prayers as well. The youth performed a prayer used in ancient times by the priests, leaving everyone feeling stunned. After all, the priest profession had long gone extinct, so no one present had expected to encounter a surviving priest. Enough. Go down and wait for me, Oro waved his hand and said. Even when the youth was gone, Xia Fei and the others remained speechless. Xia Guanghai was the first to speak after some time, grumbling, Oro, that's the informant you found? If that guy wasn't part of your Lionheart clan, I would slap him to death. His grandfather witnessed a war of the gods at Heaven's Eye mountain constellation? Is he trying to fool children? There's no such thing as gods in this universe. Oro glared. Never one to take an insult lying down, he instantly scowled. Our Lionheart clan may not be smart, but we at least don't lie like you humans. Thump thump thump. Oro slapped his chest several times. What the Lionhearts value the most is reputation and sincerity. If you suspect my people of lying, you're challenging my Lionheart clan. Humph. Xia Guanghai snorted. The Skywings were famous for being unreasonable, and Xia Guanghai was particularly unreasonable. As such, neither side was willing to back down. Enough. What's there to argue about? I believe that youth's recount. He blinked 37 times while talking, and his pupils were constantly contracting. This isn't how someone who's lying acts at all, Xia Fei indifferently said. Everyone immediately rolled their eyes. Xia Fei's observation abilities were truly impressive. He could even keep count of how many times someone blinked. What could be said against that? After a pause, Xia Fei went on. There are two conclusions we can draw from this story. First, there are some places in Heaven's Eye mountain constellation that have powerful mental energy, making them suitable for mental energy cultivation. Second, Heaven's Eye mountain constellation might be linked to other locations, and many people with powerful mental energy choose that place to engage in intense training. When there are a lot of people, conflict is inevitable. I'm guessing that this youth's grandfather got dragged into another person's battle and ended up dying. Fukin and Yulan nodded, agreeing with Xia Fei's conclusions. Xia Guanghai still didn't get it. Shaking his head, he said, I've been to Heaven's Eye mountain before, as have many other people in the clan. What powerful mental energy! If there was, why didn't we notice anything? Xia Fei smiled. Don't forget that the Skywing, which is a speed inheritor, isn't some kind of priest clan with a forte on mental energy. As a simple example, I am currently a spiritualist and can sense a lot of stuff that you can't. I suppose it makes sense. Xia Guanghai stroked his chin and nodded. The distant Heaven's Eye mountain constellation seemed more mysterious. In truth, mental energy, like soul power, was also a form of dark energy. Both shared many similarities, which was precisely what spiritualists specialized in. Xia Fei discussed the issue with Fukin and Yulan. They eventually agreed to head over to Heaven's Eye mountain immediately. Xia Fei's sole worry was time. This was a long journey, and getting back to the Alpha universe and taking part in the opening of the collapsed expanse of Founders left them with very little extra time. Let me say this first, we can only stay at Heaven's Eye mountain constellation for 3 days. Once 3 days are up, then we must leave regardless if we find anything or not, Xia Fei said after some thought. Ulan said unhappily, you really care that much about the collapsed expanse of Founders? To tell the truth, that's a very weird place, not going there may not be bad for you. Also, the dark spiritualist lineage clearly said that the opening of the collapsed expanse of Founders is gonna cause trouble. What's the point in getting involved in that mess? Xia Fei smiled and countered, have you been there before? Ulan shook his head awkwardly. I'm a genius. A genius spiritualist of botany. I don't need to go there to test my luck. Xia Fei's eyes flashed. You've never been there before, so you don't know what's there. I read the files, almost all the most formidable spiritualists of every generation have been to the collapsed expanse of Founders, haven't they? As they were about to leave, Xia Fei felt like he was letting Avril down. Not long ago, he had been making a big fuss about marrying her, yet he could barely spend a few days with her. At noon, Xia Fei put aside all other matters and took Avril with him on a trip back to Earth. They whispered sweet nothings to each other on this trip. He also did not forget to have a bowl of his favorite fried bean paste noodles. Patting his stomach, Xia Fei lit a cigarette in satisfaction and took a drag. Avril stared at Xia Fei, her head propped on her hand. She always felt very happy when he chowed down. Her focused expression was the same as the one Xia Fei had when he was at work. I've just discovered that you Earthlings are obsessed with your home. Let's take you as an example. You've been to so many places and have eaten so many things, but in the end, you still love these black noodles and like smoking those cheap cigarettes. You're not the only one. Your brothers from Quantum Holdings are the same. Wulong is the president of Earth, but he still always wants pancakes and bacon. On one of the last Earth holidays, he even gifted me a Jinhua ham. Meanwhile, Andre and Charlie are both fans of escargot. I always feel uncomfortable whenever they eat those shelled invertebrates. Right, Andre smokes cigarettes of a higher quality compared to yours. They smell pretty good and don't offend the nose. Avril squinted as she listed off the favorite foods of their various Earthling friends. Xia Fei chuckled and scratched his head in embarrassment. Those are called cigars. Their family has money, so they can live very luxurious lives. I've grown used to smoking cheap tobacco and can no longer tolerate expensive ones, also, this kind that suits me more. As for food and drink, that's easy to understand. Earth was a closed planet in the past, so everyone could only patronize the produce of their hometown. After enough time has passed, all developed sentimental feelings toward such delicacies, and there's no changing that habit. It's not as if those planets belonging to the Pan-Human Alliance could eat things from all corners of the universe back then. While they have a rich variety of food, there's no sense of belonging. In truth, life is very simple for me. With cigarettes, fried bean paste noodles, and you, I have enough. Avril was taken aback. Xia Fei normally did not speak very seriously, but he had put her together with his cigarettes and fried bean paste noodles. Still, for some reason, she did not feel offended at all. There was nothing to be done. His innocent face was hard to get angry at. It was simply too deceptive of a face. After a brief pause, Xia Fei said firmly. I'll be honest with you. I'm leaving again tonight, to a place very far away. Once that matter is done, I'll have to head off to the Alpha Universe immediately. I know, Avril said softly. So. I know. I just need to keep waiting. Avril smiled. Xia Fei suddenly felt very helpless. If Avril were a mother tiger, then he could easily convince himself to get 3 or 4 mistresses on the outside, but she was simply too good at understanding others. He always felt like he was doing her a disservice, that he was being far too much of a good-for-nothing. When he had to leave, and Xia Fei was never one to be tempted by a beautiful woman. Even Avril would not be able to stop his wanderlust. This was probably how he differed from other men. That night, the Silver Spectre quietly set off for Heaven's Eye Mountain constellation. Chapter 1158, 16 million meters per second. Date, November 7th. The Silver Spectre was very lively. As the 500 Aurora clan warriors were left behind in the Low Realm, Oro insisted on coming along with Xia Fei on this voyage. He, along with Xia Guanghai, was enough to make the Silver Spectre quite a raucous place. The Aurora clan warriors had never lacked for level. What they needed was tempering. If they could be tempered with the personality of an iron-blooded warrior, they would become proper soldiers. As such, Xia Fei left the Aurora clan warriors in the Low Realm, first, for them to help with its defenses. After all, the Low Realm still had many places where it needed to learn from the Alpha Universe, and, second, for them to spend more time in the Skywing clan's company, which would only help these warriors, not hurt them. The spatial array quickly sent the Silver Spectre out of the Low Realm's defensive zone. The rest of the journey would depend solely on the Silver Spectre. Fortunately, this was the fastest ship in the universe, and this long journey was not impossible for it. Rumble. Oro frowned and said, Xia Fei, this ship is great about everything else, but it moves around so much, like an erupting volcano. When it's going at full speed, it's hard to stand still. Before Xia Fei could reply, Xia Guanghai said scornfully, what do you know? This is an inevitable response to spatial friction. If this were any other ship, not only would the swaying be more intense, it might even disintegrate at high speeds. Oro said with a pale face, what? You think that I don't understand warships? When I dominated the universe, you weren't even born yet. To borrow Xia Fei's words, age only proves that someone has lived a long time, nothing else. If you're not convinced, wanna exchange a few blows? Your Highness Law God Oro. These two had foul tempers, so they kept butting heads with each other right from the get-go. As Oro had been reborn, he had only recently reached Law God and was still very far from the peak, but his temper was far greater than his cultivation. As for Xia Guanghai of the Skywing clan, he was also an unreasonable sort. Xia Fei helplessly shook his head. He waved his hand and left the command deck with that Lionheart youth, letting the two argue all they wanted. The youth was called Risod, and he was from the fallen priest lineage of the Lionheart clan. Xia Fei knew all the details about him, so by now, the two of them had stopped treating each other as strangers. Risod, who was a big individual more than 3 meters tall, found it rather hard to make his way through the Silver Spectre, constantly having to bend at the waist. Besides that, Xia Fei, who sought function to the max, had left the ship's interior very messy. There were cables and controllers everywhere one looked. This required Risod to be even more careful with his large body, for fear of bumping into one of Xia Fei's precious components. In the break room, Fukin and Ulan were sipping tea at the table. Xia Fei smiled and asked, "Why are the two of you here? You're not going to look at the Heaven's Eye Mountain constellation star map?" Ulan waved his hand and frowned. "Since we know that the star map points to Heaven's Eye Mountain, there's no need to keep looking at it. Besides, Xia Guanghai and Oro are really too annoying, and they never give anything a rest. They argue with each other every day like a flock of crows." The four of them chuckled, all quite amused by the tempers of Xia Guanghai and Oro. Risod chuckled more reservedly. As Oro was one of the 3 grand ancestors of his clan, he did not dare to make much fun of him. Xia Fei had Risod sit down, upon which, he asked, "Tell me the truth, are you certain that you can trace your grandfather's trail through the Heaven's Eye Mountain constellation? This is very important." Risod nodded and spoke solemnly. "I am a successor of the priest lineage, one of those Lionheart clan members who possess very strong mental energy. Provided that my grandfather left behind even the smallest clue, I'll likely be able to find it. Of course, I can't guarantee anything with absolute certainty. After all, it's been more than 100 years, the energy might be very weak." Xia Fei lit a cigarette. Warriors had very long lives, hundreds to thousands of years going by in the blink of an eye. Risod's grandfather had died 200 years ago, nobody could say for sure what Heaven's Eye Mountain constellation was like now. Ulan shrugged his shoulders suddenly and said, "That's very interesting. The last time the collapsed expanse of Founders opened was 213 years ago, which matched exactly the time when Risod's grandfather died." Fukin commented, "It's probably a coincidence. The collapsed expanse of Founders is the Alpha Universe's business and has little to do with this place." Ulan dropped the subject and, instead, urged Xia Fei to go back and cultivate. For the sake of his precious plants, he was unwilling to give the latter even the slightest break. It was not like there was anything else to do on the ship, so Xia Fei decided to enter closed-door cultivation. His target this time was the law of speed. Xia Guoqin's words had reminded him that he had yet to unfurl his second fiend wing, which would be a weakness to him in the long run. The fiend wing was the manifestation of abundant fiend energy. Fiend energy could massively increase the temporary combat power of a warrior. It was like a steroid, allowing a warrior to exhibit several times their combat power. If he really encountered some foe that exceeded his abilities, powerful fiend energy would truly come in handy. When it came to fighting above one's level, one's temporary strength and aura both played crucial roles. The Skywing warriors could lose, but they could never lose in terms of aura. Even if they died, they would die with their head raised. The plants Ulan had placed in Xia Fei's room were growing rather healthily and strongly. Besides making them more vibrant and lush, they cleaned the air and increased the efficiency of Xia Fei's cultivation. As time went on, he discovered more and more of the advantages of these green plants and had, thus, taken a liking to the spiritualist of botanity. Warning! Warning! Ship has encountered spatial turbulence. Life support systems have been damaged. Temporary shutdown imminent. The comm journey suddenly hit a snag, the Silver Spectre crazily shaking as red warning lights went off. Whoosh! Xia Fei rushed to the command deck and yelled, "What's going on?" As Radix was not around, the one piloting the ship was Xia Guanghai. His face was pale as he rapidly worked the controls. "I'm not sure. We seem to have collided with some intense spatial turbulence, but there wasn't even the slightest forewarning. Stop accelerating. The Silver Spectre is too fast. Acceleration will only make the space even more unstable, perhaps even make it collapse. Xia Fei quickly took command of the Silver Spectre. When it came to warships, there was no one present who could compare to him. Spatial turbulence referred to a clash of two or more different spaces, similar to the tectonic plates of Earth. Xia Fei knew the power of spatial turbulence, but he was more astonished at the spatial shift. It was as though the Silver Spectre was entering an entirely different space. The vast universe was made up of many different kinds of spaces. It was just like how black holes and white holes could exist in the same universe despite being of completely opposite nature, one devouring and the other ejecting. It's bizarre, encountering spatial turbulence here. Even worse was that the radar didn't give the slightest indication. Xia Guanghai stomped his feet and said. Xia Fei furrowed his brows and glanced at the star map. We've already arrived at the Heaven's Eye mountain constellation. When did that happen? Around 2 hours ago. You were so busy cultivating that you didn't notice the time, and we didn't want to disturb you. We decided to first look around the Heaven's Eye mountain constellation and search for any traces of Risode's grandfather, Fukin replied. Crackle. A bolt of terrifying spatial lightning streaked overhead. The Silver Spectre was minuscule in comparison to this giant lightning bolt, it was just like a leaf in the face of a storm. This was a terrifying space, for this rending lightning bolt could easily destroy a ship's electronic system, which would cripple the Silver Spectre. Crackle. Crackle. The lightning bolts continued to flash past, each one imbued with the power to shatter space. The Silver Spectre was traveling through a living hell, and it slowed down as it traveled through the darkness. We're moving too slowly. Is this really the only way to get through? Ulan asked. The Silver Spectre's greatest weapons were its toughness and speed. Xia Fei was decelerating the ship so much that he had deprived it of its advantages. Depends on our luck. I don't know how big this turbulent space is, Xia Fei admitted frankly. Another bolt of lightning flashed past, causing everyone to grow anxious. The radar and detection systems had both been rendered useless, even the scout drones would likely crash the moment they left the hangar and entered this harsh space. In the distance was a planet. This planet was seemingly circled by lightning, and every few minutes, a frightening lightning bolt would slam at it. We'll have to anchor there first. Once the spatial turbulence weakens, we can set off again, Xia Fei said. The others had no objection. Stopping at a planet was much safer than blindly traveling through this region of space. Moreover, many of the ship's electronic components required repair. Rather than completely breaking down, it would be better if they shut off everything to protect it. Once the environment improved, they could restart the Silver Spectre and continue on their journey as per normal. Heaven's Eye mountain constellation is truly a strange place, Xia Fei sighed and muttered. The air was rather solemn. Encountering spatial turbulence right after reaching Heaven's Eye mountain was not a good sign. The Silver Spectre descended slowly. This planet was not as miserable as it looked. A very thick substance drifted about in the planet's inner atmosphere, blocking off the lightning before it could hit the surface. The sky was dark and heavy, the lightning writhing in the clouds like numerous fire dragons. Everyone disembarked, stepping onto the charred and barren soil. They raised their heads and looked around. Ha! This is quite stimulating. All the lightning is being blocked by the black clouds. If those black clouds stopped working one day, we might all be turned into roast chickens by the lightning, Xia Guanghai said carefully. Shut your crow mouth. Oro grunted. He turned to Xia Fei and said, this cloud layer is brimming with heavy metal. Not only does it block the lightning, it also blocks any sort of surveillance device. This planet might be some undiscovered place. You check out the ship, while I go take a look over there. Hey, I'm talking to you. Oro stuck out a finger and waved it in front of Xia Fei. Xia Fei had seemingly entered a trance and had seemingly not heard Oro talk. His eyes erupted with sharp lights, which Oro knew to be a sign of the Beast Spirit Codex's ocular cognition. What's over there? Oro pursed his lips and looked into the distance. Before he even finished speaking, Xia Fei had shot out like a bolt of lightning, yelling, "Follow me! I found something!" Whoosh! He was like a beam of light as he vanished instantly. Xia Guanghai's eyes flew open, and he shouted in disbelief, "Xia Fei, you've broken past the speed of 10 million meters per second." Chapter 1159, The Riddle of the Solitary Eye. That streak of light was none other than Xia Fei. His speed was already at an indescribable height, impossible to see with the naked eye. This was because he had exceeded 10 million meters per second, the result of reaching level 7 law of speed. Xia Fei had started from the highest level of potential in the speed ability, so attaining level 7 law of speed meant reaching 16 million meters per second of speed. This was naturally a shocking number. Many other speed-type warriors could not even reach this speed at max level. Xia Fei had enormous potential. At level 7, he was able to reach heights that other people could not even at their peak, and Xia Fei was still advancing. Over 10 million. Xia Fei's speed is over 10 million, cried Xia Guanghai in shock. As a fellow speed warrior, he naturally knew what this speed meant to Xia Fei. It seems that Xia Fei managed to make a major breakthrough in the law of speed on this trip. He's really something else. He broke past 10 million yet didn't even say anything. Anyone else would definitely have bragged for a few days. After all, this is one of the most difficult laws to cultivate. Ulan shook his head and said. Fukin sighed and narrowed his eyes. Xia Fei probably found it very normal and nothing to brag about. Normal. Xia Guanghai raised his shoulders. This isn't normal at all, okay. It took me decades to break past 10 million, yet Xia Fei only needed a few days. How the hell is that normal? In fact, for as long as I've known him, he's never been normal. Xia Guanghai felt very helpless. The Skywing clan was very formidable, their law of speed inheritance letting them appear as though they had wings on their backs and allowing them to traverse the heavens, but the number of Skywings who could actually reach more than 10 million meters per second of speed could be counted with one's fingers. Xia Fei now ranked in the top 20 fastest in the clan. It had to be understood that Xia Guanghai was the youngest of these 20, and the rest of them were all old monsters who had lived for eons. With Xia Fei's name in the mix, he had broken the record for the youngest in history, and the one who had made this record was none other than Skywing Grand Ancestor Xia Guoken, the only other fiend wing of the clan. Let's go and see what Xia Fei has found, Xia Guanghai said after his moment of melancholia. He grabbed Fukin with one hand and Ulan with the other, prepared to take them over. As for Oro, Xia Guanghai did not even look at him. The two of them could not stand the sight of each other and argued from daybreak to sunset. Ulan seemed to think of something and said in delight, I'll stay. Xia Fei has managed to advance what is known as the most difficult law of all, which is speed. I'm assuming that my little babies have grown up rather well. No, I have to go and look at Xia Fei's room at once. Ulan cared about his plants most of all, or else he would not have left his pagoda to run all over with Xia Fei. The law of speed was the most difficult to cultivate, and though Xia Fei did not say anything, he must have put in a lot of work. This was why Ulan was so anxious to see how his precious plants were doing. Xia Guanghai nodded. It was also good to have someone protecting the silver spectre. He turned to Oro, who said in disdain, I have the law of space. I don't need your help. After saying that, he used the law of space's instant travel skill and disappeared on the spot. Xia Guanghai smiled, then pulled on Fukin, and took off after Xia Fei, his speed exceeding 10 million meters per second. It was also more than 10 million, but Xia Guanghai was at level 8 law of speed. This was his limit, and he would find it very hard to get any farther in his lifetime. Xia Fei, in comparison, could go up 2 more levels. Xia Guanghai could not help but be depressed. While everyone was being surprised over how Xia Fei had quietly increased his maximum speed, Xia Fei was standing at the base of a bald mountain. The mountain was 100,000 meters tall and appeared to have been cut in half, a long, straight, and narrow canyon running through its middle. A giant eye had been carved on each side of the canyon, angrily staring at each other, like 2 legendary cyclops. The threatening dark clouds, which crackled with lightning and rumbled with thunder, gave the entire area a somber atmosphere. Xia Fei could not help but frown. Those 2 eyes carved into the walls were very lifelike, and they even exuded faint killing intent. The weird eyes, coupled with this weird planet, made the entire place feel very oppressive. Xia Fei felt as though he were standing on some ancient battleground, and the rumbling thunder were the war drums constantly being banged on. Those 2 focused eyes were 2 armies about to tear at each other. Weapons clattered as 10,000 horses restlessly stirred. That's the solitary eye. Xia Guanghai, who had arrived with Fukin, glanced at the eyes and remarked. There isn't just one. I was on another planet and saw the same eye. These eyes were the reason Heaven's Eye mountain constellation got that name. Still, this is the first time I've seen 2 eyes staring at each other. Fukin looked up, gave the eyes a few glances, and struck himself in the mouth several times. Xia Fei, don't you feel that something is being suppressed? Is it spirit energy? Before Xia Fei could reply, Xia Guanghai said, what spirit energy? Is there something else besides that deafening thunder? Xia Fei nodded. I can sense it, too. It does seem like spirit energy is being suppressed. Xia Guanghai was momentarily rendered speechless. He then proceeded to ask, curious, what nonsense are you two talking about? Everything feels completely normal to me. Xia Fei replied solemnly, you're no spiritualist, so you can't sense how weird this canyon is. The moment I entered, I felt the spirit energy in my seventh brain region being suppressed. In this place, it's very difficult to use any techniques associated with spirit energy, as if some sort of seal is in place. In a flash, Lionheart Emperor Oro arrived at the scene. The law of space were very apparent, what with its techniques akin to instant movement, but its weaknesses were also very obvious. Putting aside the consumption of energy, there was the distance limitation. Xia Fei got to this place with a simple sprint, but Oro had to use instant movement several times, and in the end, he had gotten so tired his face had turned green. Why didn't you come with them? Xia Fei asked. Oro raised his head and replied in a voice dripping with scorn, I must preserve the dignity of the Lionheart royalty. I won't consort with some overly sensitive lowlife. Xia Guanghai glared and shouted, look at how tired you are, and as you deserve. Don't think that you're something just because you learned a little of the law of space. My law of speed is what happens when one reaches the absolute apex of it. Do you know why we Skywings never use instant movement? It's because when our law of speed's level is high enough, we can leave those people who use instant movement choking in our dust. What about your instant movement? It just tires one to death, angers you to death. Xia Guanghai had never been merciful with his tongue, and his jeering left Oro feeling extremely frustrated. Who said that? Who said that I was tired? I'm the emperor of the Lionheart clan. I've got plenty of energy. Just you watch. Oro used instant movement again, trying to prove that he had the strength to use instant movement many more times. Alas, everyone could tell that he was just forcing it. Ever since Oro was turned into a human by Xia Fei, he had not had that thick layer of golden fur. Whether he was angry or embarrassed, it could all be seen on his face. Kid, watch closely. Oro was gone again. Xia Fei and Fukin felt very helpless about this situation. Xia Guanghai and Oro were like children, not adults who had lived for thousands of years, the way they quarreled over the smallest things. Suddenly, Xia Fei, Fukin, and Xia Guanghai all turned grave. They were highly ranked warriors with sharp senses and had instantly sensed that Oro was truly gone. Ocular cognition. Spirit energy scanning formation. What's going on? I'll go look for him. At this critical moment, all three acted in unison. Xia Guanghai instantly charged into the valley, while Fukin seated himself on the ground and radiated spirit energy. Meanwhile, Xia Fei jumped into the air and scanned with his ocular cognition. Nothing. I don't see anything. How could Oro have just disappeared? After around 1 minute, all three were left wide-eyed, depressed, and confused. Thinking about it, Xia Fei said sternly, even though Master Fukin's spirit energy is getting suppressed, my ocular cognition and Xia Guanghai's speed aren't affected in the slightest. If Oro were still here, there's no way we wouldn't be able to find him. Maybe he felt embarrassed and went back to the ship. Xia Guanghai asked. Impossible. He doesn't have the energy to get back. Oro is far from his peak form, and besides, he cultivates the law of darkness and has only recently started learning the law of space. Given his current lack of learning, there's no way he'd be able to move that far. Utilizing his sharp analytical skills, Xia Fei quickly rejected all these suppositions. Oro has to be within 100 kilometers, or what? Fukin and Xia Guanghai asked hurriedly. Xia Fei looked up at the pair of solitary eyes, his blood running cold. This place was definitely strange. The law of space. It must be that law. Oro used the instant movement power of the law of space, but we didn't. That's the only thing different. Xia Fei concluded. Fukin was taken aback. You're saying that because Oro used the law of space? Xia Fei nodded. That's truly a strange valley. No, we have to find him. Radix has already inexplicably disappeared, we can't lose Oro, too. Strange incidents were occurring one by one, and after Radix, Oro had disappeared as well. Bizarre. Too bizarre. Tell us, what should we do? Xia Guanghai frowned and asked. While he quarreled with Oro every day, when there was a real problem, he quickly cast aside all their bickering. The Skywings never gave up on their clan members, nor did they abandon their friends. Looking around, Xia Fei ultimately rested his gaze on that giant eye. That's the place. We'll use the law of space here, too. Xia Fei gritted his teeth and declared. It's decided. Xia Guanghai and I will use the law of space's instant movement while you stay with Ulan, Xia Fei said. Fukin nodded. No problem. I've never learned the law of space, but Ulan transferred over from the space lineage. You can rest easy with the two of us here. Xia Guanghai frowned. Do you think that using the law of space once like Oro will really do any good? Do you think something wicked is afoot here? Xia Fei replied calmly, maybe, maybe not. Trust in my conjectures. Using instant movement is our only clue. Xia Guanghai and Xia Fei stood at the entrance to the canyon, looked at each other, and then used instant movement at the same time. In truth, they had all learned the law of space and could use instant movement. It was just that the Skywing clan's speed was even more formidable, so they rarely used the law of space. The two of them disappeared in front of Fukin's eyes, and a few seconds later, Xia Guanghai returned alone, saying in frustration, it's useless. I went to the other side of the valley and back. Hey! Xia Fei! Why did he not come back? Pa! At this moment, a lightning bolt cracked overhead, making the faces of Fukin and Xia Guanghai turn as white as snow. Chapter 1160, The Fiend Clan, The Triclopean Soul Stealer. Where did Xia Fei go? Xia Guanghai asked hurriedly. At this moment, a lightning bolt cracked overhead, painting the faces of Fukin and Xia Guanghai white as snow. Hurry up and look for him. Don't just stand there. Fukin urged Xia Guanghai. At the same time, he grabbed his communication device and called Ulan. Come to my location at once, Fukin said with a frown. What happened? Ulan was currently moving around his plants. As expected, Xia Fei had made huge advances, and the energy he had released was far greater than before, which had greatly benefited Ulan's beloved plants. I'm afraid that Xia Fei is in trouble again. Fukin sighed. Again? Ulan asked in dismay and shock. He and Fukin had not known Xia Fei for long, but they both knew that the young man frequently got himself into trouble. However, no one had expected for trouble to come knocking only a few minutes after he left the Silver Spectre. Nothing, said Xia Guanghai in vexation, a nasty look on his face. The slogan of the Skywing clan was never to abandon and never to give up. Xia Guanghai was deeply upset over his powerlessness to do anything about Xia Fei's disappearance. As for Oro going missing, he really did not take it to heart. I already tried everything. There must be some detail in this process that we're not understanding. It's the same law of space's instant movement, so why is Xia Guanghai and I fine, while Xia Fei and Oro are gone? Ulan muttered. You learned the law of space before becoming a spiritualist, so shouldn't I be the one asking you that question? Fukin grumbled. Spiritualists fought using dark energy. All spiritualists and soul practitioners needed to learn a law to its apex before unlocking dark energy. From what Fukin knew, Ulan had been a genius when it came to the law of space. Even when he was no spiritualist, he had been a powerful master of it, a supreme expert at crafting spatial rings and other such storage devices. This was exactly why Fukin was so relaxed about letting Xia Fei do all this. He felt that there would be no problem as long as a law of space practitioner like Ulan was around. Alas, it turned out that this problem was something that even Ulan would be puzzled by. There are no clues. The problem is that there are no clues, said Ulan somewhat frantically. It's not like I can pry space open. If some master had truly buried a hidden dimension here, they must have left behind some secret entrance. We can only follow the trail of those who came before us to try and get in. Fukin shouted, I don't care. I know that you have the ability to create spatial storms. I need you to find that hidden dimension and destroy it so that Xia Fei and Oro can be released. Ulan had determined that there was definitely a hidden dimension in the vicinity. Xia Fei and Oro might have triggered some hidden mechanism, which whisked them away into a parallel space. Ulan shook his head. I can't do that. Destroying another person's dimension will twist space, the people and objects inside will get destroyed alongside. Fukin was stunned to learn that destroying a hidden dimension would kill Xia Fei. He had not expected the problem to be this troublesome. Still, we can't just do nothing as Xia Fei and Oro get stuck, can we? Fukin asked. Ulan replied, since they're able to find a way in, I'm sure that they can find a way out. If they don't? Fukin asked. Ulan's words failed. It was very common for masters to create dimensions. After all, those who unlocked dark energy called themselves founders precisely because they had the power to create worlds, dimensions. When subduing the searing eye, Ulan had made a parallel dimension, which had left Xia Fei amazed. The person who designed a dimension naturally had the ability to limit the people who could go inside and to choose the activation conditions, and outsiders would find it very hard to guess at what these conditions and limits were. Whether it was good luck or bad luck, Xia Fei and Oro had inexplicably entered this dimension. However, getting out would not be easy, and no one could say what they might encounter within, either. As the three wondered about what they should do, Xia Guanghai said suddenly, I think I've thought of something. Oro and Xia Fei have two areas that they share in common. Fukin and Ulan quickly looked over. Xia Guanghai said, first, Xia Fei's and Oro's instant movement isn't perfect. For Xia Fei, it's because he cultivates speed, and so when moving short distances, he doesn't need to use instant movement, and so he hasn't gotten much practice in it. As for Oro, it's because he only started cultivating the law of space after the god and demon races merged, so his level is very low. Second, Oro was turned into a human from a lionheart by Xia Fei's method, which you already probably know, but what you don't know is that Oro and Xia Fei have a mental connection that spans for a very wide range. Immediately after hearing all that, Fukin nodded in agreement. It makes sense, a lot of sense. This means that if we want to get into that hidden dimension like Xia Fei, we have to use these two clues. First, who's worse at the law of space between the two of you? Ulan and Xia Guanghai were both in a difficult spot. They were both at a very high level, so it was very difficult to make them lower themselves. Occasionally exceeding their level was something they could do, but dropping it too hard. Sighing, Fukin asked, instant movement is so good, so who has a mental connection with Xia Fei? Radix. Xia Guanghai blurted out. Woo. Everyone's faces instantly darkened, for Radix had also vanished. Fukin and company finally knew what had happened to Xia Fei, but inside that hidden dimension, Xia Fei had already grasped what was going on a few minutes ago and even explained his analysis to Oro. So you're saying that because we both are rather bad at instant movement, we inadvertently activated this hidden dimension, but because Xia Guanghai and the others are too good, they can't get in? Oro tilted his head and asked. Xia Fei nodded. It can't be wrong. There's no other explanation. If it's because I'm a spiritualist, then what about you? You still managed to get in, right? As for cultivation, you're a law god while I'm a level 4 founder. In short, that's the only thing we have in common, so it's the key to unlocking this hidden dimension. Oro sighed. I really don't get it. What sort of person created this dimension? Our lack of perfection in instant movement became the key, but those at Xia Guanghai's level can't get in. This was when Oro laughed suddenly. He then said smugly, if Xia Guanghai can't get in while I can, doesn't that mean I'm better than him? Xia Fei was rendered speechless. Oro was actually not that complicated. At a time like this, he was still bickering with Xia Guanghai in mind. Standing up, Xia Fei looked around and said, someone who would design such a spatial entrance must have a very weird personality, so we've got to be careful. Oro also stood up and exhaled. All right. Since we're already here, we might as well make ourselves at home. I'd like to see what's so weird about the guy who made this weird space. The space was not particularly vast, but the passage had been designed like a maze, full of twists and turns. It was about 2 meters wide and 2 meters tall, like a square sewer, and all around them was darkness. Xia Fei felt the darkness at their side and they went forward. There's no need to be afraid. While this space is very stable, it can't stop my law of primal chaos. If it's really no good, I can use it to make this space collapse. Xia Fei said calmly. Oro was startled, hastily asking, what would happen to us if the space collapsed? We might die, replied Xia Fei simply. Sticking out his tongue, Oro decided that it was better if the space was not collapsed. While he was in his human body, he had regained his throne. After spending so long with his pent-up frustration, Oro had once more welcomed days when he could hold his head high and flaunt his power. Although he had a seed of life and could be reborn, this was an artificial parallel universe. Oro was unsure if he could be reborn from here. Moreover, once reborn, he would have to cultivate all over again, and he would be unable to raise his head in front of Xia Guanghai over the next few years, that guy would undoubtedly make fun of his low cultivation every day. The maze-like passage stretched farther and farther. Xia Fei moved quicker and quicker, and Oro could barely keep up. The air was abnormally oppressive, as cold and sinister as the 19th layer of hell. It was easy for a person to become tense in this sealed and unknown space. It was terrifyingly silent, more horrifying than a vast army. "This place is really creepy," Oro said as he looked around. "It's too oppressive here, a little similar to that energy you give off." Xia Fei said calmly, "You're right. This is fiend energy." Silence. Deathly silence. Amid this silence and darkness, the mention of fiend energy made Oro gasp. Fiend energy was a manifestation of a person's inner demon, a highly concentrated killing intent mixed with a particularly sinister and ruthless quality. It was a special method the Skywing clan used to increase their aura. When the Skywing warriors unleashed their fiend energy, they would often fight with several times their combat strength. Fiend energy was one of the important reasons these madmen could often fight above their level. Wherever this hidden dimension was, it was actually brimming with the same fiend energy that could be found on Xia Fei. What was going on here? Oro did not know, and Xia Fei was even more confused. Besides the brothers of his clan, Xia Fei knew of only one person, or perhaps one soul, who had the same energy. This was Fukin's mysterious personal soul, Wraith. Fukin was very secretive when it came to Wraith, as though that rather shy spirit was hiding some enormous secret, and here Xia Fei was certain the energy around them was the same fiend energy he and Wraith possessed. As they went farther and farther, the fiend energy thickened. Xia Fei felt that even the fiend energy he released when going all out could not match this fiend energy, but this was just an ordinary hidden dimension, so how could it compare to when he was fighting for his life? There was no doubt that the person who had created this dimension possessed unimaginably powerful fiend energy. Woo! Light appeared, and their surroundings were no longer dark, but Xia Fei and Oro did not relax at all. As they walked along the twisting passage, it felt like they were ascending through the levels of hell. It was only when they reached the top that they would get through this cruel trial. Xia Fei, who was familiar with fiend energy, was in decent shape, but Oro's complexion had already turned purple. Fiend Clan, the Triclopian Soul Stealer. Xia Fei's eyes erupted with a brilliant light as he muttered. Bang! The dimension was suddenly completely sealed. The long and oppressive path they had just walked to disappeared. Chapter 1161, Black Angel Union. The space had been sealed. Xia Fei and Oro arrived at an open plain covered in hills of varying height, yellow and green grass covering the ground. The hill closest to them had a stone stele with a single eye carved into it, as well as several words written in ancient text. Fiend Clan, the Triclopian Soul Stealer. Xia Fei read out the words on the stele. Oro grew curious. The eye was the same as those lone eyes we saw outside, but now, there was a name. Fiend Clan? What sort of clan is that? Oro asked, raising his shoulders. Xia Fei shook his head. How would I know? Still, the passage we came in through was full of fiend energy, so this so-called fiend clan is probably like the Skywing clan. It's a clan that can increase the fighting power in combat by using fiend energy. The two strolled up to the front side of the stele. It was all calm here, not oppressive like that winding passage, and so Xia Fei and Oro relaxed. There was a statue at the front of the stele, but rather than a single image, it depicted the scene of this person's dying moments. This was a thin and weak warrior, but unlike his thin body, he exuded a powerful aura. He propped his body with his sword while seated on a half-destroyed stone pillar, his head was lowered as his hair was blown by the wind. It was easy to see that this was the pose of a victor, the skills of a master sculptor conveying that this was a warrior who had proudly died in battle. Before dying, he had killed all his enemies, after which, he had seated himself atop the pillar and passed on. At his feet was a loyal old dog, its body bursting with muscles and carrying the majesty of a leopard. Alas, this dog had also died in battle, next to its master while carrying the same pride. Xia Fei sighed. This is the aura of a hero. For him to have died so proudly and carefreely, he must have wiped out all his enemies and left with no regrets. Oro nodded. The benefit of murals was that they could deliver accurate information. Though they had never met this person, they could still feel his aura and mindset. Is this the Fiend Clan? He's clearly a human, Oro said. Xia Fei frowned and got closer to the statue. The human figure was 10 meters tall, and when Xia Fei and Oro looked up, they were given a shock. This human had 3 eyes. It was really a third eye. Right in the center of his forehead. A third eye? Oro exclaimed in shock. Does the human race have a clan with 3 eyes? Xia Fei shook his head. None, as far as I know, at least not in the lore realm. We're in the lore realm, though, not the Alpha universe, Oro countered. Xia Fei felt very curious. This was a human warrior, at least from his face, so why would he have a third eye, and why did they call themselves part of the Fiend clan? Was this a branch of humanity or an unknown sapient species? Too many question marks had appeared in Xia Fei's mind all of a sudden. Whoosh! Suddenly, Xia Fei jumped up, grabbed the statue's hanging hair, and began to clamber up like a monkey. What are you doing? Oro asked. Xia Fei did not reply. Reaching out with his left hand, he stroked the statue's third eye. He felt a strange sensation. It was soft and pliable, even a little warm. Heavens! It's a real eye! Xia Fei shouted, his face going pale. No one could have expected that the stone statue's third eye was actually a living eye. Bang! As Xia Fei shouted, a powerful repulsion sent him flying. The statue's third eye turned into a beam of light that flew straight into Xia Fei's forehead. The Alpha Universe, formerly the Inverse Territory. The day had finally come when they could emerge from their universe, and the people of the Lore Realm were bursting with excitement and glee. While they were in a rather remote corner of the Alpha Universe, this was no impediment to their enthusiasm. Through advanced spatial arrays, shipments of goods were brought to the borders and then carried through the cosmic gate into the Alpha Universe. The Inverse space had been almost destroyed in the war, and the Lore Realm's people were forced to rebuild it into their home and fortress. Of course, even if it had not been ransacked, those dungeon-like caves the Inverse had lived in were not suitable for the habitation of sapient life forms. Grand Ancestors Xia Guoken, Hosu, Whist Plume, and Xia Ke stood together, watching as warships came in through the cosmic gate. Grand Ancestor, at this speed, it won't even take 3 months before we have this star region as solid as an iron slab. The various clans are paying a lot of attention to the Lore Realm's emergence from the cosmic gate, and they're very cooperative when it comes to the needed resources and manpower, Xia Ke said with a smile. Xia Guoken was now the leader of the Lore Realm, the Skywing clan's status naturally rose with him. It had already begun to handle many of the daily operations of this coalition. Xia Guoken nodded and said, a period of 3 months is too slow. What I really hope for is 1 month, no, a week to finish the construction going on in this star region. This will free me up a little sooner so that I can roam this brand new universe. The Skywings had always been very carefree people. Xia Guoken had only taken his current position because he had no choice. There was no other person in the Lore Realm besides him who could lead the numerous warriors and members of the various clans. If he had been able to do as he wanted, he would have already run off to see the sights of the Alpha Universe. Alas, this was not the time for that. As the outpost of the Lore Realm, if this star region was not settled properly, the rear would be unsafe. Hence, he would have to wait for everything to be on the right track before he took a vacation. At this moment, Hosu said, while this plan to set up a foundation in the Alpha Universe is good, it will create many problems. The Alpha Universe is organized into various societies. For example, our Aurora clan belongs to Chaos Society. When word gets out that 2 universes have been linked, it will certainly cause a massive unrest in the Alpha Universe. Those societies will either try to recruit or kill you, and it's also hard to say which they will choose. Everything has changed since then. The Alpha Universe has huge numbers of people who have reached Founder Tier, like the number of water molecules in the ocean. While you have the elite warriors of an entire universe, you're probably only as powerful as a clan. Whist Plume nodded. Master Hosu is correct. Our Aurora clan is a Tier 2 clan of Chaos Society, and we have more than 2,000 Founder-level warriors, with many of them being peak experts like Wistful Hesius. As for first-tier clans, they're even stronger than that. Whist Plume spoke very frankly. This girl did not seem like a girl at all. Ever since Xia Fei appointed her as the clan warrior's leader, she had done her duty diligently and learned many things from the Skywings. She naturally respected them, and there was clear concern in her voice. At this moment, Xia Lianing arrived with several strangers. He said in a weird tone, Grand Ancestor, we have guests. Xia Guoken was taken aback. He looked at the strangers and said, since we have guests, hurry up and invite them in. Hosu and Whist Plume both frowned, staring at the insignia on the chests of these strangers. Whist Plume even shot a glance at Xia Guoken. The visitors were one leader with 4 guards wearing shining armor, their weapons boldly shone at their waists as they wore fearless looks on their faces. "You're the leader here." The leader of the strangers spoke in a shrill voice. He was not wearing any hard armor but a rather opulent fiery leather jacket, and his eyes were narrowed into thin slits. He was constantly yawning as if he had not gotten enough sleep. "This old man is Xiaogukan. Who might you be?" Xiaogukan spoke rather politely. "Oh, I'm Witter, the representative sent to the border by the Black Angel Union Corporation. Do you know that this star region you're in belongs to our Black Angel Corporation? Do you know the rules or not, running off to our territory without even saying anything?" Witter grumbled. This man spoke very impolitely, and Xiaogukan's face turned cold, his temper starting to act up. Hosuo and Xia Fei both pulled at him, causing Xiaogukan to restrain himself for a moment. Witter laughed and looked around. His eyes paused on the completely open cosmic gate, a cunning look appearing in them. "Don't underestimate the power of our Black Angel Union. We know everything that happened here. The universal node here broke, and you're new immigrants coming from another part of space to our Alpha universe. Also, you dared to kill the natives here. Those constitute as murder, you know," Witter said languidly. With his eyes flashing, Witter took a few extra looks at Hosuo and was rather surprised. Hosuo was a peak founder, a super warrior of the Aurora clan. Though he did not have his cultivation anymore, he still had his aura, which was enough to leave Witter rather alarmed. "Forget it. The natives here were the inverse, which have caused quite a lot of trouble for the Alpha universe. Black Angel Union can ignore their deaths, but you should have reported this matter to us. Tell us, how many warriors of founder cultivation and above do you have? You don't need to tell us of any below that. In Alpha, those below founder are like ants," Witter said after a pause. Witter was a native of the Alpha universe, and he looked down on the people of the Lower Realm. In truth, the battle here had caused such a huge stir that the surrounding factions had long ago taken notice of what was going on. Black Angel Union had waited for so long to send someone because it had seen that the Lower Realm did not have too many elite warriors. Thus, it wanted to flaunt its power. Witter saw that no one was saying anything, so he rubbed his eyes and said, "Talking with you guys is so tiring. Do you not understand what I'm saying? I'll be frank with you. If you want to stay in the Alpha universe, you will have to rely on the power of our Black Angel Union. I will give you 7 days to report to us the number of warriors you have, founder cultivation and above. If needed, the Black Angel Union can call upon your warriors at any time. In addition, you have to pay tribute to us. Considering that you're new immigrants, we can let you go for an annual fee of several 100 billion pearls." While Witter was talking, he did not notice that Xiaogukan's well-angled face had already turned pitch black. Smiling, Xiaogukan said, "Good words. We're all neighbors, so we should exchange gifts, and I just so happen to have a gift for your master." Witter's eyes glinted as he thought, this Xiaogukan catches on pretty fast. Before he could reply, Xiaogukan had suddenly glared and roared, "Come! Take the heads of these people." "Yes. As you command." The Skywing warriors rushed up, cut off the heads of the guards, and pressed Witter to the ground. Witter lost all of his drowsiness, his face turning pale. You dared to kill the people of the Black Angel Union. Aren't you afraid of death?" "Afraid of death? The Skywings don't even know what that means. Take these heads back with you. Consider that as my gift." Whoosh! The Skywing wolves stuffed the bloody heads into Witter's hands and then kicked him out. As Witter fled, the Skywing warriors laughed, not at all caring that they had offended a local tyrant of the Alpha universe. "Ha! This is only the first. There are many more factions who will come after hearing the news," Hosuo shook his head and said. He did not agree with the unreasonable methods of Xiaogukan, nor did he expect this Skywing Grand Ancestor to be just as unreasonable in the Alpha universe as he was in the Lower Realm. "Let them come. I'll be waiting," Xiaogukan said uncaringly. Chapter 1162, The Fracturing of the Universe. The Lower Realm emerging from its own universe was bound not to be a simple matter. There were already too many factions of the Alpha universe keeping an eye on them. While Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan had decided to welcome the challenges from the various major factions of the Alpha universe with a tough attitude, Xia Fei was facing his dilemma in the distant Heaven's Eye mountain constellation. When that mysterious light beamed into his forehead, many scenes from ancient times appeared in his mind. Xia Fei felt like he had been transported to a battlefield from many years ago, one where fiend energy soared to the heavens. This was a great calamity impossible to describe with words. A sun-sized fireball slowly approached, threatening to destroy everything. Countless warriors fought back against this ball of flame. A beautiful young girl slightly opened her mouth, such that Xia Fei could see her clean, white teeth. 1 second later, the girl's gorgeous face turned savage, and veins bulged out of her fair forehead, upon which, she unleashed a hypersonic wave far beyond the limit of sapient life. It tore through the air like a tornado as it shot toward that giant fireball. Xia Fei frowned. This was clearly a sonic attack, extremely similar to Avril's heavenly voice. Alas, this powerful sound wave could not stop the fireball's approach. Thump! Having used all her life force, the young girl collapsed onto the ground and gradually stopped breathing. More warriors soon followed in using their lives to unleash a fierce attack. This attack, which had the most stunning power in this universe, was none other than the kind that used life force. When a warrior decided to wager their life, to turn their life into a weapon, this combat power would far surpass that of any law or soul mark. He had no idea what level these warriors were at, nor did he understand why they used their life force to unleash such tragic attacks against this weak-looking son. However, the reality was right before his eyes. These countless elite warriors were falling in 2s and 3s, no longer rising, but that fierce ball of flame was as strong as ever. Things began to get more and more interesting, and Xia Fei's lips curved into a subtle smile. This was just how his personality was. He had never cared about the lives of strangers. He only cared about those he loved and respected. Thus, in Xia Fei's view, the deaths of these warriors were irrelevant. However, his light smile soon froze, for a sword had shot out of that ball of flame. It was a black sword decorated with beautiful curved patterns and designed like a giant hook. It was as if this sword could shatter the vault of the heavens. Rumble! Wreathed in flames, the sword slashed into the surface of the planet, and then countless meteors appeared in the sky. The fireball exploded. Even though he knew that he was in an illusion, Xia Fei still could not help but cover his eyes, for the light was too dazzling, the aura too overwhelming. It was as if he were right in the middle of it. When Xia Fei put down his arm and took in the scene again. This planet, which had been full of life, was now a blackened land awash with flames, and what had appeared after the explosion of the fireball was a being that Xia Fei would never forget, a dragon. An ancient dragon. The strongest creature in the myths of the universe actually existed. The naive worshipped it. The cowardly feared it. The insane attempted to duplicate it. It was all because this was the strongest being in the universe, the peak of all ranks. The shock of this creature appearing before Xia Fei penetrated right through his skin, and he felt as though a piece of absolute zero ice had been stuffed into his body, freezing him on the spot. Xia Fei had been on large battlefields before, seen countless wicked life forms, and had participated in innumerable battles that could shake the sea of stars, but all of these memories put together could not match the shock of this singular moment. With his brows slightly furrowing, Xia Fei realized that this indescribable creature had a black armored rider on its back. He looked down on the scorched earth with eyes of blood. In the distance, something seemed to be approaching. It was so far that Xia Fei could not make out what it was. The giant dragon roared, flames soaring to the heavens as it charged down from the sea of stars. The remaining warriors saw that there was no chance of surviving and did something else shocking. Each of them gathered a ball of white light above their head, and these balls of light linked together into a spider web. Bang! The giant web ascended, closing over the dragon and its rider. Space then began to crack apart. At this moment, the universe fractured. This group of supreme warriors turned this universe from 1 into 9, and that dragon also ended up in one of these fragments. Xia Fei suddenly realized that he was witnessing the fracturing of the universe. Why was the lower realm split off from the alpha? Why did the sapient life forms of the lower realm not seem any different from the alpha? It turned out that they had originally been one. The universe had been artificially fractured so that the strongest creature of the universe would be sealed. What was even more shocking was those supreme warriors. Once the battle was over, they silently took their leave. Xia Fei's point of view followed that three-eyed warrior to the Heaven's Eye mountain constellation, where he saw that smiling warrior sit down on that broken pillar, where he stroked the head of his loyal dog. His body gradually stiffened as the flame of his life burned out. They were different warriors, but all did the same thing. Each one found their own pure land where they would die alone. None of them could escape this fate. Why? Why did they die even though they won? Xia Fei asked inwardly. It had seemed like those experts had won the battle. Though it had taken all their energy, were these experts not immortal? As Xia Fei was confused, the scene disappeared, and Oro's fair and clean face appeared in front of him. There were still many other random memories, like this thing called the origin of heaven. Oro saw Xia Fei waking up and smiled. It had been only a few minutes worth of scene, but Xia Fei felt like it had been an epoch. He fell into deep thought. Lighting a cheap cigarette, Xia Fei narrowed his eyes. He finally understood that these experts had died because they had used up their seventh brain regions. Everyone knew that the seventh brain region was a miraculous existence. This small region of the brain contained energy that could alter worlds, and in their last-ditch effort against the universal threat of the immemorial dragon, those experts had used all of their life force. Xia Fei had found that aura to be very familiar. It turned out that was produced by the seventh brain region, which contained both positive energy and negative energy. It turns out that when one completely drains their seventh brain region, even the strongest expert will die, Xia Fei muttered. What are you saying? What happened just now? Why did you suddenly faint? Oro nervously asked a string of questions. Xia Fei opened his mouth and then closed it again. He decided not to tell this matter to Oro or to anyone else. It was the ancient dragon that had caused the universe to fracture. These experts, which had ruled the universe, had no other choice except to use that poor plan. It was a shocking revelation. He could tell from the power those warriors had shown in that battle that these were all old monsters who had the power to rule, but even they had been unable to deal with that giant dragon. The current experts who ruled the universe and his own ancestor were far from reaching their level. What made Xia Fei even more concerned was the cosmic gate. That thing had been a scourge all along. It was actually lucky that the Lore Realm had linked with Alpha Universe. If it had, instead, linked with the universe where that giant dragon resided, the consequences would be unthinkable. The most wicked beast in the universe would be unleashed and bring down calamity upon them. As Xia Fei became silent in his pondering, Oro grew impatient and continued to question him. Smiling, Xia Fei raised his hand and pointed at the statue. This is truly benefiting from misfortune. I think I've obtained that person's legacy. The legacy of that Triclops? Oro asked in disbelief. It's not some monster. This guy was part of a sapient species that had once dominated the universe, but because of their strange third eye and their personalities, which shifted between good and evil, people called them the Triclopian fiend race. These people really had a personality, actually taking a liking to this name and considering it an honor, Xia Fei chuckled and said. Oro pursed his lips and muttered, that makes me think about the Skywings. Other than not having a third eye, you guys are quite alike them, all of you abnormal to the extreme. Thank you, Xia Fei replied casually, taking these words as a compliment. So what do we do now? Oro asked. Researching this legacy for a bit, naturally. You're not a spiritualist, so you can't tell, but there's a powerful will force, also known as mental energy, here, making it an excellent place for cultivation. It's not a place that one will find even if they seek it. Once this dimension is destroyed, the mental energy gathered within will disappear. Thus, there's no rush. Let's cultivate for a few days here first, Xia Fei explained. Spiritualists had different requirements from ordinary warriors. They needed areas of highly concentrated spirit energy and mental energy, and this place just happened to be the ideal cultivation ground for Xia Fei. As for Oro, he looked very sullen. He was no spiritualist, nor did he require spirit energy to cultivate. This warrior must have died with an extremely complicated mindset, which is why there's so much mental energy gathered in this place. I won't be speaking with you anymore. This guy left me something called the origin of heaven, and I need to see what it does. Xia Fei closed his eyes, leaving Oro to boredly prop up his head with his hand and yawn. Everything had an answer. The Lionheart clan's priest had not wanted to leave this place because Heaven's Eye mountain constellation had mental energy, making it an ideal place for mental energy warriors to cultivate, and this space Xia Fei was in had an absurd concentration of energy. Xia Fei had an answer, but some people were even more confused. As he started cultivating, Ulan and Fukan, who were waiting outside, grew more and more unhappy. The thunderstorm above them was changing, starting to spiral into a vortex, revealing the river of stars behind it. It was as though a gate was being opened, a cosmic gate. Do you sense it? Fukan whispered. It's spirit power, but it's mixed with something we don't understand, Ulan looked up and whispered. Chapter 1163, Legacy, The Origin of Heaven. For some reason, astonishing changes had abruptly swept over the Heaven's Eye mountain constellation. The stars were shifting and space was tearing, and the planet that Fukin and the others was on was the focal point of all these changes. I think that this was the battlefield my grandfather accidentally ended up in, Risoud said. There was a frown on his face as he looked up, his eyes fixed on the center of that vortex overhead. Are you certain? Ulan asked. Risoud nodded. I couldn't be wrong. While my Lionheart priest lineage doesn't possess a powerful mental energy, we have long-lasting mental energy. It took my grandfather's message several thousand years to get back to our clan precisely because of our mental energy not being particularly explosive. Still, it can last for a very, very long time. Right now, I can faintly sense my clan's special energy in those stars. Fukin and Ulan fell silent. They actually agreed with Risoud but still did not understand. How could this place be a battlefield? Various signs all indicated that this was a new universal fissure leading to parts unknown. The only way this region could be turned into a battlefield was if there were many warriors in this place, otherwise, it would have to be countless experts opening up spatial fissures and arriving all at the same time. However, there was no fighting within that fissure, nor any sign of anyone. It was just a mysterious fissure in the universe. Shaking his head, Ulan called Fukin over to the side and said with a frown, I feel like this thing is rather similar to something else found in historical records, but the time and place are all wrong. What are you trying to say? Fukin did not get what Ulan was hinting at. The collapsed expanse of founders. The collapsed expanse of founders, cried Fukin in shock. Yes, the records say that the collapsed expanse of founders is a fissure in the universe leading to an unknown region of space and that it opens once every several thousand years. Reach out with your senses. You'll find that these energy pulses contain very powerful spirit energy. The collapsed expanse of founders is exactly a gathering place of spirit energy. Moreover, look how this space opened up. It's very similar to what's described in the records. If we weren't in the lore realm and in the Alpha universe, instead, I would definitely identify this as another entrance to the collapsed expanse of founders, Ulan whispered. Fukin could not help but take a deep breath after hearing that. The collapsed expanse of founders was essentially a hidden dimension. There were numerous hidden dimensions in the vast universe. Some were artificial while others were natural, but there was no dimension that could match the large quantities of spirit energy in the collapsed expanse of founders. Spirit energy was the power that spiritualists relied on to survive. Energy was the foundation of everything. Without energy, there would be no life, no universe. Thus, the collapsed expanse of founders was of utmost importance to spiritualists. This was like a big feast only held once every several thousand years. Once the spiritualists went in, even if they were not particularly fortunate, the spirit energy they could store could be used in the future for a whole host of things. Alas, the collapsed expanse of founders did not just provide energy but also risks. The common people only saw one person getting famous and becoming a top-class spiritualist and choosing to forget that the collapsed expanse of founders was a place where many spiritualists were buried. Countless unfortunate warriors and spiritualists had died there. Normally, peak spiritualists like Fukin and Ulan would not take the risk of going to the collapsed expanse of founders. After all, they already had enough cultivation and connections, nor did they lack spirit energy. Even though people often obtained heaven-defying treasures in the collapsed expanse of founders and went on to accomplish great things with those, this was not as important as keeping their lives. Thus, despite someone going in this time, that was Xia Fei's problem, Fukin and Ulan had no plans on participating at all. However, this universal fissure, which had suddenly opened in the Heaven's Eye mountain constellation, was very similar to the collapsed expanse of founders. It was extremely similar, in fact. Even the two of them could not help but be confused. Glancing down at his timer, Fukin said, if this is really the collapsed expanse of founders, then it's opened a little too early. There should still be 15 more days. The collapsed expanse of founders opened and closed at fixed times. It was not time for the collapsed expanse of founders to open yet, so Fukin could not accept this theory. Ulan glanced at the distant Risoud. This Lionheart youth had a blank expression on his face as he looked up at that strange spatial fissure overhead. It seemed that he was recalling his grandfather's experiences. Do you remember what Risoud said? His grandfather inadvertently entered a battlefield full of warriors possessing powerful mental energy who were all fighting one another. How's that any different from the collapsed expanse of founders? Only that place could attract so many spiritualists, causing them to fight over spirit energy and treasures, Ulan said. Fukin was startled. He dropped his head and muttered, I still can't believe it. Why would the Alpha Universe's collapsed expanse of founders be linked to the lore realm? Did no one notice all these eons? The two talked about the matter for ages but reached no answer. Nonetheless, that mysterious spatial fissure truly was overhead, growing larger and larger. Forget it. Let's wait for news from Xia Fei. If this is really the collapsed expanse of founders, we'll know after 15 days, Fukin said softly. Rumble. Xia Fei formed a fist with his palm and thrust it into the air. This ended up unleashing a powerful spatial tremor. What's going on? You clearly hit empty air, but you actually appeared to have hit something solid. Oro exclaimed in surprise. Xia Fei had not been studying for long, but he had already emerged from the cultivation state, and his first strike left Oro stunned. What I struck wasn't air but rather an energy node, Xia Fei explained, his eyes sparkling with excitement. An energy node? What's that? Xia Fei smiled and drew back his hand. Everyone knows that energy is the foundation of everything. Positive energy, negative energy, mental energy, they are different systems, yet they all require energy. Even the framework of this dimension is made of energy. So? Oro asked, even more curious. So all energy can be destroyed. While my strike just now seemed to hit nothing but empty air, it actually struck an important node of this dimension. Simply put, energy nodes are support beams. If a support beam breaks, even the sturdiest building will collapse, Xia Fei explained excitedly. Oro thought about it for a few seconds, and then his eyes flew wide open. If you can find these energy-bearing points, you can just attack them and break this dimension without much effort at all. That's called efficiency. In other words, this is a destructive kind of power. Xia Fei laughed heartily. Correct. All things are born from energy, and the origin of heaven legacy that this person left behind isn't something meant for creation, only for destruction. Oro chimed in. If you put it with your law of primal chaos, you can subvert and then destroy. In this way, you can easily destroy any dimension. That's incredible. Xia Fei shook his head. You're too short-sighted. It's not just dimensions, it's everything. Even warriors have important energy nodes. I just need to find this node and then use the law of primal chaos to deliver a palm strike at it. Even a dragon would be crawling at my feet. Xia Fei's excitement was clear on his face, but he quickly noticed the peculiarity in his words. He had started to mention the immemorial dragon. Perhaps because of that ancient scene he had witnessed, the legendary dragon had cast a shadow over his heart. Oro naturally did not know what Xia Fei had seen and only thought that he was happy about his newly acquired power. Although Xia Fei was still unable to create dimensions like Fukin or Ulan, he could destroy them. This was quite a decent ability. Tell me. What's going on with this origin of heaven? Why were you able to discover invisible energy nodes after only one night? Oro asked. After a pause, Xia Fei replied solemnly, understanding someone else's legacy is very difficult. You've got to start from why it was created and who created it. I've only learned a bit so far, but for some reason, the way I look at the world has become a little different. How has it been different? In my eyes, the world is now covered in lines. Take this dimension as an example, it has countless lines making up its framework, and the intersections of these lines are energy nodes. The more complicated the node is, the more important it is. Even your body is the same, Xia Fei said. Oro lowered his head and looked at his tummy. He had been rather well as of late and had been in a very good mood, so his slightly bulging belly was apparent. Xia Fei chuckled. Your node is on your back, where your crotch links with your spine. If I were to punch you there, you'd be in for a tough time. Do you want to try? Xia Fei asked, his eyes shining. Oro pouted. Xia Fei wanted to use him as a test subject. He would never agree to that. What about Furball? Where's that guy's energy node? Furball has been sleeping this whole time as if he's unconcerned at all, Oro said. Xia Fei smiled. He's always been like that. He knows that I won't die, so he can sleep in peace, but Furball doesn't have any nodes. He's just a giant lump of energy. The sleeping Furball seemed to have sensed that someone was talking about him and unhappily grunted before turning over and continuing to play dead. There's also ocular cognition. I discovered that if I use the skill of the origin of heaven through ocular cognition, I can see even finer lines, like the blood vessels in a human body. In short, my understanding of energy composition is much greater than before. In my home planet, there's a theory of acupuncture points. This is a detailed study of the human body, which declares that there are certain important points on it that can lead to death if touched. Of course, for high-level warriors, the body is invincible, and only energy can exterminate energy. I'm thinking that this origin of heaven is meant to target those high-ranked warriors with far too much energy, to find their critical points and fatally wound them. Xia Fei said excitedly. Theoretically, the origin of heaven truly was a higher level of acupuncture, allowing Xia Fei's attacks to no longer be blind. Speed-type warriors usually relied on their speed to unleash a flurry of attacks that could usually catch their enemies off guard with several hundred punches coming in a split second. However, with the origin of heaven to identify energy nodes, one punch was enough to achieve the same effect. Adding to that were Xia Fei's speed, movement technique, and the law of primal chaos. The power he could unleash was simply unimaginable. Oro looked around and felt that nothing else would keep them here, so he said, "We can go back now, right? You've already gotten the most valuable thing." Xia Fei smiled and shook his head. "No, it's definitely not everything." He extended his hand and placed it on an energy node. Xia Fei's body let out a blinding halo. To be more precise, this was an energy halo. Vast amounts of energy poured out. Xia Fei was using this energy node to absorb the spirit energy stored in this dimension. 1 unit. 2 units. 10 units of spirit energy. Far too much energy was endlessly flowing into Xia Fei's 7th brain region. Pa! The sleeping furball suddenly jumped up, hugged his thigh, and gave him an adorable look as drool dripped from his mouth. This cunning little rascal! Chapter 1164, A Fleet. Spirit Energy. An insane amount of spirit energy. Xia Fei was like a vampire out of the tales, feasting upon the spirit energy in the dimension. 1 unit. 10 units. 100 units. The numbers crazily soared as the energy in Xia Fei's 7th brain region accumulated, going far past the limits of an average warrior. Xia Fei had always possessed an astonishing control over energy. In this universe where energy was the foundation of everything, energy control was particularly important. The more energy one had, the farther one would be able to go. However, this time, Xia Fei had truly obtained a little too much spirit energy, for his reserve to have actually reached 1000 units. Rumble. This dimension created by that super expert from ancient times was already unstable. Xia Fei suddenly punched, unleashing the reversal power of the law of primal chaos against the most important node of this space. "Follow me." Whoosh. Xia Fei grabbed Oro and stuffed Furball in his chest. He had only brought the holy beast with him, leaving little Goldie with Avril. While his fiancée had Xiao Yu and the Skywings protecting her, Xia Fei still did not feel easy. As the two universes were actually connected, he had to take precautions against the unknown factors in the Alpha universe. After all, this was a high-level universe where anyone might be a founder. Bang! The second punch was faster, and with this one, the space collapsed. Xia Fei then charged out with Oro. Outside, the waiting Fukin and Ulan, who had already noticed the space growing restless, waited grimly. Suddenly, a tear appeared in space, and Xia Fei jumped out, firmly landed in front of the two, that signature smile on his face. "Long time no see," joked Xia Fei, his mood rather good. "Not at all. It's only been 3 days." Fukin shook his head and sighed. It appeared that he did not like Xia Fei's not serious side that much. Ulan grabbed Xia Fei and asked hurriedly, "You? How did you get out?" "I shattered the space, which naturally let me out," Xia Fei replied carelessly. "Naturally?" Ulan was stunned. "Who do you think you are fooling? I've studied the law of space. How can destroying a dimension, which someone else made, be described as natural in any way? Normally, a dimension collapsing so fiercely will cause one to be obliterated with it." "Normally? Since when had Xia Fei ever been normal?" Xia Fei smiled and said, "Nothing in the universe is truly perfect, and space is the same. The key is finding the weak spot. I think that because I managed to find that spot, I was able to destroy the dimension and get out in one piece." Ulan opened his mouth. This was all like a fairy tale to him. While the law of space was positive energy and not as high level as dark energy, destroying space and getting out unscathed were easier said than done. Oro stood up and patted the Fukin off his body. "Don't listen to his nonsense. Within that dimension, this guy." Oro was about to go on when he saw Xia Fei giving him a signal to stop talking. They were brothers, who had known each other for a few years, and had a pretty good understanding of each other, so Oro quickly changed the subject, saying, in that dimension, he thought of an anti-space law. As all of you are aware, Xia Fei here knows the law of primal chaos. Fukin and Ulan nodded. They understood that Xia Fei knew a reversal law, and so they decided that he had been able to break out of the dimension and return because of the law of primal chaos, thinking no more of the matter. Where's Xia Guanghai, and what's with this giant tier above us? Xia Fei asked. Ulan replied, Xia Guanghai got restless and went somewhere else to look around. He should be back soon. As for this universal fissure, we think it might lead to the collapsed expanse of founders. The collapsed expanse of founders. Xia Fei raised his head in shock, his face turning grave. There's an entrance to the collapsed expanse of founders here. No. The time isn't right. There should still be 14 more days left. Ulan and Fukin helplessly shrugged. Fukin said, it's all speculation. We can't say anything for certain right now. More and more weird things were cropping up, causing Xia Fei's expression to turn serious. His mind began to spin. If this was the collapsed expanse of founders, and it could link to other universes, then this was truly awful news. What if the collapsed expanse of founders linked to that universe where the immemorial dragon was sealed? Xia Fei felt his blood run cold, and he immediately stopped thinking about it. Fukin notified Xia Guanghai, and they prepared to head back to the Silver Spectre to talk. On the way back, Oro whispered to Xia Fei, do you not trust Fukin and Ulan? Getting the origin of heaven is wonderful news, so why not tell them? Xia Fei shook his head. Trump cards are best when no one knows about them. Also, while I trust Fukin and Ulan, I don't trust them without reservation. There's only one person in the universe who deserves that. Who? Myself, replied Xia Fei coolly. Xia Guanghai got back faster than Xia Fei's group. Clearly, he had some worries on his mind but still tried to appear cheerful in front of Xia Fei. In the command deck of the Silver Spectre, after Xia Fei gave a brief summary of what he had encountered, Xia Guanghai said, I tried leaving this planet, but I discovered that not only did the spatial storm show no signs of stopping, it's even intensifying. If this continues, it'll be very difficult to leave using the Silver Spectre, not unless Xia Fei can redesign this ship's electronic components to resist severe electromagnetic storms and spatial compression. Oro was startled. You're saying that we can't leave? Why would we want to? Asked Xia Fei suddenly. Everyone turned to look at him. Only Xia Fei, Fukin, and Ulan knew that the universal fissure might lead to the collapsed expanse of founders. While Xia Guanghai and the rest were very interested in this spatial tier, they also felt that the intensifying spatial storm was threatening their safety, which was why they had put their focus on the perimeter. Since the storm on the perimeter is only getting stronger, we'll just go through that universal fissure and into that unknown space. Xia Fei stood up and said softly, looking out the window. We can consider it if there's really no better option. After all, there's no telling how long this storm will last. I just worry about the possibility of us being unable to return if we enter that dimension, Oro said. Xia Fei nodded. That's why we must first determine the nature of that space. If it's what we theorized it to be, then there'd be no need to worry, we'll definitely be able to go back. Xia Fei glanced at Ulan and Fukin. If their theory was right, and that space was truly the collapsed expanse of founders, they could just leave through the Alpha Universe entrance rather than being stuck on this planet. Fukin said, all right, I'll go and investigate the nature of that space myself. Ulan said, why does it have to be you? I'm the law of space expert here. I would have a better time going in and out of that universal fissure. Xia Guanghai and Oro were both rather confused as to what sort of nature of this space was being discussed here, but they had no objections to leaving this strange area, so they did not say anything. Xia Fei said, there's no need to argue. I'll go. I'm of the speed lineage, making me the ideal choice. You guys stay in the Silver Spectre and wait for news. Once I confirm the nature of the space, I'll immediately give you all a signal, upon which, you'll pilot the Silver Spectre into the tier. As for the electronic interference caused by the spatial tier, I have a way of dealing with it. No one objected. The storm was getting stronger, and everyone worried that it would get stronger to an uncontrollable level. The only choice would be to leave this planet. Xia Guanghai stood up and said, I'll go with you as backup. After all, you don't know if low-frequency signals can penetrate through the universal fissure. If there's some mishap, I can use my speed to deliver a message. Xia Guanghai's considerations made sense. This was an interspace transfer, and once electronic signals were rendered ineffective, there would be no way to contact the Silver Spectre, which would be terrible. Also, piloting the Silver Spectre straight in was too reckless, as Fukin and Yulan would have no way of confirming the veracity of their theory. Xia Fei found this to be reasonable, so he agreed to letting Xia Guanghai go with him. After about half a day, Xia Fei finished adjusting the Silver Spectre's electronics systems. Electronics systems had natural flaws, and not even the best engineer could design electronics systems that had total immunity to disturbances. Xia Fei settled for the next best thing, strengthening the output so that the Silver Spectre could be overloaded when absolutely necessary to resist the intense storm. This was an emergency measure, and if the overload state went on for too long, the electronics systems would start to burn out, which might cripple the ship, rendering it blind and deaf. Thus, they only had this one chance. "Ready?" asked Xia Fei, looking up at the awesome universal fissure overhead. "Ready." Xia Guanghai bent down and got ready to sprint. "All right. I'll take the front and you'll follow. We're charging right through." Whoosh! Xia Fei suddenly accelerated toward the universal fissure. Xia Guanghai was right behind him. As both of them had superspeed, they shot upward like two beams of light. Their high-rank suits of armor had the ability to travel through space, and they could traverse the air as if it were flat ground. Ocular cognition. Xia Fei activated his ocular cognition and carefully observed the energy nodes, trying to find the most effective path in. While this universal fissure was visible, it was not as easy to go into as it seemed. One must first break the seal on it. "The node is here." After a momentary pause, Xia Fei accelerated toward the node in question. He just needed one punch to open the way for him and Xia Guanghai. Bang! With one punch, a massive ripple spread outward through the universal fissure. A path to the other dimension had been opened. At the same instant, several dozen jump tunnels appeared around the universal fissure. Soon after, an entire fleet appeared at the entrance. Xia Fei was stunned. These ships had jumped to a point not far from the universal fissure. It was clear that they possessed accurate coordinates. They had jumped right past the storm. Xia Fei had inadvertently come across this entrance to the collapsed expanse of Founders, but these people had come prepared. They had known long ago that there was another entrance to the collapsed expanse of Founders here. Chapter 1165, The Assembly of Dark Spiritualists. Some things just happened to coincide perfectly, just like now. Xia Fei was about to head into the collapsed expanse of Founders when another force arrived. About a dozen or so ships of various sizes had appeared so suddenly, and it was easy to see that they had the standard form of the Alpha Universe warships. They were also equipped with rather advanced cloaking devices and overload protectors to resist the electromagnetic storm. The opened cosmic gate had made it easier to go between the two universes. The goal of these people, who had presumably worked around the defensive line of the cosmic gate and infiltrated into the lower realm, was undoubtedly the collapsed expanse of Founders. Perhaps because they had not expected to run into Xia Fei's group at Heaven's Eye Mountain, these warships froze for a moment. With his ocular cognition, Xia Fei could see the startled faces of the people in their respective command decks. Their eyes were even filled with confusion. "Silver Spectre, leave at once." After a brief second of confusion, Xia Fei shouted. Fukin and Yulan, who were both aboard the ship, broke out of their stupor and started up the Silver Spectre. By then, Xia Fei had grabbed Xia Guanghai and was shooting toward the universal fissure. Whoosh! In front of him was an endless sea of stars, but there was also a formidable spirit energy pressing down on him. "Scatter!" ordered Xia Fei loudly. He and Xia Guanghai shot off to the left and right, using their speed, which exceeded 10 million meters per second. In a flash, they had positioned themselves behind the universal fissure. Rumble! Mere moments after they had gotten their footing, laser fire pierced through the fissure. The enemy had started attacking. After all, the Alpha Universe was more advanced than the lower realm. The moment these warships started firing, they unleashed impressive firepower, brilliant beams of light sweeping through the river of stars. Xia Guanghai swallowed. These guys clearly were not nice people. If Xia Fei had not chosen the right time to dodge, the results from this barrage would have been utterly tragic. Outside the fissure, the Silver Spectre started up. As the fastest ship in the universe, possessing the greatest horsepower, when it launched, the flames from its thrusters could slice through half a planet. Whoosh! Oro piloted the ship into the universal fissure as Xia Fei had commanded, not caring at all about the dozen or so warships in front of him. The warships turned rather slowly. Now that Xia Fei was inside the fissure, these ships began to turn to deal with the Silver Spectre, but by this time, the Silver Spectre had launched and was approaching at astonishing speed. Charging right through. Right through. Oro stared as he shouted. These warships on the other side were like a shield wall, and the Silver Spectre needed to tear an opening in this shield wall to get through. Oro knew that this ship of Xia Fei's was very sturdy, but he had never piloted it before, so he was unsure what would happen if he charged at high speeds into the enemy warships. Rumble. Oro nervously closed his eyes, and the Silver Spectre shuddered. When Oro opened his eyes again, he saw that the Silver Spectre was completely unharmed, whereas an enemy cruiser was cut straight through as if it had been hacked open by an axe. Wonderful! This ship is truly divine! Oro shouted happily. Whoosh! The Silver Spectre followed Xia Fei into the universal fissure, upon which, Oro pulled hard on the brake, causing the Silver Spectre to decelerate. Let's go back! Xia Fei waved at Xia Guanghai and said. Whoosh! The two were speedsters and could move as fast as lightning. They instantly boarded the ship, and then the Silver Spectre accelerated to maximum speed, quickly escaping the range of the enemy ships. The Silver Spectre, the command deck. Xia Fei and Xia Guanghai came in from the corridor and exhaled. Well now, it seems like there's no need to inspect the nature of the space now, as we all decided to come in, Oro mumbled as he piloted the ship. Why didn't we fight with them? Do you really think we couldn't take them? Xia Guanghai asked Xia Fei. It was Xia Fei who had made the decision to retreat. While the Skywings were no fools, it was not their style to fall back without putting up a fight. What was the composition of their force that they had to take a step back? They had 4 founders, and 3 of them were spiritualists, with Fukin and Ulan being top-class spiritualists and Xia Fei being a battle maniac. Even Oro, whose cultivation level was not very high, was a master among masters when it came to the law of darkness. This small team possessed top-tier strength. Xia Guanghai did not really understand it. Why had Xia Fei immediately ordered a retreat? This also was not his style at all. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and said slowly, it's not that we couldn't fight them, but I wasn't completely sure of victory. We're all brothers here, so it wouldn't be good to sacrifice anyone. Sacrifice? Fukin asked, curious. Did you already get a measure of their strength? How's that possible? You only got a glance at them. That one glance was more than enough, Xia Fei said indifferently. Quite a few of the other side are spiritualists, dark spiritualists. Whoosh! Fukin and Ulan went pale. There were dark spiritualists on board the warships. This was a force that could go against the heavens. Spiritualists were already rare in number, and the dark spiritualists had been exiled long ago, so they should have been even smaller in number, but now, all those dark spiritualists had appeared. This was alarming news. You're sure that they were dark spiritualists? Ulan asked. Xia Fei nodded. I'm pretty sure, which is why I changed the plan. I take it that you don't want to fight against more than 100 dark spiritualists, or do you? More than 100. Fukin and Ulan were rendered speechless. They thought about Shu Yuhi and Nanshazi. They would never believe that the gathering of so many dark spiritualists had nothing to do with those two. There's no need to think. This place is definitely the collapsed expanse of founders. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and said uncaringly. You guys probably remember Shu Yuhi saying that the dark spiritualists will make their comeback with the opening of the collapsed expanse of founders and teach the Alpha Universe a harsh lesson. What we've seen today is probably the source of their confidence. He glanced at the time and said solemnly, there are still 14 days and 3 hours until the collapsed expanse of founders opens, but the dark spiritualists have arrived early. Presumably, they're going to set up some traps so that when the Alpha Universe's warriors and spiritualists enter 14 days from now, they can commence a massacre. Everyone fell silent at Xia Fei's analysis. Behind that simple retreat order had been tons of data and analysis. In that situation, if Xia Fei had hesitated even a little, it would have been an absolute disaster. After all, the enemies had more than 100 dark spiritualists and had been attending to take on the entire Alpha Universe. One had to admire Xia Fei's decisiveness. He knew when it was time to fight to the death and also when it was time to retreat. Nonetheless, Fukin and Ulan really did not understand how Xia Fei could determine the enemy's background with that glance. With his eyes twinkling, Xia Fei said, the dark spiritualists calculated everything very well, but they didn't account for us. Just like them, we also arrived at the collapsed expanse of founders early. We can't let those dark spiritualists succeed. Fukin and Yulan, both were grandmasters very concerned about the Alpha Universe, were deeply moved at Xia Fei's resolve to fight against the dark spiritualists to protect the Alpha Universe. When it came to these big questions of right and wrong, he would never show hesitation. Such heroic air. That's right. As members of the Alpha Universe, we have to do what's right when the time comes. That's what it means to be a hero. For our comrades, even death is worth it. The two spiritualists spoke passionately. Xia Fei frowned, saying in surprise, what does this have to do with the Alpha Universe? I certainly don't care about them, but those dark spiritualists are our enemies, and since they're my enemies, I can't just let them have their way. Those who want to can act like heroes, but I don't at all. Fukin and Yulan were left in an awkward spot. The Alpha Universe? The welfare of the common folks? The bearing of a hero? None of this mattered to Xia Fei. Seizing every chance to strike at his enemy was his style. No matter what, Xia Fei's enemies could not be allowed to succeed. Outside the Universal Fissure. While the Silver Spectre had blasted through that ship, none of the people on the ship had died. One of them was a dark spiritualist who had once fought a decisive battle with Fukin over the universe, Shu Yuhi. His clothes had been burned away, revealing the close-fitting armor that Shu Yuhi was wearing. Standing at the edge of the wreck, he looked out at the Universal Fissure and coldly chortled. Surprising. Truly surprising. To think we would meet again. An elder came from another ship, crossing the empty void as if it were solid ground. In just a few steps, he had arrived at Shu Yuhi's side. This man with hawkish eyes was none other than the dark spiritualists' leader, the mysterious figure known as Nan Shizi. Yuhi, do you recognize those people? Nan Shizi asked darkly. Not only do I know them, I fought with them not too long ago. There's this very interesting young man called Xia Fei with them. Right, he's also among those people guarding the cosmic gate, Shu Yuhi bowed and reported, showing extreme obedience to Nan Shizi. Oh. Nan Shizi seemed to have little interest in Xia Fei. Instead, he thought of Fukin and asked, I remember you saying that he's with the sect master of the orthodox spiritualist path. Then Fukin is also on that ship, yes. It's very possible, but Fukin is no longer the sect master of the orthodox spiritualist. Those incompetent sect brothers and disciples of his have long driven him out and chose to seek shelter with the Spiritualist Association, Shu Yuhi replied respectfully. Nan Shizi made a sinister smile and snorted. Humph, the orthodox spiritualist lineage that had always thought of themselves was the best still ended up joining the Spiritualist Association, anyway. What a pity. If they had kept their neutrality, I might have let them off. As they say, mistakes committed by the heavens are forgivable, but mistakes committed by mortals are irredeemable. Shu Yuhi replied hastily, as you say, there's nothing bad about removing the orthodox spiritualist path. After all, those guys are very strange. Among the major spirit paths, the orthodox spiritualists are the only ones incapable of reincarnating, which is also why they are the strongest and the only one who can pose a threat to us. On top of all that, this is a self-inflicted discord that led to the exile of their strongest fighter, Fukin. Things will be much easier if we strike now. Sure enough, Shu Yuhi, who hated Fukin, had taken this chance to belittle the orthodox spiritualist lineage. Nan Shizi was a man who grew sharper with age, he could clearly see Shu Yuhi's selfishness. Coldly laughing, Nan Shizi walked away while saying, relax. As I once said, as long as I live, none of those people shall live. Shu Yuhi followed Nan Shizi off the ship. Behind him was a dark figure, some sort of semi-human, ghoulish monster? Chapter 1166, The Gate of the Azayuing Tiger, The Blood Rite. The collapsed expanse of founders. The dark spiritualists' fleet had entered early, the 10-some ships lined up in a neat row. The capital ship, which looked like salmon, was significantly larger than the other warships. Standing in front of the command deck's massive window, Nan Shizi smiled as his eyes glowed with cunning. Someone has opened up the cosmic gate for us as well as the entrance to the collapsed expanse of founders. That's good. This has saved us a lot of strength, Nan Shizi smiled and said. A fervor burned in his eyes, and he seemed to be brimming with anticipation toward the collapsed expanse of founders. Next to him, Shu Yuhi, who had changed his clothes, put his hands into his pants pockets and said, Teacher, I think that this is an omen. Our plan has been going very smoothly from the very start, meaning that our success is all but guaranteed. The revival of the dark spiritualist lineage shall be upon us soon. Nan Shazi froze for a moment, and then he squinted and said, "You're right. Those idiots in the Alpha universe would never imagine that the collapsed expanse of founders is so wondrous because it's so unstable. We're not the only ones who can get in, many warriors from other universes can also enter. Those people think that the collapsed expanse of founders is some land of hidden treasures left by their ancestors. Little do they know that those high-ranking soul weapons and incredible techniques were accidentally left behind by experts from other universes. They are nothing but a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, they've never experienced the terrors beyond the Alpha universe." Nan Shazi smiled and added, "Of course, that so-called lower realm we just passed through is an exception. I'm guessing that they're the lowest tier among all universes. They think that it's something glorious to grasp law force, it's truly laughable." Shu Yuhi chimed in. "Indeed. For them to be controlled by those half-intelligent inverse, the lower realm isn't just low-level but also a place made up of a bunch of simpletons. Now that their cosmic gate is open and they've made themselves known to the Alpha universe, it won't be long before the various factions, big and small, eat them up. Those guys who only control laws have no idea how terrifying dark energy is." After a few minutes, a warrior came over and reported, "The scanning array has finished drafting a star map. Teacher, please take a look." A screen popped up, showing a map of the collapsed expanse of founders. The warships had come with a unified scanning array and comprehensive surveillance equipment. Alas, Xia Fei's Silver Spectre had destroyed a ship, so the scanning time was slower by several minutes compared to what they had initially calculated. Nan Shazi nodded and then swept his eyes over the screen. He proceeded to take out a book and jot down something, after which, he placed several copies of the message in a few sealed metal tubes. He waved his hand, and the commanding officers of the various ships appeared on screen. Nan Shazi said coldly, "Fans Hong, take your people to the marker I set. Once you arrive, open your tube and do as the instructions say. Kalodi, you are leading the second team." Nan Shazi spoke quickly, dividing the warships into 4 teams. Each one was given coordinates and a sealed tube. Once the teams arrived at their respective places, the secret messages could be opened by them so that they would be able to do as his bidding. The 4 teams quickly departed in separate directions. Nan Shazi smilingly turned to Shu Yuhi and said, "Your ship was destroyed, so come with me." Shu Yuhi nodded hastily, and the rest of the ships blasted off to the 5th coordinates. "They've split up in different directions, 5 different routes," Xia Guanghai reported as he stared at the data from the radar. Xia Fei gritted his teeth. Raising an eyebrow, he said, "They're truly fearless. They know that we're in the area and that our radar can easily pick them up, yet they still chose to move separately. It's clear that they don't think we can stop them." Fukin said grimly, "I would do the same in their position. After all, this is a force made of more than 100 spiritualists. Even if they split into 5, each group will still have 20 dark spiritualists, and these are just the spiritualists, we haven't counted those warriors serving them yet." Ulan pursed his lips and said, "I refuse to believe that 100 dark spiritualists are any big deal. Xia Fei, lend me your spare shuttle. I'll head back to Alpha and inform the Spiritualist Association. The organization definitely has enough strength to eliminate Nan Shazi's lot." Fukin frowned. He did not like the Spiritualist Association, in fact, he detested them. Still, it would not be bad if the Spiritualist Association annihilated the Dark Spiritualists, and Fukin had no reason to object. Xia Fei shook his head. "These people won't let you go and ruin their plan. If my guess is right, that entrance has already been sealed." Ulan fell silent. Xia Fei was probably right. Just because the dark spiritualists had no respect for them didn't mean that they would just let the news get out. No one would do something this stupid. "Then what do we do?" Ulan asked. Smiling, Xia Fei said, "Firstly, these dark spiritualists must be hiding some big secret if they've entered the collapsed expanse of founders early. Exterminating the elites of the Alpha universe with only 100 men is very difficult. I'm thinking that they have some kind of trump card. Besides that, we're not as weak as that Nan Shazi thinks, are we?" Everyone was startled at first and then they smiled. Fukin, Ulan, Oro, Xia Guanghai, Furbal, Wraith, and Xia Fei all had their special skills. None of them was a weakling, and if they had the opportunity, they could deal a lethal blow. 2 warships steadily advanced along their set route. Leading the warships was none other than a top-class elite of dark spiritualists, Kalodi, one of the competent subordinates under Nanshazi. Master Cha, that strange warship is following us, a frowning warrior reported. Keloti smiled and waved his hand, indicating that they should pay the pursuing Xia Fei no mind. Although his subordinates were confused, as Keloti said nothing, they could only set the matter aside. The warships anchored on a desolate planet, which looked like a cracked open walnut and of which the surface was covered in deep ravines. Keloti read out several names, having these people disembark with him while the rest stayed on the warship. Master Cha, Fukin's group isn't far from us. Being watched by someone else makes me very uncomfortable, a dark spiritualist under Keloti mumbled. That's exactly what's so incredible about the teacher's plan, Keloti said with a careless smile. Seeing that his subordinates only got confused, Keloti explained, think about it, we're so strong that Fukin couldn't possibly reveal himself, yet now that we're split up, Fukin will choose one of the teams to follow and try to attack. In this way, we can counter and exterminate. Pa! His subordinates were enlightened. It turned out that this was a plan to lure out the enemy. Even after the dark spiritualists had split up, they were still powerful. Their team was still far above the level of Fukin and Xia Fei. The Silver Spectre was very fast, as anyone could see. Trying to capture Xia Fei in the vast collapsed expanse of Founders would be extremely difficult. Thus, it would be better to split up and make him think that there was a chance to exploit. As long as Xia Fei's group attacked, they would be throwing themselves into the net. After all, the entire strength of the dark spiritualists had been brought here. This team alone had more than 100 spiritualists alone. Upon understanding this, everyone laughed. Here I thought that the teacher was having us find something, so it's just to eliminate Fukin's group. Keloti shook his head and said solemnly, it's true that we'll be eliminating Fukin, but the teacher does want us to search for something while we are at it. At this moment, a terrifying roar came from a canyon, it was so loud it made their hair stand on end. This is the collapsed expanse of Founders. Instead of calling it a paradise for spiritualists, it's actually more accurate to call it a paradise for various monsters, Keloti said. Before leaving, Nanshazi had told his main disciples about the collapsed expanse of Founders' secret, and so he was not too alarmed. All kinds of absurd things could happen in the collapsed expanse of Founders. Some warriors would evolve from soul masters to spiritualists, several spiritualists would become mortals, and others would ascend several ranks. Of course, the most frequent occurrence in the collapsed expanse of Founders was death. Every time this place opened, a baptism of blood would take place. It was said that a system existed within the collapsed expanse of Founders, which decided whether a sapient life form should evolve or die. As for the exact details, either nobody understood or nobody was willing to divulge the secrets. Thus, these dark spiritualists were full of fear for the collapsed expanse of Founders, afraid that some mishap might turn them into mortals overnight, perhaps even seal their seventh brain region. At that time, they would not have anywhere to cry. Soon after, a door appeared in front of the dark spiritualists. It was right in the wall of the canyon, brazenly standing there without any sort of cover. It was 10 meters tall and made of a bronze metal covered in green rust. The door's front side had 2 fangs resembling a jaguar's carved in it, the sharp lines capable of burying deeply into neck arteries. Everyone frowned, wondering what this place was and why Keloti had brought them here. Keloti smiled. He took out the metal tube Nanshazi had given him and glanced at the orders written. Gate of the Azayuing Tiger, blood right. Whoosh! Keloti produced a blue flame in his hand and burned the letter to cinders. He looked at the dark spiritualists behind him, thought for a few moments, and then said, Liu Bao, how long have you been with me? It's been 171 years since I entered the sect, the golden-haired Liu Bao bowed and replied. Oh, time really does fly. Come here. Liu Bao nodded, cautiously came over to Keloti's side, and lowered his head. Keloti placed a hand on Liu Bao's head and smiled. Go in peace. I'll take care of your family from here on. Liu Bao was startled, wondering what his master meant. Suddenly, his head exploded like a watermelon that had been hammered. Brain matters and blood gushed out at the same time, the vast majority of such splashing onto the bronze gate, onto those fangs. Rumble. With the completion of the blood rite, the gate of the Azayuing Tiger opened. Chapter 1167, An Incomprehensible System. The bronze gate opened slowly, and a chilling wind blew out from within. The eyes of those dark spiritualists around Keloti widened in shock. Keloti smiled. Pointing at the entrance, he said, There's no need to rush inside. It's still too early. We'll first use this bait to kill Fukin's group. What sort of entrance is this? Where does it go? The dark spiritualists asked all sorts of questions. In their minds, killing Xia Fei and Fukin was a trivial matter. What was more important was what they needed to do. Was sacrificing one of their comrades really worth opening this door? Collodi waved his hand, indicating that his subordinates should stop talking. All of you, listen up. The collapsed expanse of founders is so mysterious precisely because of all of such entrances. These entrances are linked to an absurdly abstruse system. Not just the Alpha universe, sufficient evidence shows that at least one other completely different universe is using this system. Teacher expended much effort to gather all the necessary conditions, select the entrances with the greatest possibility of success and enter them early. Everyone should now understand why we entered the collapsed expanse of founders 14 days early, taking a detour to our neighbor, the Lore Realm. Yes. Collodi's words were very simple, but they shook his subordinates to their core. Collodi added lightly, I know that you have many questions, you can ask them now while we still have time. I'll do my best to answer them, but you must understand that not even the teacher himself fully comprehends the system. After all, it's too mysterious and too powerful, far above our ability to comprehend. Where will we be sent? Someone asked immediately. Anywhere, Collodi replied. What will happen once we enter the system? Will we get a lot of treasures? With a sinister laugh, Collodi replied, anything. Over the many years, some people have become famous while others have died violent deaths, but there's been no record of a group of more than 2 people emerging victorious. I'm sure that you don't need me to tell you this, but people are inherently selfish. If there's only one treasure, yet you and I find it at the same time, I'll definitely kill you without question and take it for myself. The person who had asked the question frowned slightly but did not object. Collodi was completely right. The dark spiritualists did not share particularly strong connections with one another. None of them had even given a second glance to that junior of theirs who Collodi had killed to open the Azayuing Tiger Gate. In their minds, he had died because he was not strong enough. After a brief pause, Collodi swept his gaze across his juniors. Remember, a general's success is made on a mountain of bones. Teacher has endeavored to provide us with the best of conditions. 14 days. A whole 14 days before those idiots of Alpha. This is a huge chance. According to the teacher's research, all those people who had become strong managed to do so because of the system's rewards, but there are records that the rewards are limited. The number of people who can rise out of the collapsed expanse of founders has never surpassed 3. What I mean is a true ascendance to heaven with a single jump. I'm talking about Hanziu, Chu Xing Bang, and even that dog chairman, Big Dipper, of the Spiritualist Association. They all came out from the collapsed expanse of founders. Even more of them are those old monsters who retired from the public view ages ago. This time, our dark spiritualist lineage has all the advantages. We'll definitely take all 3 spots, and then, no one will be able to stop us. Collodi spoke passionately. It turned out that the dark spiritualists had never intended to fight the Alpha universe fairly. Just like in a race, the person who got to the finish line first would be acknowledged as the strongest. Nanshazi's goal was to have all his subordinates get to the finish line. If the collapsed expanse of founders could let a group of warriors rise up, granting them numerous benefits, then the dark spiritualists wanted to take everything. The dark spiritualists grew excited. The opportunity was right before their eyes, and all they needed to do was go in and do their best. That would be enough for them to become divine figures. Alas, they had momentarily forgotten about Xia Fei's group, that it was not just the dark spiritualists who had entered early. The same scene played out at 5 other points in the collapsed expanse of founders. Through varying methods, 5 gates were opened, and the dark spiritualists waited quietly. It would be only a few more hours until they could go inside. As Collodi had been followed by Xia Fei, his group had the responsibility of killing Xia Fei and Fukin. However, Collodi did not consider this to be a big deal. He had 20 dark spiritualists and more than 300 warriors on the 2 warships. Killing Xia Fei was something easily accomplished. The minutes continued to go by, but there was still no sign of Xia Fei. The dark spiritualists began to grow anxious. After all, only a few minutes were left until the great feast began. Everyone knew that the people who went in first would have a better chance. Moreover, Nanshazi had expended considerable effort to find these 5 entrances with the greatest hope. Nobody wanted to fall behind others. Even among fellow dark spiritualists, the competition was fierce. Fukin still isn't showing up, Someone stomped their feet and asked. Impossible. We're right here, the door is open, and there aren't many of us. There's no way that he won't be interested, Collodi shook his head and said. In truth, he was not too confident. It was very possible that Fukin had considered his chances not to be good and decided not to attack. There were still soul warriors on the warships. They were not dark spiritualists, so they did not have the right to follow Collodi in. The original plan was to send these soul masters into the system at the very last phase to see how lucky they might get. It would be great if someone among them emerged victorious, and it was fine even if they died in the process. After all, the Alpha Universe was a place where spiritualists reigned. Why don't we also call the warriors over? Collodi wondered to himself. Everyone was selfish. Those soul practitioners left on the ships had had their souls branded by Collodi to prevent betrayal, they were essentially his slaves. If one of them managed to survive, they would automatically be a powerful general under him. Sending them earlier would only benefit him. Alas, Collodi did not dare to disobey Nanshazi's orders. It would be terrible if Fukin followed their trail and also entered the system early. As Collodi mused to himself, somebody suddenly whispered, "There's not much time left, but the teacher wants us to deal with Fukin. Isn't this a little selfish?" Collodi gasped at those words. He had not been so suspicious before, but there were now only a few minutes until the system activated. If they kept waiting like this, he and his subordinates would definitely enter the system later than the other teams, which meant that they would be running an unfair race from the very start. Collodi's face darkened in anger. He roared, "Cut the nonsensical chatter. Our teacher is the most peerless individual in the universe, and it's not our place to doubt his venerable self. Plus, it's Fukin's choice to follow us. What does that have to do with teacher? Such rotten luck." Collodi cursed inwardly after rebuking his men. Several minutes later, the entrance began to emit a rainbow glow. This was a sign of the system activating. The collapsed expanse of founders had finally opened. As the dark spiritualists celebrated, a countdown appeared on the gate. 10. 9. 8. Collodi went pale, and he shouted, "Oh, no. It seems to be time restricted. Teacher must have not realized this. A gate can only be opened once, let's hurry and go in." Woo. Collodi did not even need to say anything. The moment the countdown appeared, someone had rushed in. In this day and age, who would care about their fellow disciples? "What about our brothers on the ship?" a dark-skinned and bulky man asked. His older brother was on the ship, so he cared a little more about those soul masters. "Stop thinking about it and go in." Collodi grabbed him and threw him to the entrance. Just moments after he stepped in himself, the entrance closed. In the distance, a calamitous flame soared into the sky. Xia Fei had suddenly attacked the two waiting warships. Woo. Collodi discovered that the inside was pitch black, and those people who had entered with him had all vanished without a trace. This was very strange. It had only been a few seconds, so where were they? "Master, my older brother is still on that ship," said the dark-skinned disciple, his head drooping in sorrow. Collodi lit a lantern and sighed. "It's too late. Didn't you sense it?" In that second, there was an intense spirit energy shockwave from where the ships were docked. Fukin's group must have attacked them. He looked around and said, "Rather than worrying about the people on the ship, why don't you think about where your junior brothers are?" Collodi saw that there was no reply and turned around, upon which, his face turned green. He was the only one standing at the entrance, but just a few seconds ago, his disciple had clearly been talking to him, and now he was gone. What was going on? Silence. Deathly silence. A passage stretched into the distance. There were no lights, no sound, and no telling where everything went. Collodi swallowed and strode forward. Woo. On his first step into the collapsed expanse of Founder's system, Collodi felt his feet stepping on air and then he dropped straight down. "Dealing with warships of this level is only an appetizer," Xia Fei said, patting on the sturdy exterior of the Silver Spectre and smiling. Xia Fei had not used any particularly sophisticated tactics. He had merely calculated the distance between him and the Collodi's warships and then simulated the acceleration of the Silver Spectre. He discovered that his ship traveling at top speed could take down those two enemy ships without giving them the slightest chance of counterattack. Thus, Xia Fei accelerated the Silver Spectre right into those two ships. It had worked, but Xia Fei realized to his surprise that the dark spiritualists were nowhere to be found. They did not show themselves even after their subordinates had been killed. It was truly strange. They disembarked onto the planet, hoping to find out what had happened. Where's Oro? Xia Fei turned and glanced at the group behind. His stomach doesn't feel good, so he ran off into those shrubs to our left, Xia Guanghai said, a naughty smile on his face. Xia Fei shrugged. He did not even need to ask, so he could know that this was Xia Guanghai's doing. For some reason, he could not get along with Oro, and the two were constantly playing tricks on each other. No. Go and check. Oro's energy signature has disappeared. Xia Fei's smile froze on his lips, and then he spoke grimly. Chapter 1168, The Lonely Xia Fei. No. Go and check. Oro's energy signature is gone. Xia Fei's smile froze on his lips as he sternly spoke. Whoosh! Everyone was startled, and then everyone rushed out, not caring if something had actually happened to Oro or if he had not had time to pick up his pants yet. The grass rose up to their waists, lush and dense, but there was no sign of Oro. He's gone. He's gone. What happened to him? Everyone looked around, helpless looks on their faces. None of them could fathom what had happened. Xia Fei and the others analyzed the footprints and odor until they reached a clearing in the center of the grass, their faces very dark. Oro was last here, Xia Fei said solemnly. And after that? Ulan and Fukan asked in unison, their brows furrowed. There is no end. The footprints stop here. It's as if Oro simply vanished. Xia Fei shook his head. Did that guy learn how to make an excuse for a pee break just to run away? Xia Guanghai made an untimely joke. Xia Fei, Fukan, and Ulan shot him with sharp looks at once. No matter what, Oro was their comrade in arms, and it was not right for Xia Guanghai to still be thinking about his petty quarrels with Oro at a time like this. Shrugging, Xia Guanghai said awkwardly, then I'll go and look around. You guys stay here and look for him. Radix's inexplicable disappearance is bad enough, we can't add Oro to that. Really, what's going on here? Xia Guanghai slapped his head in frustration. This was really touching a sore spot. While Xia Fei had not said anything, he was still very saddened by Radix's disappearance, yet Xia Guanghai had brought up the matter again. If even Oro had truly disappeared, Xia Fei would probably go crazy. These were old brothers who had been with him for many years, and he had a deep affection for them. Something's really weird today, Xia Guanghai muttered as he accelerated away to look around the area. How can someone just disappear? Ulan muttered, one hand stroking a precious plant kept in his sleeve. Xia Fei looked around and whispered, he's really disappeared. As Oro was worried about them, he secretly left me with his seal. He's able to call to me even from a long distance, but he didn't do such a thing. In other words, either Oro isn't in this region of space or there's something blocking the signal, preventing him from asking for help from me. Oro's long-distance cry for help is extremely powerful, and their Lionheart royal clan has a special law of darkness skill. Only an incredibly powerful screen or death will be able to stop him from doing so. Fukan and Ulan frowned at this. Remember, this is the collapsed expanse of Founders, a place where anything can happen at any time. I think that Oro's sudden disappearance is no accident, and it may not be an isolated incident. Xia Fei nodded. He had already mentally prepared himself for the consequences of entering the mysterious collapsed expanse of Founders. However, the consequences had come too quickly and without the slightest warning. In the blink of an eye, Oro had disappeared. This was definitely not a good omen. Be it Xia Fei, Fukan, or Ulan, they all possessed incredibly powerful senses. If they said Oro was gone, then he was gone, and there was actually no need to check. Even so, they searched the area for 2 whole hours until all of them had thoroughly lost hope. Forget about it. We have to be forward-looking. Oro is no ordinary person. That guy was imprisoned in the Eternal Ice Plains for 10,000 years and still didn't die, and he was still getting by just fine even after I turned him into a human. This time should be no exception, Xia Fei said with a smile. Fukan did not know what to say to that, and all he could do was pat Xia Fei on the shoulder. Everyone could tell that Xia Fei was just saying this for their sake. After all, this was the collapsed expanse of Founders, where they had to keep up their confidence at all times. The three went up to the Azayuing Tiger Gate, the same one at which the dark spiritualists had disappeared. Strangely, while there had been a door here once, when Xia Fei's group arrived, they found only a smooth wall, with no trace of any door. The life signs radar clearly indicated that the dark spiritualists had disappeared in this area, Xia Fei said, kicking at the corpse on the ground. They were fighting with one another. Ulan said, staring at the corpse. Xia Fei shook his head. This person was ambushed. An experienced warrior would never expose the back of his head to an enemy, yet this man was attacked from the back by spirit energy, obliterating his brain and killing him. Someone must have struck him by surprise while he wasn't paying attention. Ulan sighed. Killing him while he wasn't paying attention? When did the dark spiritualists become so ununited, killing their own and disappearing? The collapsed expanse of founders is getting weirder and weirder. Fukin remarked suddenly, the dark spiritualists disappeared, and so did Oro. Could it all be the same thing? Maybe they're all together right now. That is one possibility. Oro is only a level 1 law god and is still far from unlocking his soul mark. If he's attacked by those dark spiritualists, then he should be in a bad spot. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and took a deep drag from it. All fell silent. A bizarre collapsed expanse of founders and a bizarre missing person case. No one said anything, but they felt like they had knives pressed on their backs. Oftentimes, the scariest thing in the universe was not the most powerful enemy but rather the unseen one, the one in the shadows, the one who could be anywhere. A cold wind blew, causing Fukin to shiver. The oppressive atmosphere grew even more oppressive. Right. Why hasn't Xia Guanghai been back? With his speed, he should have finished scouting the whole planet by now, Ulan commented casually. Whoosh! Xia Fei and Fukin both took a sharp breath of cold air. Yes, they were so focused on Oro that they had not noticed how Xia Guanghai had also gone missing. Alpha was a universe full of dark energy, which was led by spiritualists. On this day, countless warships of varying sizes lined up in space, quiet and solemn. The warriors and spiritualists aboard these ships all had grim faces, an indescribable passion in their eyes. All of these warships belonged to the Alpha universe's various factions and clans. In terms of grudges, these people held many grievances against one another, but for some reason, everything was calm and peaceful at this moment. Nobody cared about the enemies next to them, gazing only at the dazzling sea of stars. There were even more spaceships at a more distant location, but these were not fully equipped warships. Most of them were civilian ships all crammed together. There were many people in this fleet, but they mostly consisted of the old, the young, the women, and the infirm, their eyes misting over as they looked at the first fleet. All of this was happening because of the collapsed expanse of founders, for today was the day that this mysterious place opened and they had to bid their loved ones goodbye. The collapsed expanse of founders will open in a few more minutes, an old man said, his face glowing as he held his hands behind his back. The old man appeared to be very excited, yet the old woman next to him was constantly wiping her tears away. For fear of her husband hearing her, she had to suppress her sobs. Turning his head, the old man rebuked, "Humph! Inexperienced old woman, what are you crying about? It's the clan's great fortune that our son, Old Seventh, was chosen to be sent into the collapsed expanse of founders. The day we bring glory and honor to our ancestors is today." Alpha was a universe of the strong, and martial strength was often used to decide things. Ordinary people, even those businessmen as rich as countries, were not respected in such society. In the Alpha universe, being a warrior was what represented glory. Thus, ordinary people saw members of their clan being sent into the collapsed expanse of founders as an honor. If they could come out alive, the clan would prosper. Of course, spiritualists were stronger and even more revered. Alas, spiritualists were too few in number, and ordinary people could never hope that their clan would be able to produce even one. This old couple's son was extremely talented and had risen high up in a major clan. He had been added into the team that would venture into the collapsed expanse of founders, and so these two had taken a commercial vessel here to send off their child. This was good business in the Alpha universe, with every person clamoring to pay a fee of at least 3,000 pearls just so they could get a seat to witness the magnificent sight of the collapsed expanse of founders opening. Besides those seeing off their loved ones, there were many people who came specifically to witness the spectacle. Such things had been going on for eons. The old lady wiped away her tears and grumbled, "You're truly a heartless father. Everyone knows that the chances of survival in the collapsed expanse of founders are slim, with only 1 out of 100 living at most. Our seventh is my lifeline. If something were to happen to him, I'd never let you rest." Soft-hearted old woman. The old man snorted and turned away. In truth, he was also worried. After all, Only a few could bask in the glory of the collapsed expanse of founders, with everyone else basically dying. This was a gamble. In a month, when the collapsed expanse of founders closed, the people who survived would naturally be the center of attention, the various factions trying their best to recruit them. However, this would also be accompanied by an ocean of tears, for success was reserved for a select few. The vast majority of people would be leaving in mourning. As the saying went, a general's success was made on a mountain of bones. Suddenly, a white point of light appeared in front of the fleet, growing brighter and brighter, stronger and stronger. Whoosh! A massive tear opened up in space, enough to let several hundred ships through at the same time. The sea of stars on the other side disappeared, replaced by the collapsed expanse of founders. The legendary region of space where death and opportunity coexisted. Wow! The mouths of countless people dropped, their eyes widening in disbelief. Awoo! A command ship blared with the siren of farewell, and countless warships surged into the collapsed expanse of founders. Behind them, the weeping of their loved ones grew louder and louder. It had been 14 days. Xia Fei stood alone on a mountain summit, his eyes bloodshot. Beneath his feet was a dreamy sea of clouds. A nightmarish 14 days. Xia Fei had never imagined that he would be the only one left after 14 days. Xia Guanghai, Oro, Fukan, Ulan, and even that Lionheart youth Risod, who had nothing to do with the matter, had all disappeared. They were all gone. Xia Fei was the only one left. At this moment, the entrance between Alpha and the collapsed expanse of founders opened. Countless warriors, spiritualists, adventurers, and opportunists raced one another to rush into this collapsed expanse of founders, which was solely occupied by Xia Fei. Chapter 1169, The Strange Collapsed Expanse of Founders, The Six Treasures Gathered. The collapsed expanse of founders. Countless warships swiftly began to split off in different directions upon entering, afraid of falling behind. A well-equipped cruiser in the fleet traveled at a neither fast nor slow pace. Everyone tactfully kept their distance, for the word night was written on the ship, which was a clear danger signal. In the Alpha universe, there was only one clan with the Night surname, and that was the Venus of Eternal Night. On this subject, the Night clan's people were more inconspicuous compared to the other proud major clans, but they were very stubborn people, and some of them simply refused to be on the losing side. Ordinary clans could not afford to offend the Night clan, so they kept their distance. If people were to learn what sort of force the Night clan had dispatched this time, they would probably keep even more distance. The collapsed expanse of founders was a very dangerous place, and the treasured direct line of descendants was rarely sent inside, but this time, the one in control of the Night clan's worship was none other than the famous Anzu Knight. In Xia Fei's eyes, Xia Knight was a little girl who did not understand anything. This Anzu Knight was none other than her older brother but was only 3 years older than Xia. In the command deck, Anzu Knight smiled softly. He had a very fair and clean appearance, so it was no surprise that he had a rather feminine name. Even more incredible was that Xia Knight was next to him. The two adored babies of the Night clan's venerable master had both come to the perilous collapsed expanse of founders. If someone were to see this, they would definitely think that that stubborn donkey, Cloud Knight, had gone crazy. Xia was Cloud Knight's most beloved granddaughter, while Anzu was the hope of the Night clan, the genius who would inherit the clan in the future. He was not just a genius but rather a genius among geniuses. At the age of 14, he had learned the supreme soul art, the Azure Nebula Waterfall, of the Night clan. Anzu was an unprecedented genius of their clan. He was only 19 this year, but he was already famous throughout the Alpha universe. How could Patriarch Cloud risk such a precious grandson in the collapsed expanse of founders? This was far too risky. Smiling, Anzu Knight pointed at the rushing warships. Those people are truly pitiful. They know that it's the path to death, but they still heedlessly run forward regardless. In the end, it will all be in vain. This is the fate of small clans, those without strength. Wherever they go, they can only be bullied around. Xia Knight frowned. Her older brother was good at everything and treated her very well, but he always had this sense of superiority. Alas, there was nothing to be done about that, for he had grown up revered and respected. Xia sighed. She was thinking about Xia Fei again. He was also a very formidable young man, but his style was completely different from Anzu's. The latter grew up in a major clan and had always lived in the lap of luxury, whereas the former was a strange one who had killed his way out of the streets. He exuded a bandit-like aura, was insufferably difficult to deal with, and unreasonably stubborn. However, for some reason, Xia Knight found Xia Fei to be more interesting. Alas, he had no interest in her whatsoever. She would grow sullen whenever she thought of how Xia Fei had just left her in that secluded canyon. In this day and age, very few people would dare to abandon the Night Clan's young miss. In fact, numerous scions would stand in line just to meet her, but Xia cared not a bit for any of them. The only people she had an eye for were 7th young master Xiao and Xia Fei. Alas, both of them turned out to be eccentrics, refusing to see her. 7th young master Xiao was one thing, but Xia Fei was even more vicious, straight up abandoning her. There's no need to rush. We'll just slowly make our own way through. Watching these people run to their deaths has its pleasure, Anzu Knight said carelessly. At this moment, another warship approached. It showed no fear and was clearly showing off. This ship was also a cruiser, but it was even more well equipped than the Night Clan's ship. On the ship was written the word Chu. Anzu Knight gnashed his teeth and glared. Chu Yang. It must be Chu Yang. Check that right now. Did Heavenly Might send Chu Yang or not? Anzu was so enraged that he had even lost his composure. This Chu Yang, whom Anzu Knight spoke of, was the son of one of the leading luminaries of the Alpha universe, Chu Xingbang. Chu Xingbang had emerged from the collapsed expanse of founders and had ascended to the top in a single night, establishing the Heavenly Might Spirit School. Normally, schools were places to educate people, and no matter how famous they might be, they could not compare to those powerful clans that had stood for ages, but Chu Xingbang's Heavenly Might Spirit School had managed to do just that. Not only that, it managed to outcompete countless top-class clans, too, for this school was the only place besides the Spiritualist Association to have produced spiritualists. One of Anzu's subordinates inquired, "Young master, Heavenly Might couldn't have possibly sent Chu Yang. After all, he's Chu Xingbang's son. There's no such thing as impossible." Anzu Knight refuted firmly. "Chu Yang and I have never gotten along. It must be him. If Chu Yang's not on that ship, those people of Heavenly Might would never dare to act so rashly, directly challenging our Night Clan." Anzu Knight had a reason for his dislike of Chu Yang. The scions of the great clans were very bored people and came up with many ways to amuse themselves. One of these was a ranking of scions, where those young masters were ranked in terms of potential and strength. Of course, such a ranking was exclusive to these great clans. Someone with Xia Fei's background would never be able to squeeze his way in regardless of his prowess. This ranking contained Anzu Knight's name, and he was ranked 6. Right above him was none other than Chu Yang, the young man with a legendary father. Because of their astounding strength, the top 6 ranking was known as the 6 Celestial Treasures, as in the 6 most formidable treasured scions. Alas, there were now only 5 of the 6 Celestial Treasures left, for 7th young Master Xiao had inexplicably vanished. This story was the talk of their circle. What no one knew was that his disappearance had a connection to the dark spiritualists and Xia Fei. Chu Yang liked playing practical pranks, and he relied on his background and high cultivation to frequently bully Anzu Knight. Thus, this young master of the Night Clan considered that man a thorn in his side, but this only made Chu Yang intensify his bullying, causing Anzu to hate him even more, and the more Anzu hated him, the more Chu Yang bullied the other. Thus, when this Heavenly Night warship challenged the Night Clan warship, Anzu's mind immediately went to Chu Yang. Xia Knight pursed her lips and said, "Big brother, you might be wrong. While Chu Yang isn't a spiritualist like his father, he is a top-class soul master. He might not risk venturing into the collapsed expanse of founders." Anzu chuckled coldly while shaking his head. The 19 provinces of Stormcloud hold the secrets of the collapsed expanse of founders. That's why they're so strong. We also know a little more now, and wasn't that why grandfather had sent the 2 of us this time? There's definitely a possibility of Chu Xingbang sending Chu Yang to the collapsed expanse of founders. You should understand that the next opening of the collapsed expanse of founders will be several thousand years from now. Xia Knight said nothing, but the subordinates began to chatter. For our young master to come to the collapsed expanse of founders is shocking enough, but even young Master Chu is here? That's truly absurd. I know, right? Who could have expected all the top-class individuals of the universe to be making their way here? Isn't this known as a wicked place, where countless warriors die every time it opens? As they talked, a shocked voice cried, "Chu Yang! It really is Chu Yang! He's signaling us!" Anzu Knight was startled and hastily ran over to the communications console. He found that Chu Yang had sent over a picture of his face with a bizarre smile on it and a few words, "Worthy little brother, I trust you've been well." Zing! Anzu Knight's face instantly turned green from anger. Clenching his fists, he growled, "It really is that Chu Yang. Ask him why he's come to the collapsed expanse of Founders." It was not long before Chu Yang sent a message back. "I'm not the only one. Shui Shengsheng, Feng Jianting, Tianjing and Ning Mei have also come." Anzu Knight was startled, but next to him, Xia Knight blurted out, "Awesome! Shui Shengsheng, Feng Jianting, Tianjing, Chu Yang, and with you, all 6 of the celestial treasures have gathered in the collapsed expanse of Founders. This is too exciting." As the saying went, destiny would make enemies meet. Nobody could have expected that the 6 celestial treasures, the strongest scions of the Alpha universe, would all come to the dangerous collapsed expanse of Founders. Anzu Knight shook his head. "You're wrong. Xiao didn't come." Xia Knight fiddled with her fingers and fell silent. 7th young master Xiao was dead. This was a secret that only she and Xia Fei knew. Xia Knight had kept it buried this whole time, telling no one. Humph! With a cold harumph, Anzu placed his hands behind his back and looked outside the window at the distant Chu Yang's warship. He muttered, Chu Yang, things have changed. Don't think that only your 19 provinces of Stormcloud know what's in the collapsed expanse of Founders. Our Night Clan has also come prepared." The strange properties of the collapsed expanse of Founders soon began to reveal themselves. People quickly realized that their brothers and friends were going missing one after another, as if some invisible monster was devouring them. A terrifying mood began to spread throughout the masses, but this could not stop the calamity. People continued to go missing starting from when they entered the collapsed expanse of Founders. People also noticed that there was a group that did not participate with everyone else in the treasure hunting. They acted like tourists and were in no rush. They did not even disembark from their ships, quietly sipping tea in their rooms. This was the case for Anzu Knight and Chu Yang. Their warships were all proceeding to the same coordinates, not even glancing at any of the other planets. Unlike the others, they were in no rush to go exploring. On that silent planet, Xia Fei stuffed his hands in his pockets and walked around, his eyes sharp and bloodshot like those of a madman. Furball, who quietly nestled in Xia Fei's embrace, would occasionally sigh. He was very smart, he knew that his master was in an awful mood and was not to be provoked at this time. Several warships had already arrived on the planet, and large numbers of warriors appeared in front of Xia Fei. "Hey, young chap! You got here early, have you found anything useful?" A dark-faced man blocked Xia Fei's way and shouted this. Rumble! Xia Fei said nothing and directly punched that man, obliterating him, before glaring at the others around him. "Forget about him. He's crazy," someone whispered, causing everyone to run off. "Hey! Where'd you go? You were just here. How did you just disappear like that?" The same thing was happening every second. Xia Fei gradually began to understand that there existed many mysterious holes in the collapsed expanse of Founders which sucked people. He even saw a warrior disappear right in front of his eyes. Many doors also existed here, and as long as the proper method was used, these doors would open, but they would quickly close again and not open or reappear thereafter. Oro, Fukan, Ulan, and Xiaoguanghai had undoubtedly all been sucked into some of these holes. In the distance, a door opened. A group of warriors stared at it in wide-eyed shock, not daring to enter, but an inconceivable power sucked in these warriors, not even giving them time to shout. Whoosh! Xia Fei's eyes flashed, and he accelerated toward that door. Others did not dare to enter the unknown, but he desperately wanted to go in, for it was only in there that he might encounter his lost brothers. Bang! Xia Fei had just reached the entrance when a powerful force suddenly repelled him, bouncing him away. Standing up, Xia Fei patted the dust off his body and lit a cigarette, his expression grave. It was bizarre. This was not even the first time this had happened. Everyone else did not want to go in and was pulled in by some mysterious powerful force, whereas Xia Fei could not get in even though he wanted to. Chapter 1170, A Meeting of Immemorial Mystical Armaments. 7 days went by in the blink of an eye. Plush! The white dragon's screech let out a howl, and in a silver flash of light, it cleaved a warrior in half, sending blood and gore flying out. Xia Fei put away his saber, his expression callous. He could no longer keep track of how many people he had killed. He just felt that these people were annoying, and so he killed them at the slightest displeasure. Kill, kill, kill. Killing anyone who made him unhappy, anyone who spoke a little too much, and anyone who had a good soul weapon. Reason? Xia Fei was the most unreasonable guy in the universe, especially when he was in a bad mood. Alas, no matter how many people he killed, it would not make him find any trace of Oro or Fukin. Xia Fei still could not get into those strange doors. Those black holes had devoured countless warriors, but they refused to devour Xia Fei. The more this happened, the worse Xia Fei's mood got, and as time passed while Xia Fei killed everyone, the planet became deserted, and he was once more left alone. Putting away the white dragon's screech, Xia Fei looked at a sparse little forest in the distance. Come out! I know you're there! As he spoke, a delighted little face appeared in the forest. Making a face at Xia Fei, Xia Knight smiled and said, everyone was saying that a madman had appeared here, but it turned out to be you. Xia Fei did not answer, instead asking, why did that person with you leave? Xia frowned and said unhappily, what are you thinking? That's my big brother. You killed all our Night Clan's people, so someone asked my big brother to take revenge, but when I saw that it's you, I had my brother leave. Do you want to fight with my big brother? While you're very formidable, you may not be his match. Xia Knight appeared to be very proud when talking about her big brother. The Night Clan was very powerful, and it had numerous vassal clans under it. There happened to be some Night Clan people in those whom Xia Fei had killed over the last 7 days, so the matter had been reported to their master. Anzu and Xia, these two siblings, had come over to take revenge, but when she saw that it was Xia Fei, Xia was both delighted and surprised. You can only know who is stronger once you fight with them, Xia Fei said coolly. He ignored Xia Knight and walked into the distance. On the way here, Xia had been feeling angry at Xia Fei for abandoning her, but when she saw him, she immediately could not help but follow him, even if he was planning to ignore her. Looking at how glum you appear, do you hate me that much? I haven't even blamed you for abandoning me in the Outer Star region last time. Xia chattered. Xia Fei's face was truly a little ugly, and the killing intent he radiated left this lady rather uncomfortable. Xia Fei stopped and glanced at Xia Knight. 1. I'm in a very bad mood right now because my friends have all disappeared. 2. You're very annoying, and I truly am starting to hate you a little. Xia Fei was no kind-hearted protector of the other sex. He was in a bad mood, so he naturally treated Xia Knight rather gruffly. Xia pouted and almost broke into tears. I'm not targeting you specifically. Xia Fei turned his head and kept walking. This place is truly bizarre. It's best if you leave quickly. Your old man must have one crazy to have sent you to a place like this. Xia Knight gritted her teeth and followed Xia Fei. Raising her willowy eyebrows, she asked, are you making me leave because you care about me? Whatever you'd like to think, Xia Fei replied without thinking. As he spoke, he could not help but turn to glance at Xia Knight. Xia Guanghai and Oro had all inexplicably vanished, and Xia Fei was a little worried that this lady would also vanish in the blink of an eye. It was not a particularly rushed turn of the head, but Xia seized upon it. She had a very pure heart, so she felt that this action confirmed her judgment. She felt that while Xia Fei was a little harsh when he spoke, he actually did understand how to be tender to the other sex. Whoosh! Xia Knight grabbed Xia Fei's sleeve and whispered, I'll tell you all of it. In actuality, the collapsed expanse of Founders has many doors and many vortices, but being sucked in right now isn't actually the best time. Only the 14 days before the collapsed expanse of Founders opens and the 14th days after it does are the ideal times. Your friends must have not been lucky to have been drawn into the God-Demon system so early. Xia Fei was startled. What did you say? What system? The God-Demon system, Xia said solemnly. Why do you think grandfather sent me here? It's because, this time, our Night Clan received accurate intel. This system isn't without a flaw. As long as one picks the right time and place, they can get around the most difficult barriers, giving them a big chance to escape from the collapsed expanse of Founders in one piece, even coming out with supreme treasure beyond imagination. It's best if you get back to your warship rather than walking around on the surface. It would be just awful if you got sucked into a vortex. Xia Knight had told Xia Fei the secret of the Night Clan without a thought. It appeared to be no lie that girls were extroverted. Xia Fei's mind worked extremely fast, and he instantly made several important conclusions. 1. Getting sucked into a vortex was not a bad thing, only a spatial transfer. The people who came here wanted to enter the system. Those people who could not find an entrance were the actual unlucky ones. 2. Xia Guanghai, Oro, and the others had gone missing 14 days before the collapsed expanse of Founders opened. According to Xia, that was actually the best time, and they had a very high chance of passing through the system. 3. The dark spiritualists had entered the system early because they had a deep understanding of this place, and their threat to overthrow the Alpha universe had been no bluff. The dark spiritualists were extremely confident. He once more glanced at Xia Knight. This girl was too simple-minded, and there was no way a lie from her would be able to escape his gaze. Xia Fei was suddenly greatly soothed. His brothers might not have been in as dire straits as he initially imagined. On the contrary, they might be experiencing the greatest opportunity of their lifetime. Thank you. You said this because you trust me. I promise you that I won't tell anyone else, Xia Fei said solemnly. Xia Knight's face reddened, and she hastily said, I know that your words can be trusted, but this isn't the time to talk. It's very lucky that you haven't been sucked into a vortex yet, so hurry back to your ship. Come out again in another 7 days. Remember, 7 days. Then you don't need to worry about me. Before leaving, my brother and I drank a potion that could prevent us from being observed by the system or taken away for a while. Xia Fei nodded with a bitter smile. I accept your kind intentions. Farewell for now. Xia Knight's explanation was very simple, but Xia Fei's analysis told him that the problem was not a simple matter of time. Everyone else was accepted by the system, and Xia needed to use an anti-scanning potion to prevent herself from entering early, but he had been rejected by the system from the very start. Thus, while her method worked for ordinary people, it was useless to him. Am I different from other people? Xia Fei shook his head and muttered. Xia Fei was much more relieved after learning about the God-Demon system. In his view, this was also acceptable for Oro and the others. Xia Fei had always believed in price theory, and since they ran off into the God-Demon system, they had had a chance of growing famous in a single night, which was clearly an excellent opportunity. Although he had not spent a long time in the Alpha universe, Xia Fei had still made some time to research the collapsed expanse of Founders. The opening of this space would always cause great turmoil in the universe. Take Spiritualist Association Master Big Dipper as an example. He was once a very mediocre spiritualist who had just been getting by in the Spiritualist Association. His abilities were such that only non-spiritualists cared about him. Those in the spiritualist circle felt that Big Dipper had no potential at all. This was precisely why the unwilling Big Dipper had joined other obscure spiritualists and had run off together to the collapsed expanse of Founders. In a flash, he had become a top-class spiritualist. It was not even a month when Big Dipper had gone in as a level 1 spiritualist, yet when he came out, he was already a level 7 spiritualist, and then he used 30 more years to reach level 9, solidifying his status as a great master. Xia Fei had spent a lot of time looking through such information during his time at the Spiritualist Association, and there were many examples of this. It seemed that only those without potential and sought the highest status would enter the collapsed expanse of Founders, and those people with astonishing talent would rarely choose to enter the collapsed expanse of Founders. Even if they did enter, he had not found any examples of them getting stronger. Nobody knew what would happen in the future, but in any case, Oro and the others were not dead and had even obtained a chance. At least they had not gone missing without a reason. Whether they succeeded or not would depend on their luck. Alas, Fukin and Ulan were both top-class spiritualists, so they probably would not have much of a chance to improve themselves. Xia Fei walked back to his ship as he pondered. It was proven that everyone except for him had gotten an opportunity to enter the God-Demon system, so he planned to head back to cultivate for a few days. He would wait for the 14th day that Xia Knight spoke of before coming out to test his luck again. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei curiously looked into the distance. Someone was standing where the Silver Spectre had been docked, their white clothes elegantly drifting in the wind. It seemed that this person was waiting for Xia Fei. There's an 80% chance that he's come for revenge, Xia Fei thought to himself. After killing so many people, he was used to other people coming to get revenge. Alas, none of them had been a match to Xia Fei so far. At a distance of less than a kilometer, Xia Fei suddenly felt a shudder from his right arm. Immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue had suddenly gone crazy. It crazily wanted to rush forward. Peacock Blue was not the cunning furball, and it did not know how to speak or act cute. It would do whatever Xia Fei asked it to, but this time, Peacock Blue was not obeying Xia Fei at all. It would attack that person standing in the distance even if it had to drag its master. Xia Fei was stunned. He realized that that person was in the same situation. It was Xia Fei's right arm and also that guy's right arm. They were both unnaturally raised in the air, and the air groaned with thunder. An immemorial mystical armament. Xia Fei stopped repressing peacock blue, letting it grow crazily, its blue blades of grass beginning to extend to their maximum distance. It was like a massive beast that was protecting Xia Fei for fear of him getting hurt. At the same time, Xia Fei used his left hand to pull out White Dragon's screech, and his body exploded with murderous energy. There was no need to hide anything, and Xia Fei showed a willingness to fight to the death from the very beginning. This was because Xia Fei clearly remembered what Aquamarine had said. When any of the 5 immemorial mystical armaments met, one side had to die. This was destiny. Moreover, he remembered Aquamarine saying that the plant type was the only non-combat immemorial mystical armament, the one weakest in battle. Chapter 1171, Shui Sheng Sheng. Xia Fei's speed was the speed of light. The moment he realized that the other person was controlling another immemorial mystical armament, he shot forward at maximum horsepower. Rumble. Peacock blue grew crazily while Xia Fei pulled out the White Dragon's screech, his eyes erupting with light and his body radiating a fearsome and murderous energy. The person on the other side clearly had not expected Xia Fei to have such an intense reaction. It must be understood that there was an entire kilometer between the two, but it appeared that Xia Fei planned to keep chasing until one of them was dead. Shui Sheng Sheng frowned. He had been quite confused as to why the nature-type immemorial mystical armament, which he had inadvertently obtained, had led him up to this strange ship. When he saw Xia Fei approaching from a distance, he had planned to ask about what was going on, but Xia Fei did not even give him the chance, shooting toward him like a cannonball. It was clear that Xia Fei had a sense of vigilance ordinary people simply could not understand. When he saw a possible enemy, he would immediately prepare for the worst scenario. He was like a lone wolf, not permitting any enemy to threaten him. Any danger had to be nipped while it was still a bud. Rumble. Before Shui Sheng Sheng even had time to think, the battle had begun. Xia Fei jumped off the ground and accelerated in a curved line, instantly braking 10 million meters per second and shooting over like a beam of light. After a moment of shock, Shui Sheng Sheng responded, but rather than defending, he chose to attack. It must be understood that Xia Fei was of the speed type, and there was probably no other kind of warrior in the universe who could match the vicious attacks of the speed type. Countering offense with offense was normally a decent tactic, but in front of any speed type, it was a disastrous choice. It was like using one's disadvantage to compete with Xia Fei's advantage. Whoosh! Shui Shenshen's right arm opened up, and a giant ice spike 1 kilometer long emerged from his back and thrust at Peacock Blue like a spear. Boom! Shatter! The ice spike shattered while Peacock Blue was broken into bits. In this clash of the plant-type and water-type mystical armaments, they seemed to be evenly matched, breaking each other and unable to withstand the full strength of their counterpart. At this moment, Shui Shenshen's ice spike went through an unexpected transformation. The fallen fragments of ice were not completely destroyed, instead rushing forward like a bunch of frightening spiders. Transformation was the terrifying aspect of water. It was all present and all capable. Water could seep into even the smallest of cracks. In a flash, Peacock Blue was engulfed in ice. Those fragments of ice had frozen rock solid the several kilometer-long Peacock Blue. It was like a tree in the middle of winter, its jade-green body lost completely in the ice and snow. Aquamarine had been completely right. Peacock Blue represented healing, and while this was a good ability, in battle, any other immemorial mystical armament was stronger than the plant type. The clash between the two mystical armaments was not over yet, but at this moment, their masters entered close quarters combat. Zing! The white dragon's screech let out a howl and stabbed at Shui Shenshen's throat. Every person had a weak point. Xia Fei's ocular cognition was not the same as it was in the past when it could only strengthen his vision and allow him to see far. At present, it could see through the surface and into the essence of anyone or anything. Xia Fei could clearly see where Shui Sheng Sheng was the weakest, so all of the places he attacked were the most lethal. Shui Shenshen's pale face froze at once. Bang! Xia Fei was moving so quickly that the sword was through Shui Shenshen's neck before he could even react. The ghostly white edge flashed gleamed with a lethal light. Xia Fei was rather surprised by how this battle had gone. He did not know Shui Sheng Sheng, but he was able to slay a foe who possessed an immemorial mystical armament with a single strike. This was someone selected by one of the 5 immemorial mystical armaments, and these mystical armaments did not tend to pick their masters recklessly. Back then, when Xia Fei subdued Peacock Blue, although there had been no battle, Peacock Blue had still looked through his past life, and even Xia Fei and his hardy resolve had almost broken under those endless rounds of mental assault. From this, one could see that immemorial mystical armaments did not follow just anyone. They had their own requirements. A person selected by an immemorial mystical armament would not die so easily. Xia Fei was Xia Fei, so when his sword stabbed through the throat of his enemy, he did not celebrate. Instead, he began a complicated analysis. After a split second of thought, Xia Fei did something completely unexpected, he retreated. Whoosh! Xia Fei pulled out the white dragon's screech and jumped backward, retreating without hesitation. At this moment, Shui Shenshen's body went through an incredible transformation. His body of flesh became a current water, a frenzied whirlpool that sucked in everything within a 10-meter radius of him. Xia Fei's eyes flew open in shock. This was a life form turning into matter. He had never seen anyone who could turn themselves into stone, much less a lethal current of water. He could not even get close to this thing. Xia Fei could understand how life forms had souls and dark energy, but he could not wrap his head around the idea of flesh turning into water. This foe was clearly not an easy one. Fortunately, Xia Fei's mind worked differently from others, and he had seized that crucial second to escape from the trap unscathed. Falling into that water definitely would not have ended well. He could tell without even thinking that the water was the world of his foe. It was a very weird situation. If a pool of stagnant black water appeared in front of Xia Fei would believe it to have been created by someone who had mastered the law of matter. This would make things much simpler, but the situation had happened the exact opposite way. A person had turned into a pool of water. As the whirlpool had failed to catch Xia Fei, it came to a stop, and a person was pushed out of the center, Shui Shengsheng. Looking curiously at Xia Fei, Shui Shengsheng asked, "You're quite interesting. Even like that, you could still run away." Xia Fei did not answer, instead asking back, "You used a substitute?" Shui Shengsheng smiled and shook his head. "You won't answer my question, so I naturally won't answer yours." "How strange. Just a few seconds ago, I felt this strong urge to kill you, I presume that you felt the same." Xia Fei said nothing, but this had really been the case. Peacock Blue could no longer be held back, for it had gone completely insane, and Shui Shengsheng was channeling the feeling of his weapon. When two mystical armaments meet, one must die. In the distance, several people had arrived. They were none other than the Knight siblings and several elite bodyguards from the clan. The clash between Xia Fei and Shui Shengsheng had caused quite a stir, alarming these siblings. "Shui Shengsheng! Xia Fei!" Xia Knight and Anzu Knight blurted out in unison, each one saying a name. They then saw the scene that had just transpired, Shui Shengsheng setting up an excellent trap and Xia Fei recognizing it and executing a beautiful dodge. "Why are they fighting? No, Xia Fei might lose," Xia Knight said worriedly. Anzu Knight had a very weird look on his face. He knew what sort of person his sister was, spoiled rotten from childhood. He had never seen her show concern for someone before. "No," Anzu Knight denied, "I won't let you get close. That's because Shui Shengsheng is part of the Serene Jade Water clan. It's too dangerous." "I know, but Xia Fei doesn't know how formidable Shui Shengsheng is," Xia frantically said. Anzu said sternly, "Don't forget what grandfather told us. If you don't listen to me..." Anzu stopped midway. He appeared to have something that Xia really feared, for she did not run over. However, the concern on her face grew more and more serious. At this moment, a third person arrived. Unlike the Knight siblings, he came alone, without any bodyguards, unafraid and fearless. He was also constantly scratching at his head as if he had lice. "Chu Yang, how is it you?" Anzu Knight shouted upon seeing the man. He had never gotten along with him. "It's not as if this was your house, so why couldn't I come?" Chu Yang asked casually. Anzu Knight was rendered speechless. He had a reason for hating the other. Chu Yang had more charisma, and he was never able to out-talk him. Little Shui is pretty good, even more powerful than before, particularly when it comes to his Shui clan's soul merge art. He's reached an unfathomable level with it, allowing him to react and merge into the water despite his opponent's speed. Even more interesting is that thing on Shui Shenshen's right arm. It's some sort of intelligent ice. As for his opponent, he has a plant? Interesting. Very interesting. Alas, that's Shui Shengsheng, or else I'd really try to pick a fight with that weirdo with a plant growing from his arm. Xi Sir Knight became unhappy, her face turning dark as she rebuked, Chu Yang, he has a name, and that's Xia Fei. He's not some weirdo. Plus, he isn't weird at all. Chu Yang was startled, and then he chuckled. He's called Xia Fei? You know him? Xi Sir Knight nodded. It's fine. No matter what he's called, he'll still die, for his opponent is Shui Shengsheng, Chu Yang said softly. Xi Sir naturally grew even angrier, but at this moment, Anzu surprisingly agreed with Chu Yang. Yes, Shui Shengsheng is too strong. Xia Fei will definitely die. At this moment, a bald man appeared, his head so shiny and bereft of hair it looked like a mirror. You're both right. That guy must die, the bald man shouted, not caring about what the others thought. The Knight siblings and Chu Yang both frowned. This guy was Tianjing, a very troublesome monster. Shui Shengsheng, Chu Yang, Anzu Knight, and Tianjing, 4 of the 6 celestial treasures had been assembled. Xia Fei knew that people had gathered behind him, but he was in no mood to worry about them. He was faced with a bizarre enemy that required 100% of his undivided attention. Fiend energy. Powerful fiend energy exploded outward. The Skywings would always use this method to boost their combat power in battle, and Xia Fei was no exception. After staring at Shui Shengsheng for a whole minute, Xia Fei suddenly put away the white dragon's screech. This was Xia Fei's most powerful weapon now that he had lost the fiendish blade Nirvana. Had he gone crazy? Chapter 1172, Ultimate Weapon, Sky Castle. Taking a deep breath and sheathing his blade, Xia Fei had just finished these 2 actions when confused voices came from behind him. Anzu Knight asked in surprise, releasing a powerful aura is for the sake of unleashing even greater combat power. Why did Xia Fei put away his weapon? Doesn't he know that Shui Shengsheng has Chaos Water Swift Blade? Tianjing and Chu Yang were also baffled. Chu Yang had managed to keep his composure, but Tianjing, after he had gotten over his surprise, made a sinister smile. There's no need to keep watching. That guy can't possibly survive. His strange plant and bizarre sword of white bone might have been able to let him trade 1 or 2 blows with Shui Shengsheng, but since he's put away his weapon, he must be suicidal. Tianjing spoke in an unpleasantly scratchy voice, and Xi Sir Knight frowned at that. It was akin to chalk scratching against a blackboard, truly very grating to the ears. So you're saying that you understand what Xia Fei's trying to do? Chu Yang tilted his head and asked. You're all top-class members of the circle, but you couldn't tell? Tianjing asked, the disgust apparent on his face. I really don't. Brother Tian, please enlighten us so that our confusion can be dispelled, Chu Yang asked breezily. The Knight siblings were already sick of Tianjing, but Chu Yang did not seem to care about how nasty the man was. Tianjing smugly spoke in his unpleasant-sounding voice, that Xia Fei must be thinking that the plant on his right arm is stronger, so he's decided to gamble everything on it. The white bone sword is a weapon, and so is that plant. Given his weak cultivation, it must be very difficult to control 2 weapons. That's just how things are for people with low cultivation and lacking abilities. Trying to control 2 weapons at once might only make his actions even clumsier. Speaking of which, he's quite smart. He knows that he's not that powerful, so he's decided to focus all his energy on using 1 weapon to fight against Shui Shengsheng. Sighing, Tianjing added, what a pity. Even without that strange piece of ice, Shui Shengsheng was already a top-tier warrior of the circle, and with that ice, his soul merge art, and Chaos Water Swift Blade, which has been passed down through generations by his Shui clan, his opponent, that Xia Fei, probably won't even be able to last a single exchange. Tianjing's argument sounded reasonable, and Anzu Knight pondered on it. Xi Sir Knight clenched her fists, her face going pale. Chu Yang shook his head and smiled. I basically think the same. It seems that your head has gotten a little better over the years. Not bad at all. Chu Yang was not old, but his words were like that of an old man, as if he were Tianjing's senior. Everyone in the circle knew that Tianjing was the strongest warrior, but nobody would deny that Chu Yang had the sharpest tongue. Xia Fei definitely won't die. Xi Sir Knight gritted her teeth and yelled this. Tianjing and Chu Yang were both startled and wondered what was wrong with Xi Sir. Trust me, he'll not only die but also die very gruesomely, Tianjing said, his eyes chilling. On the battlefield, Xia Fei putting away White Dragon's screech had put Shui Shengsheng on his guard. You wish to die? Fine. I'll grant you your wish. Shui Shengsheng said in disdain. Whoosh. Xia Fei had put away his own weapon, but Shui Shengsheng pulled out a white dagger. This was no ordinary dagger. Shui Shengsheng, Tianjing, Feng Jianting, Anzu Knight, Xiao Xiao, and Chu Yang were called the six treasures of the Alpha universe for a very important reason. Each of them held a top-class soul weapon passed down through generations in their respective clans. The blade's phantom flew 10 kilometers, and Chaos Water Swift Blade rapidly drifted. This knife was none other than the famous soul weapon of the Serene Jade Water clan, Chaos Water Swift Blade. Xia Fei did not know the dagger but could sense its somber energy. This was clearly no ordinary item. Smiling, Xia Fei pulled away. This was not because he was scared. So what if it was a top-grade soul weapon? Xia Fei was a spiritualist. He could make soul weapons. Moreover, in terms of equipment, if Xia Fei took out all the treasures in his spatial ring, he could make anyone blush in shame. Whoosh! The attack happened 1 second later. Rather than charging straight at Shui Shengsheng, he disappeared on the horizon and left not even a shadow behind. He ran. He actually ran. The spectating warriors went all agape. This certainly was not something they had anticipated. Xia Fei had been exuding such a powerful killing aura and fiend energy that everyone thought he would fight to the death, but he ended up running off. What was up with that? Look! He's over there! He's run to the sky! Anzu Knight pointed at the sky in shock. Xia Fei had appeared in the air, tens of thousands of meters above the ground. Peacock Blue wildly flailed about on his right arm, while he kept his left hand hidden behind him. Xia Fei had not run away at all, rather, he had executed a strategic maneuver so that he could attack from the sky. Shui Shengsheng frowned rather impatiently, apparently not thinking anything of the fact that Xia Fei was going to attack from the air. In his view, this was simply pointless. His hands trembled, and then Chaos Water Swift Blade disappeared. The earth began to shudder fiercely. Rumble! Like an erupting volcano, a geyser of water rocketed into the sky. The water-type immemorial mystical armament did not attack in the form of ice this time and, instead, used its true form. It looked like a giant fountain from a distance, but it was so powerful and majestic that it shook the earth and nearly blotted out the sky. Even more frightening was that this water-type mystical armament was mixed in with numerous lethal daggers. They were no longer than the length of a palm, and the blades were sharp and thick, like axes that could be used to cleave mountains. Serene Jade Water was a top-class faction of the Alpha universe, and the clan's soul weapon, Chaos Water Swift Blade, lived up to its name. Millions of knives had entered the water, and it was impossible to say how one could dodge them all, let alone distinguish between the real ones and the illusions. He's finished. Done for. He has no idea how powerful Chaos Water Swift Blade is. Each of those blades is real. Tianjing got very excited, his eyes flashing as he shouted. On the side, Xia Knight turned even paler. All of this took place in the span of a few seconds. As Tianjing was smugly crowing, Xia Fei suddenly accelerated downward. Soul Eye, go! Xia Fei took his left hand out from behind his back and threw out a golden soul eye. Rumble! There was a resounding clap of thunder. The soul eye started to change the moment it left his hand. Light disappeared as the world was plunged into darkness, and in this dark night, the golden eye tumbled and expanded. In the blink of an eye, the eye was 1 kilometer in length. It was like a devil out of hell, looking down upon the world as it floated in the sky. Bang! With another boom, countless insignias appeared around the soul eye, flashing golden and flowing like a great river. They created a dome that covered the surrounding 10 kilometers. Before anyone had time to see what sort of weird thing it was, the soul eye began to battle against Shui Shenshen's water-type mystical armament and his Chaos Water Swift Blade soul weapon. Normally, while soul eyes were powerful, it was not so powerful that it could fight against a top-class soul weapon and an immemorial mystical armament. The Thousand Fathom Ice, the Ring Ice, the Green Jade Spring, the Black Shell Spring, and the Water of Resentment, and the White Snap Aqua. These 6 immemorial mystical armaments fused together turned into the water-type mystical armament, Terror Genesis. Moreover, unlike Xia Fei's plant-type mystical armament, Cloud Sea, Terror Genesis was an offensive mystical armament, a powerful existence that could seep in through every defense. Alas, Xia Fei had already seen through everything. He had used his super speed to soar into the sky and then unleashed a thunderous attack. He poured unimaginable power into that golden soul eye. With the soul eye's innate expanding trait, it became like a falling meteor. It was so vast that the 10-kilometer diameter soul array became Xia Fei's weapon. It howled down from the sky. If Fukin could be here to see this, he might regret ever teaching Xia Fei how to make soul eyes. Who in the universe used soul eyes like this? Soul eyes were arrays, moving arrays, and the vast majority of spiritualists used them in a support fashion. However, Xia Fei used soul arrays to smash people. A soul array crashing down from the heavens, just how was his mind constructed that he could think of such an idea? It was a monstrous way of thinking, a monstrous personality, and an extremely barbaric way of fighting. This was Xia Fei. Rumble. There was another explosion. The immemorial mystical armament clashed with the descending soul eye. White shockwaves emerged, and the sea of clouds parted as if a nuclear bomb had exploded, exposing the black night sky. Xia Fei used the golden soul eye to block immemorial mystical armament terror genesis. Blocking was not the only effect that Xia Fei sought. At this moment, his immemorial mystical armament, peacock blue, had started to go crazy. A verdant green bundle began to grow crazily. Like a giant arm, it grew to a length of 10 kilometers, thick and powerful. Xia Fei swung around his right arm and smashed it down, right onto that giant soul eye. Rumble. The world fell into chaos. The golden soul eye was like a shield, while peacock blue was like a fist. The overlapping of these two powers created a mountain-toppling momentum. Terror Genesis was already barely holding on, and with the addition of peacock blue, it could no longer hold and began to give ground. It was like one warrior moved to jump and attack their foe, only to be hammered in the skull right as they extended their leg. Shui Shenshen's Chaos Water Swift Blade began to blindly attack peacock blue. Chaos Water Swift Blade's advantage was in its immense numbers. As all its blades attacked together, the weapon tore apart peacock blue's structure, filling the air with green debris. Alas, while Chaos Water Swift Blade was powerful, it could not beat peacock blue's tenacity. It was the most tenacious weed in the universe, possessing astounding vitality. It constantly grew and constantly exerted pressure, that blue-green weed in the sky crazily growing, becoming an impossibly huge tree. Peacock blue and the golden soul eye had come together to seize the advantage. It was a stunning sight to behold. White and green clashed, with gold and silver intertwining. The battlefield in the sky encompassed 10-some kilometers, appearing like a castle in the sky. Whoosh! This sky castle rapidly descended, causing the sky above Shui Shengsheng to turn pitch black. Chapter 1173, Identity Revealed. Xia Fei's attack was an unstoppable and frenzied offensive. The shocking scene in the sky was such that every person who saw it was awed. The soul eye array, which was 10 kilometers long, came down like a meteor. A soul eye being used to chase someone down was naturally very threatening, but using it as a weapon to smash someone was even more practical and barbaric. Rumble. The golden soul eye array entered full operation. Those flowing patterns began to spin rapidly, and with the powerful support of immemorial mystical armament peacock blue, Xia Fei seized the overwhelming advantage in this contest. In the blink of an eye, Terror Genesis was rooted, and with that, Shui Shenshen's Chaos Water Swift Blade was defeated, too. The sky above Shui Shengsheng had turned pitch black. This soul array was no joke. Moreover, behind the golden soul eye was peacock blue, which was not easy to deal with, either. The way it was being thrust down from the sky to strike Shui Shengsheng, given Xia Fei's speed, could easily shatter bones. Shui Shengsheng hastily raised his hands above him, attempting to assist his water-type mystical armament just like what Xia Fei had done. While this might be unable to stop Xia Fei's frenzied assault, it could divert the attack off its expected trajectory. This was when Shui Shengsheng discovered, to his surprise, that something was approaching him on his left. As he took a look, he found out that it was that inconspicuous little ball, which had been at Xia Fei's side. How could Furball miss out on this battle? Furball was a very treacherous guy. He had waited until this moment, when Xia Fei had the absolute advantage, to make his move. His two green bean eyes had gone round as he moved as fast as lightning. With his small body, Shui Shengsheng had not noticed this enormous threat until it was right next to him. At that moment, Furball was less than 5 meters from Shui Shengsheng. It was a distance that could be covered in a split second. Radiating white light, Furball slammed into Shui Shengsheng. 2. It was a very strange sound. Rather than a collision, it sounded like a stone being thrown into a pond. Upon taking a second look, it turned out that Furball had gone through Shui Shenshen's chest, and black water was flowing out from the wound. This was the top-class soul art of the Serene Jade Water clan, Soul Merge, also known as the Life Water Transfiguration art. Simply put, it was a skill that turned a person into water, a high-level modified version of the law of matter. The law of matter could only change objects, not life itself. The human body was 90% water, and the soul merge art used this attribute to molecularly reassemble the body. Life-water transfiguration was extremely difficult. After all, turning the human body into water was one thing, but turning it back was another thing entirely. If one was not careful, they might end up putting their head on their butt, which was both humiliating and fatal. Shui Shengsheng was very talented and had mastered this powerful technique at a young age. He had used the life-water transfiguration to avoid Furbal's attack and come out completely unharmed. It was a beautiful move, but Shui Shengsheng did not seem very happy about it at all, for Furbal's sneak attack had caused Terror Genesis and Chaos Water Swiftblade's defense to completely fall apart. That 10-kilometer castle in the sky was right overhead. It came down with all the weight of Mount Tai. Further resistance was now too late. This was Xia Fei's attack. The combo attack that he was so skilled at. Whoosh! With no other choice, Shui Shengsheng activated his life-water transfiguration art to the fullest extent. The ground instantly turned into a lake, and he fled underwater. Rumble! The massive soul eye smashed into the lake, sealing off the entire area. The greatest function of the life-water transfiguration art, besides offense, was its ability to hide underwater and avoid enemy attacks. Alas, Xia Fei's soul eye was just too huge, so huge it had far surpassed the pool created by the life-water transmigration art. In this way, Xia Fei had sealed his opponent underwater. In other words, Shui Shengsheng was trapped in the soul array. Golden light exploded. The golden soul eye array rapidly began to turn and tighten. 1 second later, it became a giant net, and with a raise of his right arm, Xia Fei left this net, together with the surrounding earth. Rumble! The earth cracked apart. The astounding power of the golden soul eye made it into a mega excavator. With one scoop, it created a crater 10 kilometers in depth. He once more formed that profound smile. All he had done was for this moment. He had now completed the capture of Shui Shengsheng. The golden soul array closed rapidly, and a few seconds later, it had become a ball of only 100 cubic meters. Although Shui Shengsheng had done his best to fight back, the soul eye was just too powerful and Xia Fei's moves were just far too weird, and he had been caught completely off guard. Law of Primal Chaos. Whoosh! Xia Fei rushed up, Law of Primal Chaos force building up in his hand. He then aimed a furious barrage at the golden soul eye, several thousand punches in the space of a second. Bang! The golden soul eye shattered as if it had been struck by a giant hammer, mud, water and blood splattered everywhere. Just like that, the strongest genius of the Serene Jade Water clan died, not even leaving behind an intact corpse. On a distant mountain slope. No way! I can't believe Shui Shengsheng lost. Tianjing was stunned, his brows creasing as disbelief appeared on his face. Xia Knight excitedly jumped around. Grinning at Tianjing, she said, not only did he lose, he even died. How could that be? How could Shui Shengsheng lose to some nobody? Something is wrong here. Very wrong, muttered Tianjing. He still had not recovered from the shock and was still trying to convince himself of the reality he had just borne witness to. Less than half a minute had passed since Xia Fei's attack. One of the 6 treasures, the genius of the Serene Jade Water clan, and the master of immemorial mystical armament Terror Genesis as well as top-class soul weapon Chaos Water Swiftblade, was unable to last even half a minute against Xia Fei. It was just too shocking. Just moments ago, they had even been talking about how Xia Fei would be unable to even last a single round. Barely after they had finished speaking, Xia Fei killed Shui Shengsheng and gave them all vicious slaps in their faces. Not just Tianjing, everyone else had rather unsightly expressions, all except for Xia Knight, who was looking rather smug. Chu Yang swallowed heavily and then said gravely, I must admit that Xia Fei is very strong. Could he be stronger than Shui Shengsheng? He was a level 7 soul hunter, the strongest genius of the Serene Jade Water clan. I really can't understand it. How did Shui Shengsheng lose to the extent of dying? Anzu Knight said in frustration. The children of big clans rather held their pride dearly. Before this, he had been very pessimistic about Xia Fei's chances, and so Xia Fei's victory had brought shame on Anzu Knight. Chu Yang smiled, his eyes turning sharp and sinister, completely at odds with his age. A level 7 soul hunter? Could it be that none of you were able to tell? Xia Fei is a spiritualist, a combat spiritualist with at least 3 soul marks. Don't let that murderous aura fool you. Just moments ago, what he had used was none other than typical spirit energy. He used at least 20 spirit energy units in one go. Chu Yang said solemnly. His eyes were truly sharp. In that battle, Xia Fei had unleashed fiend energy and murderous aura, and with his insane speed and vicious moves, everyone else's attention had been completely drawn to only the surface, completely ignoring the nature of his power. This was spirit energy, which was an entire level above soul power. Alas, despite the sharpness of Chu Yang's gaze, he had been unable to see through Xia Fei entirely. Xia Fei did not have 3 soul marks, but 4. A spiritualist. Big brother Xia is a spiritualist. Xia Knight jumped high as she shouted. She even spoke the words big brother with great pleasure. The others stared, their shock reaching maximum saturation. The 6 celestial treasures were all beloved by their respective clans, and they had risked coming to the collapsed expanse of founders precisely because they sought a chance to become spiritualists. Compared to Xia Fei, who was already a spiritualist, these so-called geniuses really could not beat him. This was because everyone knew that this universe belonged to spiritualists. Suddenly, everyone felt like Shui Shenshen's death had not been undeserved at all. Provoking a spiritualist was unwise no matter who did it. This change in attitude was so abrupt that even they were caught off guard. After a pause, Chu Yang said in a hushed voice, Xia Fei saw through Shui Shengsheng from the very start. He attacked from the air to avoid Shui Shenshen's power to control the earth. While he might have put away that powerful white-bone sword of his, he took out a terrifying golden soul eye in exchange, and with that formidable plant on his right arm, he created a new offensive array. A soul eye. Everyone was shocked again. Even among spiritualists, soul eyes were rare objects. These young masters who had not arisen from any spiritualist lineages had never even seen one before. Once Chu Yang revealed the truth, everyone felt their hearts quake. The books said that soul eyes were powerful one-time use soul arrays, each one essentially priceless. For Xia Fei to have used one without hesitation could only mean that he had plenty of them. There's that little ball that came out of nowhere, too. It's a holy beast. Chu Yang added. The reaction this time was not too intense, for they were already numb. White Dragon's Screech, Peacock Blue, and the Golden Soul Eye, any of those was stunning enough, and Furball was just another one to the pile. It could only be said that Xia Fei had a lot of weapons in his arsenal. You should probably all understand now, right? Xia Fei is a rare top-class speed warrior, and he's also a spiritualist. Besides that, he has countless powerful weapons, a ruthless fighting style, and bizarre moves. Let alone Shui Shengsheng, none of us will be able to win, Chu Yang shook his head and said. Xia Fei had powerful analytical abilities, but Chu Yang was able to match him, which was quite rare. Everyone fell silent. Chu Yang's analysis was right on the mark. This was the truth. Xia Fei's strength was not just what could be seen on the surface. He was still holding too much back. As they shot Xia Fei unnatural gazes, they saw him bend down and pick something off the ground. He wiped it clean on his clothes and then smiled as he put it away in his spatial ring. It was none other than the Shui family's sole weapon, Chaos Water Swift Blade. Suddenly, Xia Fei turned toward the group standing in the distance and smiled harmlessly, but this smile instantly had Tianjing and the others breaking into a cold sweat. Only Chu Yang returned a smile, but the hands hidden behind his back had clenched into fists by then. Chapter 1174, Meeting One's Match. Whoosh! Xia Knight disregarded her brother's attempts to stop her and rushed down the distant mountain slope towards Xia Fei. The others knew that they had been discovered by Xia Fei and understood that staying hidden was no longer possible, so they decided to approach him, too. Xia Fei was a spiritualist. This news was something that everyone had to take seriously. It would be one thing if he was a pure spiritualist, but he was also very powerful, just as powerful as everyone else present. This was not good news at all. Everyone had their own goal in coming to the collapsed expanse of founders, and the amount of resources the collapsed expanse of founders could provide was limited. While nobody said anything, in truth, they all had their own plans. When they had not yet entered the god-demon system, they could still laugh and joke with one another, but now that they were inside, they could see one another as enemies, and Xia Fei was a very powerful enemy. Their reactions were all different. The one considered the leader of the 6 treasures, Tianjing, had a rather resentful look, and he clearly disliked Xia Fei. As for Anzu Knight, he was rather hesitant. After all, Xia Fei had some relationship with his younger sister, so it was hard to say if Xia Fei would end up a friend or foe. Anzu hesitated whether he should act nice to Xia Fei and try to pull him over to his side. The real strange one was Chu Yang. While he was not the strongest or the most famous of the 6 treasures, outsiders considered him to have the best head on his shoulder, which was why he had the sharpest tongue. Of these 3, only Chu Yang had a warm smile on his lips. A stranger would have even thought that he was friends with Xia Fei. Tianjing and Anzu Knight did not understand his warmth, and Xia Fei found it rather strange, too. Xia Knight was very excited and went on and on about various things, but Xia Fei very replied coldly, his eyes constantly observing the 3 behind her. He had very sharp eyes, and he had already noticed that these 3 had very high ranks and extraordinary backgrounds, exuding an intimidating noble aura. If they were alone, Xia Fei would not be afraid, but if these 3 decided to make trouble for him together, then he would truly have more than enough to deal with. Thinking this, Xia Fei put on that harmless smile of his and called to Chu Yang and the others, his attitude quite decent. Strength was not what Xia Fei considered the most important. What he truly cared about was that these people had not been sucked into the system, nor did they seem to care about those vortices that dragged people in. Xia Knight mentioned how she had taken a blocking medicine to avoid being sucked in for 14 days and enter the system later than the others. Thus, it did not take much effort to realize that they had some ulterior motive for doing all that. It would be a good thing if he could get some information on the system from these people, for he was still very worried about Oro and the others. Hey, I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? Xia grumbled. Xia Fei smiled and whispered, I heard it and know that you're concerned about me. Right, who are these people? She had a very simple mind, and Xia Fei's single statement was enough to change her attitude. She pointed at the approaching trio and said, the one on the left is my older brother, who loves me the most. The big baldy on the right is Tianjing, and the person in the center is Chu Yang. You must be careful of that Tianjing person, he's someone from the top assassin group in the Alpha universe, the lone peak turbid shadow. Xia Fei nodded and asked, what sort of person is Chu Yang? Xia asked back, curious, why are you worried about him? All Chu Yang has is his sharp tongue. His dad, Chu Xingbang, founded Heavenly Might Spirit School and is a very formidable figure, but Chu Yang himself is just a rich boy, he's not a spiritualist, either. Xia Fei smiled silently. He naturally looked at people from a different perspective than Xia. This lady did not care about Chu Yang, but Xia Fei cared about this person the most. Chu Yang had a very sunny temperament, even calling out to him rather warmly, and this surprised Xia Fei, for this way of acting was very like himself. The 3 of them quickly stood before Xia Fei. Anzu Knight nodded at him, which could be considered a sort of greeting, while Tianjing acted as if he did not see him, putting on a full display of pride in his bones. Chu Yang very warmly began conversing with Xia Fei, and he replied in the same fashion. It was akin to 2 foxes holding a conversation, both sides under a mutual understanding. Smiling, Xia Fei said, oh, so that guy was called Shui Shengsheng, and he's with you? It's a pity that he tried to kill me and I had to behave in kind. If I hadn't, I would have been the one down on the ground. Xia Fei observed their reactions, attempting to see whether these were friends or foes and if he needed to strike. Tianjing snorted in disdain. Humph! Just a good-for-nothing from the Shui family. Who's with him? His death is perfectly fine. The Serene Jade Water clan's people have always been proud and rude, and I detest such people who don't know whether they should be men or women. Tianjing's eyes went ablaze with anger, and Xia Fei understood that there were words he had left unsaid. Since Xia Fei had killed the man, he was bound to get into conflict with the Serene Jade Water clan, and Tianjing was anxious to see him get killed. As Xia knew Xia Fei, Anzu did not take on any particular position. As for Chu Yang, he praised Xia Fei's power, practically flattering him to high heavens. Xia appeared to be very proud, for in her mind, she considered Xia Fei a friend. The more Chu Yang praised Xia Fei, the more pleasant Xia found Chu Yang to be, and she would occasionally shoot Xia Fei a twinkling glance. She recalled how she had once taken Xiao Xiao as Xia Fei, a matter which had resulted in a lot of misunderstandings. In today's battle, Xia had seen Xia Fei's movement techniques and speed with her 2 eyes, further confirming her judgment that the one controlling one-armed Xiao Xing had been Xia Fei. Her love and admiration surged up once more. Changing the subject, Chu Yang sighed and patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. Brother, though we are meeting for the first time, I feel like I've known you for ages and can't help but like you. No matter what, there's something I have to tell you. You've gotten into real trouble this time. Oh, Brother Chu, please instruct me. Xia Fei feigned shock, his expression even more exaggerated than Chu Yang's. When it came to feigning civility and adapting to the situation, the plotting Xia Fei had finally met a real opponent. The words and actions he and Chu Yang displayed all seemed exceptionally sincere. Shui Shengsheng is really nothing. The actual problem is his Shui family being extremely formidable. Serene Jade Water is one of the grand clans of Alpha. Let me make a comparison, your Aurora clan belongs to Chaos Society, and Serene Jade Water's strength is comparable to the entire Chaos Society, Chu Yang said solemnly. Xia Fei nodded. This was surprising news. Even a top-class clan like Night was only a member of Chaos Society, yet Serene Jade Water was on par with Chaos Society put together. Was this not enough strength to defy the heavens? Anzu Night looked away. Of the 6 world treasures, not only was he at the very bottom of the ladder, his clan was also the weakest. It was one of the points that always left him particularly sore. Even so, Xia Fei did not act too afraid. What he had the most in this life was trouble, and this was just another on the pile. There are no such things as impervious walls in the universe. There's bound to be someone who saw you killing Shui Shengsheng. There are 4 of us here, even if I don't say anything, someone will talk eventually. When the Serene Jade Water clan finds out, brother, your chances of survival will be slim, said Chu Yang with heartfelt concern. Vicious. Chu Yang was truly vicious. Xia Fei's eyes erupted with light. It had been a long time since he saw someone so vicious. This guy's one statement had obliterated the relationships between the group. Even Anzu Knight immediately put up his guard against Xia Fei when he heard these words. Yes, if news got out, it would be very bad for Xia Fei. Xia Fei definitely did not want anyone to know that he had killed Shui Shengsheng, so the best solution was to kill all witnesses, silencing anyone who had seen this battle. Whether or not Xia Fei actually intended to do this, now that Chu Yang had said, everyone believed that he would silence the witnesses. This was where Chu Yang was vicious. Tianjing and Anzu Knight had clearly started to suspect Xia Fei. Only Zisir was still standing there like a fool. Xia Fei also faced a dilemma. These people had already begun to suspect him, and they might attack him at any moment. He was not the type to sit back and wait for death, so he must attack first. Chu Yang's words had turned the calm situation into a tense one, with danger at every step. Little Zisir, come here, Anzu said with a frown. What are you doing? Zisir tilted her head and asked, still unaware of what was going on. Just come over here, Anzu said sternly. He glanced at Tianjing, and the moment that their gazes met, the two asked each other if they wanted to team up in killing Xia Fei right here. It was a very grave mood. If Anzu Knight and Tianjing worked together, Xia Fei would definitely be in trouble, and there was still Chu Yang. He was the one who had stirred this distrust. He could act like a spectator and let Anzu Knight, Tianjing, and Xia Fei fight against one another before cleaning up the survivors, or he could just join the group attacking Xia Fei. Both options saw him being the greatest beneficiary. Xia Fei suddenly laughed, and his look toward Chu Yang turned cold. Anyone who made Xia Fei unhappy could end any thoughts of being happy themselves. Xia Fei made up his mind to kill the insidious Chu Yang. No matter how foolish Zisir Knight was, even she could tell that something was wrong. Alas, this situation was no longer one where she could call the shots. At this moment, Chu Yang's face contorted into a bizarre frown. He then pulled back Tianjing and shot a look at him. Tianjing was startled, and then his entire attitude changed, and he deflated. In any case, Brother Xia, it is best if you take care of yourself. We naturally won't speak about this matter, as the major clans are the most selfish existences of all, always wishing the worst for others. You killing Shui Shengsheng isn't really a bad thing for us. Chu Yang and Tianjing left. After some thought, Xia Fei decided not to stop them. This was truly bizarre. Chu Yang had been the one to start this all, but just when he was about to succeed, he had backed out, thereby also becoming the one to resolve everything. Xia Fei did not understand what he was trying to achieve. The Knight siblings and Xia Fei were the only ones left. He lit a cigarette and said lightly, I'm a little tired, so you guys should leave, too. Though she was a little reluctant, Zisir remembered that Xia Fei had not taken the anti-scanning drug, so staying outside was not good for him. Thus, she once more reminded him to stay on his warship and not to leave unless he had to before returning to her brother's side. Xia Fei boarded his ship, and as the ramp of the Silver Spectre was pulling up, his face suddenly erupted with large beads of sweat, and he seemed to be in great pain. Hobbling to the command deck, Xia Fei pulled up his pants leg and went pale in shock. Chapter 1175, Thousand-Year-Old Monster. Xia Fei's leg was in terrible pain, causing his face to become caked in sweat. He had actually been restraining this intense pain while saying goodbye to the night siblings. Returning to the command deck with a cold face, he exhaled and rolled up his pants leg. A scar had appeared on his left leg. It was about the size of a fingernail and shaped like a rhombus. It was like a black piece of ice, radiating endless coldness that pierced through his bone marrow. Xia Fei had sustained many injuries in his lifetime, and he could no longer keep track of them all, but this time was completely different, for this one was none other than Terror Genesis of the 5 immemorial mystical armaments. The 6 waters of Terror Genesis had not followed the script. Xia Fei had believed that when he defeated Shui Shengsheng and Terror Genesis, he would get the chance to merge the water-type mystical armament with his plant-type mystical armament, but after his opponent was slain, Terror Genesis simply disappeared. Sir Knight and the others had seen Xia Fei pick up Chaos Water from a distance, but this had entirely been an accidental discovery. Xia Fei had actually been searching for Terror Genesis, only to spot Chaos Water Swift Blade, which had survived the law of Primal Chaos's attack. Thus, Xia Fei decided to pick it up and make it his own. It was also at this moment that he began to feel a stabbing pain in his lower leg, as if an insect had gotten into his pants and taken a bite on his leg. It was not very painful at first, but at this point, the pain had gotten so bad that even Xia Fei and his incredible resolve could no longer endure it. Thus, he hastily shooed off the night siblings and returned to the Silver Spectre for treatment. As a master of one of the 5 immemorial mystical armaments, Xia Fei knew that this injury had been inflicted by Terror Genesis. As for why the water-type mystical armament had unexpectedly not resisted and, instead, silently attached itself to Xia Fei's body, he did not know. In short, the immemorial mystical armament did not follow the script. It was clearly of the water element, but Terror Genesis spent more time in its ice state. This was very strange. Had the sudden fusion of the 5 immemorial mystical armaments caused a huge shift in nature? The water-type mystical armament was ice, so what about fire? Would it be lightning? What of earth then? Would it be stone? Xia Fei had always been good at thinking, and even though his body was in immense pain, he thought of so many things at once. The 5 mystical armaments were not existences of the universe he knew. They were too powerful and too mysterious, forcing him to think carefully about them. Xia Fei grabbed several dozen bottles of medicine, all of them meant to repress pain, and downed them all at one go. What Xia Fei needed to do was hold out against the intense bouts of pain. Very far from the Silver Spectre, on the other end of the planet, Chu Yang stood next to a lake and entered it slowly. The water was soon up to his waist, at which point, a wavering figure appeared on its surface. Upon a closer look, it turned out to be the face of a middle-aged man. "Why did you stop me earlier? If you hadn't, I would have surely succeeded. You said before that I should eliminate anyone with the ability to compete against me, so why did you suddenly change your mind right as I was about to do so?" Chu Yang frowned as he asked the image. The reflection's mouth opened and closed, a raspy voice coming out. "Flaunting your intelligence too much will just hurt you sooner or later. Did you think that Xia Fei couldn't see through your plan? You were inciting Anzu Knight and Tianjing against Xia Fei, but if a fight really broke out then, Xia Fei would most likely target you at all cost." Chu Yang spoke carelessly. "Since I started it, I was naturally confident that I could contain him." "You're too cautious." The reflection in the water was Chu Yang's father, none other than the peak spiritualist who had emerged from the collapsed expanse of founders and founded Heavenly Might Spirit School, the Alpha Universe's illustrious Chu Xingbang. Chu Yang was not meek at all even when speaking to his father. He did not address him with any honorifics, seemingly showing little respect for his father. This was not at all how he acted normally. While everyone knew him as a scion who flaunted his wealth, he was always polite and courteous. Alas, the people did not know about Chu Yang's other side. In private, he would even order around his father and was arrogant and conceited to the extreme. Chu Xingbang was rather angry, but he still restrained himself and said, "In short, don't try to touch Xia Fei during this time. He hasn't taken the anti-scanning medicine, but he's been safe and sound in the collapsed expanse of founders for 7 days. There's a very high chance that the system has designated him as part of the Fiend clan and subsequently rejected. Fiend clan. Again with the Fiend clan, Chu Yang said coolly. Those fiends were forced into extinction long ago. How could Xia Fei have some connection with the Fiend clan? What if he's actually been accepted by the system? You said before that inside the system is a one-way path. If anyone runs into another, they must fight to the death. Wouldn't it be better for me to deal with him earlier while I could borrow external help? With me not doing it then, he's bound to trouble me in the future. His ability to calculate and plan, along with his ruthlessness, are all on par with me. You're underestimating the god-demon system, which is linked to the collapsed expanse of founders, too much. The system will intentionally avoid making the warriors with the greatest potential meet too early. There are tens of millions of paths, and there's no telling who will be sent where. Back then, I was just a nobody law god, but because I walked the correct path, I experienced a skyrocket advancement and ultimately became the champion inside the god-demon system, which has led me to my current status. It is now your turn. I have already created the best conditions for you. Tianzhong, Anzu Knight, Feng Jianting, Shui Shengsheng, and Zisur Knight are all much inferior to you. If they enter the system with you, you'll definitely be able to dominate. As for Xia Fei, he won't have a chance. Chu Xingbang was very smug as he spoke of the past. It turned out that Chu Xingbang had planned everything. Even leaking the secrets of the system to others had been for the purpose of turning them into stepping stones for his son. Shui Shengsheng is dead, Chu Yang said nonchalantly. There are only 4 of us now, so there's still one missing. I certainly don't want the substitute to be Xia Fei. Chu Xingbang smiled. You've forgotten about Zisur Knight. Old Cloud Knight's precious granddaughter will be the perfect replacement for Shui Shengsheng. This situation is even better than what I initially envisioned. I hope things go the way you say they will. Chu Yang dropped his head and inspected his face in the water. The creases at the corner of his eyes made him sigh. All because of you, I've held myself back for more than 1,000 years, and I've even been forced to call little babies who aren't even 20 years old my fellow comrades. At times, I even have to play the fool. It's all because of that crazy plan of yours. All right, I'll trust you, but this will be the last time, Chu Yang said sternly. More than 1,000 years. None of the 6 celestial treasures was more than 30, but Chu Yang was actually a 1,000-year-old monster. What a terrifying plan. Chu Xingbang had his 1,000-year-old son, Chu Yang, pretend to be a young man precisely for the purpose of him being able to interact with the young scions in the Alpha universe, and when the collapsed expanse of founders was about to open, he had leaked its secrets to the Night Clan, Serene Jadewater Clan, and others. This was so that those young masters would serve as sacrificial lambs for Chu Yang. How much patience did this plan require? There must be some heaven-shaking secret behind all this, or else why would this sinister father-son pair endure for more than 1,000 years? Smiling, Chu Yang stroked his chin and said, Xia Fei really does seem to be in his 20s. For that kid to match me in terms of scheming is a very interesting fact. Straightening up, he said solemnly, I have a prediction. When I first saw Xia Fei, I had an intense desire to kill him. That's the first time in more than 1,000 years that I've seen someone so ruthless, and with such a sharp mind. One day, both of us might regret me letting him go this time. On the Silver Spectre, Xia Fei welcomed a pair of surprise guests. The Knight siblings had returned. Xia Fei could be considered on good terms with Cloud Knight. Some time ago, that old man had even helped him take care of Aquamarine. Thus, he did not feel it right to refuse entry to the siblings. Besides that, he still had many questions regarding the collapsed expanse of founders, and it would be great if he could get more info from them. Zisur Knight showed a lot of interest in the command deck but soon wrinkled her nose. She was interested because of the Silver Spectre's layout. Alas, the rather large ship had been turned into a complete mess by Xia Fei, with countless cables running everywhere and various pieces of equipment of different sizes piled around. If she was not careful, she could bump her head into something. However, it was the odor in the command deck that had made her wrinkled her nose. Medicine bottles of various sizes had been thrown on the floor, all of them releasing a nauseating smell. As a girl, Zisur naturally could not stand the stench. In the past, Xia Fei had Pod. That little robot had taken care of both his food and hygiene. However, Pod was not by his side anymore and had been replaced by a bunch of old men, instead. To tell the truth, Xia Fei was actually the cleaner member of his group. If Zisur Knight were to see Aura walk barefoot across the floor, she probably would throw up. There was nothing to be done. No matter how good Pod was, Xia Fei could not bring him along. That guy was too kind-hearted, and Xia Fei was surrounded by trouble. A cunning rascal like Furball was far more suitable. She found a clean place to sit down, but Anzu Knight remained standing, his brows creased. So, why did you two come? Xia Fei smiled and asked. His leg was still hurting, but it was much less now. The medicines had cost him tons of money, but they had not been of any help. In the end, Xia Fei had to use his healing spirit energy to slowly soothe the wound. This was both good and bad, for ordinary wounds did not require spirit energy to heal, meaning that he had sustained a soul injury. Xia Knight pursed her lips and pointed at her older brother. Anzu Knight was startled, and then he dropped his head and said, "Little Xia told me about it. I didn't know that it's you who healed grandfather back then." Xia Fei poured 2 cups of tea and offered them while glancing at Xia. While she seemed like a fool, she was actually rather sharp. Upon learning that he was a spiritualist, she had managed to conjecture that the person in the room who had healed Cloud Knight had been him. Not denying it was tantamount to admission. Anzu Knight found himself embarrassed. The children of major clans had rules, and now that Anzu knew Xia Fei was the savior of his clan's grand ancestor, he immediately changed his attitude. "My gratitude is beyond words." Anzu clenched his teeth as if he were making an extremely difficult decision. He reluctantly pulled out a pentagram-shaped metal object and offered it to Xia Fei. "Take this. My grandfather probably wouldn't say anything if he were to know that I gave it to you," he said solemnly. Curious, Xia Fei glanced at the object and asked, "What is this?" "It's the key to entering the God-Demon system. If you have it, you'll be able to get in," replied the Knight siblings in unison.